Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the greatest live show of all time. Today, we're going to be talking about somebody named Lolicon Lerix. Obviously, for those of you who don't know, it's the person in the title and in the thumbnail. Now, he doesn't call himself Lolicon Lerix. In fact, if you call him that, he's probably going to get very angry at you if you call him Lolicon Lerix, which is just all the more reason to do it. But whether or not he calls himself Lolicon Lerix is not what determines whether or not it's accurate. In fact, it's very accurate, as we're about to see from things such as his liked tweets on his now deactivated Twitter account. I wonder why he deactivated it. I'm sure it has nothing to do with him getting exposed for being a fucking freak who has a lolicon on his computer. Yeah, nope, nothing to do with that. Literally nothing at all. So, yeah, I've been wanting to talk about this individual, this very special individual for quite some time now. Now, with that being said, for those of you watching the VOD, I always make sure to include timestamps in this. I'm very good at speaking. I make sure to include timestamps in the description below after the fact, so if you want to skip around for whatever wacky reason, you're more than welcome to do so. This is also formatted to be like a podcast, so you can listen to the entire thing. Yada, 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 you get the point. If you're watching the VOD and there aren't timestamps yet, I'm adding them right now as you're watching this. So, without further ado, yeah, so I guess where we'll start, okay? Where we'll start, but before anything else is, why am I making this video? You know, for a while, you know, I was deciding to hold off and not talk about this, you know, mainly because, you know, he sort of made up for it by, cucking Turkey Tom, right? Like, that was very impressive, and, you know, I was proud of him, you know? I wish I could have been there to also, cuck Turkey Tom and get pegged by Turkey Tom's girlfriend. That would be fucking awesome. But, you know, Luhrix did that instead of me, unfortunately. But, you know, I was happy for the guy. You know, I didn't want to let my jealousy get to the best of me. Okay, I didn't want that to get the best of me. But, you know, I feel like my pride in my internet son Luhrix has slowly but surely worn off. You know, he hasn't seemed to cuck Turkey Tom since then. And that's a little bit disappointing because, you know, what can I say? I mean, that was like the main good thing he did. That was like the only good thing he did. And, you know, now that it's been a while since he's done that, I think I care more about the lolicon stuff than him cucking Turkey Tom. With that being said, where do I go from here? No idea. Oh God, I'm spacing out. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Oh my God, what the fuck? What? Sorry, one moment. Fuck, I'm having a Keffels moment where I just randomly pause for 20 seconds. Main difference being I'm not snorting a line of cocaine in the meantime. Yeah, so with that being said, we are going to be watching a deleted Luhrix video from his anime channel. I'm so excited. Where basically he reviews an incest lolicon anime. I'm not even joking. This is actually something he did. I kid you not. Also, hello Sub Sandwich and the Gaming Giant. Welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome. Oh, this one is gonna be a doozy. I am so excited. So, apparently... Oh God, where do we even start? Do I start with the liked tweets? Or do I start with, What do I start with? Oh no, some of these, I don't know if I can show these. No, I think I can show these. They're still really fucking weird to have in your liked tweets. Fuck, some of these I don't know if I want to show them though. Some of these are pretty bad. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do, okay? Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do a little bit of talking. and then we're gonna get right into the main meat of the topic, okay? That's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna talk for like 10 minutes about unrelated shit, and then yeah, then we'll go from there, because I feel like if I talk about unrelated shit for the first 10 minutes, you know, it's like that's sort of what I do. It's to be expected. Again, I always add timestamps after the fact for a reason. So before we get into the Lolicon Lerix allegations, I want to get into something a little bit more lighthearted, I guess, because Jalyn, friend of the channel. Actually, no, that's not the first thing I want to talk about. Actually, yes, it is. So, yeah. Anyways, Jalyn, friend of the channel, uploaded an epic YouTube video almost a week ago called "The Truth About Turkey Tom." So shit like this is, and as you can tell, Luhrix looks very, very beautiful, stunning, and brave in the thumbnail. Same thing with Tom, and yeah, without further ado, let's get into the video.
So here it is, all right, the moment that everyone has been waiting for, okay? This is where I reveal the dark truth about Turkey Tom, because he has a secret that he doesn't want you to know. So me and Turkey Tom, we were talking in the DM. We were friends. Like, he was my best friend. Like, he was my idol, you know? I told him how to get big on YouTube, because he had never done it before. It's all me.
Yo, that's crazy.
So me and Turkey Tom, we were talking
in the DM. Let's see what the tweet is.
Like, he was my best
Let's see what the tweet is.
friend. Like, he was my idol, you know? I told him how...
So here's what Turkey Tom says. Please help me get big on YouTube. I'm desperate. I promise I'll never betray you. And then Jalyn says, so the secret to YouTube success is making big banger video on YouTuber like I did with Dream. If that gets views, you repeat that, and then bam, $, $, easy clout. So, you know, what could possibly go wrong here?
How to get big on YouTube, because he had never done it before. It's all me. And I told him, to get a big video, you need to milk that shit. You wanna know what he did?
That's like me with the Vosh stuff.
Turned it on me. He made a bunch of videos on me, and he said all these mean, horrible things.
I swiftly received a message from Jalyn telling me, cutting ties with your asshole. I get your thing now is you're the next lead.
He's illiterate too.
But you don't have to be a dick. And Jalyn then told Frank Hassel that he deserved to die in the Middle East.
So that's why
Based?
I feel comfortable finally revealing the truth about these allegations. First of all, I'm sick, okay? I got COVID-19. So before I go out where I die, I have to get this out there. I have to get my truth, my story out to the public. So
I'm so excited.
if you don't know who Luhrix is, otherwise known as Lolicon Lerix.
True!
But by far the worst of the worst is absolutely held for the last episode.
Wait, she knows about this too. This is one of the videos we're gonna be going over. The Lolicon Lerix video.
Episodes. Even though they have full beach trip classic anime trope episodes, where, yeah, you get the classic lotion on back, bath scenes, the whole nine. But to get even more research, Sagiri forces Elf and Muramasa to play a fun, wholesome game of Twister in some very safe-for-work bikinis to get the most pristine inspiration for her artwork. Yeah, they haven't gotten any older, in case you were wondering. I was really hoping.
No wonder why Lurix went out of his way to watch the entire anime.
And eventually the girls start stripping Masamune to see what his...
Why would you keep watching it, you fucking...
looks like. I need a fucking shower after this.
FBI, open up!
Yeah,
Anyway, me and Luhrix, we go way back, okay? We are longtime, old-time friends, or frenemies, I should say. He is the Ethan Klein to my Trisha Paytas, although I would probably want to be compared to Ethan, because Trisha's the locale. So, to set the scene, at the time, Luhrix was kind of a small, up-and-coming commentary channel, and he was making videos on people like Tipster, H3H3, and he ended up getting some shout-outs from some pretty big creators like Keemstar, and Turkey Tom, and Nick Dior.
and yeah, and people that are against Lolicon, keep in mind.
You know, people like that, right? He was kind of getting involved in that scene, and it seemed like he was up next. He was the next big thing.
So, Lerix, the hottest YouTube commentary channel, according to every other
Yo, that's kind of gay.
commentator channel on the platform.
Which has kind of gone back up to that point by himself, which is probably better than what was going on back then. But it was well known that him and Tom were friends, and they would talk regularly. They would go on streams and stuff like that. And then one day, Luhrix just leaves, and no one really talks about him, and there's a few, you know, small commentary people that are like going at him, calling him a lolicon because he
Because he literally is.
I liked some of these like pictures of anime girls that look kind of sus, and
It's more than just kind of sus. Like, it's clearly Lolicon. Like, there's no getting around it.
while this tweet it made me fucking hilarious.
It's a cute girl. Just how if I see a cute baby, I would say it's a cute looking baby or a cute little girl.
What?
I don't think that there's anything to the lolly allegations against
I fundamentally disagree.
him. It's pretty ridiculous. I think the dude was just liking random shit and didn't realize how weird it was. And he just
No, I disagree. He was an adult.
leaves, and people started to wonder, is there something bigger to this? Is something going on that we don't know about? What did Luhrix do? Well, one day, Luhrix just calls me up, like out of nowhere. And he's just like, yo, how you been? She doing? And I'm just playing Minecraft. I'm in a cave looking for diamonds. And Luhrix is in that same cave looking for miners. We're just having a nice chill conversation. You know, I'm flexing my money to him and whatnot. And then he starts telling me some crazy shit that went down. And I am shocked. Okay, so he's basically talking about how, you know, he knows some shit
Why does he look so fucking sweaty in this clip?
about Turkey Tom that could ruin his career. And he tells me, don't tell anyone.
I'll just be sure not to carve my girlfriend's name into my chest.
Okay, can you?
I was there. I saw that when it went down.
That is, and she left. That is not. You got. That is not. You've. Jalyn should have not said that. That is not. That wasn't
Bro, look at how flustered he's getting.
me. Wait, don't get the wrong impression. That is. Wait, that was not. Wait. No, now it sounds like that's something that I did, and you just exposed.
Yeah, no, it's definitely not something that he did. Not at all.
Exposed me. That's not. That's someone else. Okay.
It's definitely somebody else.
This is not good.
Was it me? Was it the trans girl version of Lerix?
Dude, Jalyn knows too much too. Why does Jalyn know that?
He kind of made a mistake with that one, okay? He starts telling me that, like, Turkey Tom is gay and stuff, which, I mean, it's not really a surprise there. And then he's like
True.
saying, oh yeah, you know, me and Turkey Tom's girlfriend, when they'd broken up or something like that, you know, we had this thing. And she told me that when Tom and her broke up, Tom went crazy. Like, he went batshit insane. He carved her name into his chest. It was like threatening her with knives and shit. And I'm like, holy shit, that's like psychotic. That's fucking crazy. And after the call, I'm just like, I'm in a small commentary group chat, right? And they're talking about Tom. And I just can't, like, I have to say something. Like, eventually someone kind of gets it out of me. So I'm like, yeah, Luhrix told me this thing, by the way. And so it just becomes this meme. And people start, like, carving Kai into their little Turkey Tom plush dolls. So it
That's
becomes this,
so
like,
based. That's so fucking based.
weird, funny meme behind the scenes, right? And then Salvo Pancakes gets involved because he's doing this show and has Turkey Tom and me on the same show. So while I'm in there, I'm like, okay, you know what? I think this would be funny. So I'm changing my
We need discovery on the Luhrix to be sorted folder. This is true.
profile picture to
Like, I'm sorry, but if we're gonna fucking cancel Vosh over that shit, like, we're not gonna let it, you know, fly under the radar with Luhrix. Like, I'm sorry. But, like, the shit that he liked on Twitter publicly is just as fucking degenerate. Like,
the plush doll and LT Cobra.
Keep my name out of your mouth. I'll put my in your mouth, 18-year-old. How about that, you little freak?
hey, yo!
Yeah, you're 18. Yeah, chomp on my nuts.
Is getting involved too, you know, he's trolling, he's like sitting there like telling Tom, like, yo, take your shirt off, come on, show everyone. And so Salvo gets Tom to take his shirt off, and there's nothing there, there's no scars or anything. And so it kind of dies from there. And after the stream, I'm like, you know what, this is kind of public now, I'm just gonna post what I got said. And Luhrix messages me, like, he's upset, like he's worried, like he's like, yo,
Oh, he's upset. Poor baby.
you gotta delete this right now. And then he posts this like apology, being like, I'm so sorry, Tom. I'm so sorry that I got involved in your life or whatever. And I'm
Wait, let's read this. At Turkey Tom, so sorry for all the trouble I've caused you, man. Like, for real, I'ma just shut my ass up, cause I actually feel so bad, cause you're actually a cool guy. Wishing the best for you and your life. You're, with the wrong you're, obviously. Killing it with YouTube too. Space, exclamation point mark. Happy for you, and sorry again for just being a nuisance. And by being a nuisance, of course, he obviously means cucking him.
You're like, I'm so sorry, Tom. I'm so sorry that I got involved in your life or whatever. And I'm guessing from there that they rebuild some sort of bridge, maybe. I don't really know. But then it kind of dies down from there again. That is until Salvo Pancakes, ruined his entire career. Desperate for relevancy. Remembered this story that Luhrix had alluded to him before. And so Salvo comes to me asking, like, what exactly happened. So I just told him, like, what I basically just explained there. And then, of course, to, spice things up and to get the Sector, which is this, like, alt-right group of streamers or whatever, involved in this. And so their hook.
That wasn't the wrong your. Yes, it was.
Of course, is that Turkey Tom is.
He used your possessive. Okay, if we go back. Hold on. Fuck, I'm retarded. Okay. Fuck. I'm actually retarded. I'm actually. Oh, fuck. I realized why I'm spacing out. I didn't take my fucking Adderal, okay? Let me go. Oh, no! I'm retarded. I'm actually so retarded. Okay, I need to go take my Adderal. Thank you for the reminder. You always stream right as I'm ending my lunch break? Okay, I'm gonna go take my Adderal.
Streamers or whatever involved in this. And so their hook, of course, is that Turkey Tom is a cuck. He's a beta male who let his girl get cucked by Luhrix, which is fucking retarded. Okay, it's stupid. That is not at all what happened. At most, Kai cheated on him, and at best, it was they were broken up, and she was talking with Luhrix. As far as I know, that's all that happened. Now, personally, I didn't believe that Tom had carved his girlfriend's name in his chest because that's fucking psychotic. Okay, I may have my issues with Tom, but I'm not gonna be bad faith. Okay, I'm not gonna be Salvo Pancakes and spread some like stupid retarded narrative that I don't believe is true. In fact, I don't think Tom's the crazy person. I think it's Kai. Luhrix is in for it, to say the least, because once I had spread that initial tweet where Luhrix came to me and apologized, Kai messaged me, like, kind of upset. She was in this Discord server, and we got into VC. She was, like, really upset, really mad. And she was like, why are you saying this crazy stuff?
Okay, I'm gonna feel better now that I've taken my Adderall, okay? Who the hell is Luhrix? He's like this guy that got exposed for liking Lolicon tweets.
Stuff about Tom, like, carving stuff in his chest. That's, like, crazy. Like, why are you making that up? Are you just psychotic or whatever? And she's going off on me. I'm just like, I didn't make this up. I wouldn't spread something like that and just made up out of thin air. This is what Luhrix told me. And I'm showing her, like, here's the DMs. Like, clearly, Luhrix did tell me this. And then she's
taking your Adderall? Yeah, I just took it.
It's like, oh, well, Luhrix is a liar. And
the thing that reminded me, funnily enough, is the fact that when I'm not on my Adderall, I'm basically illiterate. I do this thing, right, where if somebody makes a grammar mistake when they write things, I'll make fun of them for, say, for instance, using the wrong your. The issue is when I'm not on my Adderall, I'm just as retarded as the people I'm making fun of, if not more retarded.
You're stupid for
So I incorrected him. He used the proper your, and I incorrected him.
Leaving him and stuff like that. And then it comes out that Kai and Tom had unfollowed each other on Instagram. And my
Loli stuff is sus as hell, but did he do anything else? No, but I think it's funny to make fun of him.
guess is they broke up with each other. Maybe it was because of this. Maybe it was because of stuff behind the scenes.
Okay, to be fair, he's talked shit about me before, so I don't care.
Either way, not really mine or anyone else's business, but knowing Tom, he's the type of guy that really wants to protect himself, really wants to protect his career. And the fact that this has spiraled into this, that this is kind of a small, tiny dent, that this is something, it's definitely something that Tom does not want in his life. This isn't drama that he really needs or wants or cares about. My guess is maybe he just got tired of this bullshit that was going on. So after that happened, I mean, people weren't really sure if they had broken up or what exactly was going on. However, a couple weeks ago on stream, Luhrix showed his DMs, and as you can see, he is in
Oh wow, a classic example of leaker Lerix showing his DMs once again. Who would have
the
guessed?
DMs with Kai, Turkey Tom's ex. Now, maybe they're just having conversations via.
Yep, they're just having platonic conversations. It couldn't possibly be anything else.
Maybe it's nothing serious. Well, then Luhrix leaks his DMs with Turkey Tom on stream.
Of course he does.
And Tom is saying here, glad she's all right. You're in for a real ride. And I'm guessing he says, so good luck. Now, I think it's pretty clear that he's talking about Kai there, and it seems to be implying that Kai and Luhrix are now together. And Tom is warning Luhrix, saying you're in for a ride, so good luck. So I think that this kind of supports my theory that the Kai may be slightly unhinged, slightly crazy. And if that is the case, if that is true,
No, I think Tom is the crazy one. I think he just likes getting cucked. I think that he went out of his way to make sure that he got cucked by being a cuck. I bet he was watching as Luhrix and his girlfriend were fucking. He was sitting in the cuck chair.
then I feel bad for spreading this in the first place, because it seems like this was a
I don't, because it's funny.
malicious lie that was spread to
No, it's funny.
taint Tom's reputation over something that wasn't even true.
But
that
it was
some psychotic
funny.
shit that his ex made up. I didn't know that at the time. Like I'm at the outs. I'm on the outs of the commentary community. And Lorix, this guy who'd made like 50 videos shitting on me, just calls me one day and he's telling me all this shit. Like I'm not gonna say nothing. Like, why would you expect me not to say something? Like that's some
Yeah, exactly. It's too funny to not talk about.
crazy ass shit. Like if Tom had heard that about me, he would say that. And
Tom is kind of cringe, but I don't care if he deserves this, but it's funny.
And he has said that. He has said some stuff in his videos that isn't.
Like, you have to keep in mind that, like, we're talking about commentary YouTubers, right? Like, they're not meant to be taken seriously, right? Like, you can shit on commentary people for dumb shit, right? Like, that's reasonable, right? They wouldn't be any more charitable than me, right? Like, let's not pretend like they would be any nicer or more charitable than me if I did the same shit, right? Like, they would make fun of me, and that's fine, right? Like, if I was as much of a cuck as Turkey Tom is, you better believe that they would be making fun of me, okay? So that's why I think it's fine to make fun of these people for dumb shit.
Necessarily public, or is it necessarily true, or are rumors? So he spread some stuff about me too. You know, he probably would have done the same thing if he had
Yeah, exactly.
heard that I was like carving people's names into my chest.
Yeah, exactly. Literally.
I mean, who wouldn't make fun of that? Who wouldn't? This is a commentary community.
Spoken like a true Vosh fan. No bad tactics, just bad targets. True.
That's fucking insane. You hear that about someone, you know, you're gonna say something. I never said that I believed it. I never said it was serious. It mainly just turned into a joke because like no one believed it.
Yeah, exactly. It's like a joke. It's literally just to make fun of people.
That's like psychotic. In conclusion, do I believe that Tom is a cock? No.
Yes.
Do I believe that Tom carved someone's name in his chest?
Yes.
No. Do I think
Yes.
he's the type of guy that would? That's kind of
Yes.
debatable. He
Yes.
might be. Do I think
The
that
answer is
Lorix
yes.
is a lolicon? No.
Yes.
No, I don't. Do I still
Yes, I do.
think Lorix sucks? Kinda. I do think he kinda sucks. Anyway, smash like and subscribe for more epic story times like this, okay? In the next one, I'll be talking about Keffels and all her secrets, because I know a lot. That's a joke. I don't. So he
Anyways, fair. I've never spoken, I've never been, too into commentary post iDubbbz. Yeah. Fuck. Okay, I need to wait for that Adderal to kick in, or else I will be illiterate. Sorry. Fuck. Okay. Anyways, you know what? Fuck. I'm just gonna go over some of the epic screenshots and whatnot that I've been sent. Okay. So, I was sent this shit on Discord. Okay. So, apparently, on January 23rd of 2022, Luhrix was 18 years old. So, here is him saying that he was 18 at basically the time that that he had these Twitter likes.
You from? Oh, good fucking question. My address is actually 773-785. What is your age? 18. Why do you look like a blonde Bryce Hall? Isn't Bryce Hall some like TikTok e-boy?
Yeah, you can see the date right there. So we know he's 18 at the time of liking this shit. So what epic images has Lolicon Lerix liked? Here's one of a child with some BDSM gear, liked by Luhrix. He also goes by Laraze. That's one of his names. Goddamn. Oh wait, this is just a Salvo Pancakes reply. Never mind. I'm sorry. Lol, sorry for baiting y'all, but YouTube is just as cancer as I remember with demonetization. Okay, so this is him quitting, I think. This is obviously a child. This is... I don't know why this would be in his likes. Kind of weird. This is also very strange, but okay. Whatever. Maybe he just likes the art, I guess. This is sus, but maybe it's the art style. I don't know. But there was one specifically that I saw that I could not look past. Okay? And it was, and close your eyes if you don't want to see this shit, okay? It was this one in his likes. This one combined with the other one where it's clearly a child with the BDSM gear, there's no excuse for this. This is literally a child with no shirt on in this very sexualized position. This is disgusting. This dude is a fucking degenerate. Like, you have to be a complete fucking freak to like something like this. And I refuse to believe that he accidentally had this in his liked tweets. He thought nobody would notice that he liked a sexualized depiction of a child. The disgusting fuck thinks that this is okay, and that this image of a child with BDSM gear is an okay thing. He is okay with all of this, which is interesting because in the commentary community, it seems to be the case that they all agree with me in terms of Lolicon being bad, which is great, right? I'm glad that they don't like Lolicon, right? But here's another image of a child, and again, some of these aren't explicitly sexual, right? But the fact that there are some that clearly and unambiguously are makes it very fucking obvious as to what his actual motives in terms of liking these things are. So if we actually, so when he says shit like this, okay, so you guys are just trolling. Any picture of a cute anime little girl is now sexualized in your guys' minds. Yeah, yes, Luhrix, you fucking idiot. This is a clearly sexualized fucking position. This is not okay. Why is this in your liked tweets? The only context in which it's okay to show this image is to say that this is fucking disgusting and that only a fucking freak would be into this shit. That is a child. And that is clearly sexual. There is clearly and unambiguously a sexual undertone to it. Sorry, I don't look at this shit sexually, weirdo fucks. It's a cute girl. Just how if I see a cute baby. Yeah, that makes you look so much better, Luhrix. Yeah, no, it's basically the same way I would see a cute baby. That makes you look worse, you fucking freak. It's a cute girl, just how if I see a cute baby, I would say it's a cute looking baby or a cute little girl. You weird. I can see why he would deactivate this. Dude, this guy's fucking nasty. Now one thing I want to cover is what I like to call the incest Lolicon Lerix video. He deleted it. I can't possibly imagine why. So let's get into that. Let's get into that.
In all of the anime and manga I've...
Yeah, so this is a video from his Laraze HD channel. You can tell it's him because it's his fucking voice. It's deleted for a reason. So let's find out why he would delete this.
In all of the anime and manga I've watched or read so far in my life, I've yet to experience one with such high highs and such low lows to the extent that I did when I watched Eromanga Sensei. This anime tackles some of the most interesting topics I've ever seen before, and
Interesting topics like what? Like what, Lerix? Incest and Lolicon? Your two favorite things?
yes, I know you're all looking at me crazy for that statement. What could an anime like this cover anything but surface level shit? But just trust me for now, I'll explain. However though, being the biggest complaint for the show, it's extremely hard to nearly impossible to look over the amount of sus shit like this.
Then why would you watch the entire thing, you fucking freak?
おちんちん大好きですけど。
大好き?
はい。私と同じくらいの年の
This character is 13, by the way.
女の子はみんなおちんちん大好きです。
Hey, yo, what the fuck?
The show involves incest to underage girls and just straight up borderline pedo type shit, dude.
This the show that Luhrix at no point thought, maybe I should stop watching this and not make this video. Maybe I would rather not watch this weird incest lolicon pedo shit instead of spending not only all this time watching the show, but going out of his way to take screenshots so he can put censored versions in his video. But then pretends to be grossed out by it.
Like, I really want to be charitable and generous to the author when I watch some
Yeah, of course you do, because you're a fucking disgusting freak.
of these scenes and give him the benefit of the doubt that he isn't
I wonder what Luhrix thinks of cuties. He would probably have the same opinion as Mr. Girl if it was Lolicon instead of real girls. But he would probably condemn it only for optics reasons.
some weird guy.
As opposed to somebody like me who would condemn it because I realized that it's fucking wrong.
Especially because I do know that Japan culture is way different from
Oh, guys, don't worry. Japan culture is way different, so it's okay. It's okay as long as the culture it comes from permits
the
pedophilia.
US, but even when I'm trying to overlook this shit, a scene like this pops up and I can't defend this motherfucker anymore.
Okay, then why would you keep watching it, you disgusting freak?
And it would be one thing if it was just pointless fan service, right? But sometimes it's literally just part of the plot, like how Sagiri needs to see these underage girls' panties to take her drawing to the next level for the illustration.
Keep in mind that he went out of his way to not only watch this entire show, but he went as far as to screen record it and put it into his editing software, and then so that he could censor it in the video. Now, for the sake of the video, I almost understand maybe if he were to be like, oh, okay, this show is fucking disgusting. Here are our censored versions of some scenes from the first episode. I couldn't get through the entire thing because this is literally pedo shit. But no, he goes out of his way to watch the entire thing. He goes out of his way to watch the entire show that he knows is pedo shit.
Of the next story, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Regardless though, I wanted to take a deep dive into how Eromanga Sensei had some of the biggest potential that I've seen so far.
It had the biggest potential, yeah. The fucking show full of incest and lolicon, the show that is literally designed for pedophiles like you, Luhrix, had so much potential. You know, maybe if they were just a little bit more subtle about the pedophilia aspect, maybe it would have done a little bit better.
But just get completely destroyed by the insane fan service that's impossible.
The fan service! You refer to incest and lolicon as fan service! That is the biggest fucking cope I have ever heard.
To overlook.
Send me your dick pics.
So first, Eromanga Sensei is a story about this dude who's 16 and his stepsister who's 13. Already a bad start. But this is Masamune and Sagiri. They become step-siblings after the death of Masamune's mom's death, and his dad ends up remarrying Sagiri's mom, who conveniently, she then goes to die on their honeymoon trip. Weird coincidence there, buddy. Both wives of his just disappeared and died. But after this tragic incident, Sigiri becomes a complete shut-in and locks herself into her room for a whole year without even opening the door to interact with anyone. Bro would literally rather starve to death than go out of her room to get some food herself. But I promise there is substance, and this isn't just—
I promise there's substance to the incest Lolicon pedo show. Oh no. Okay, look, I would understand, like, if you're in a community on YouTube where it's like people just don't give a shit or whatever, right? Like, it's like, well, whatever, it's weird, but like, okay, it's like a weird review. But you're in the commentary community. How has nobody picked up on this shit?
The incest romance between these two motherfuckers. Masamune is a light novel author who has a secret artist who he's been doing business with for years, but he's never interacted with them on a personal basis, let alone even knowing what they look like. Where, of course, this artist ended up being his stepsister, who goes by the alias of Sensei, which is extra weird because she mainly draws lewd, borderline porn shit, which I know is so goofy and silly to have a 13-year-old be interested in sexual shit. Right, guys? Right? What was this author thinking, dude?
No, Luhrix, it's not just goofy and silly, it's fucking pedo shit. And you went out of your way to watch the entire show, and then you went back to watch it a second time in order to screen record it to put censored versions of the clips into your dog shit video. Oh god.
This is the type of shit I mean when I say it's impossible to defend this show, and this is only the beginning. But
then why did you watch the entire thing? You fucking pedo!
But if you do strip away the weird, sus, romantic side to Masamune's relationship with Sigiri, which—
why would you show that?
I know, may be very hard, but when have you—
Yeah, I wonder why. Yeah, it's gonna be hard for like a normal person to detach it from that, because any normal person is gonna see this shit and be like, that is fucking disgusting. This show is clearly designed by and for pedophiles. And they wouldn't try to detach it. Oh, I wonder what the underlying artistic meaning is. I wonder what the underlying messages are. It's like, no, any normal person who watches this is gonna say, oh shit, this is fucking pedo shit. I'm not gonna fucking watch this.
Viewing it from strictly a platonic standpoint, there's so many—
A platonic standpoint? Yeah, don't worry guys, I'm just watching this incest lolicon show platonically, don't worry guys.
wholesome encounters between the two.
Yeah, the wholesome encounters! Yes, the wholesome platonic encounters in the incest pedo lolicon show.
That can't help to make you smile, and—
Yeah, no, the incest lolicon show can't help but to make me smile. And then he wonders why people call him Lolicon Lerix. The degenerate freak has no self-awareness.
Seeing Sigiri slowly come out of her shell and opening up to society after a tragic incident happened to her is just— call me cringe, but it's just so wholesome to watch.
It's just so wholesome.
What do you fucking get? And it's so frustrating too, because a lot of the great romance tropes are—
the great romance tropes between the 13 and 16-year-old children siblings. You fucking freak.
Done so well in this show that I've only seen a few other romance anime do this good, but—
Yeah, I wonder why you think that. You think that might say something about you, Luhrix? The fact that you have this cognitive dissonance where it's like, you know that it's wrong, but at the same time, you actually secretly kind of like it because you're a disgusting freak.
It's all tainted with the weird-ass sibling shit. Like, for example, some of the scenes are—
Oh, yeah, no, I would argue that the pedophile shit is actually worse than the step-sibling shit, if anything.
In episode 4, Masamune and Sigiri run into a conflict with each of them feeling like they're gonna get replaced by each other, and that in general, they aren't good enough to work with the other, with Sigiri not being confident in her art and Masamune with his writing. And this gets amplified when Elf comes into the picture. Yes, Elf is her name. But this is because Elf is a more successful author than Masamune, and she wanted to work with Eramaga-sensei for her new story. But Sigiri didn't know this, and when she noticed that he was spending a lot of time with this new person,
is she also underage?
She thought Elf was a new artist, so each of them grew insecure that they were going to work with someone else and ditch the other person. But eventually both shared their perspective on how they were feeling to make for this wholesome scene where they both tell each other how valuable and important they are in each other's life. And
yeah, wow, the 13-year-old and the 16-year-old. in their incestuous relationship, explaining the importance of and magic of love and friendship. Wow, such a wholesome scene.
Work, where they wouldn't choose anyone else instead. Which this is a big insecurity I'm sure most of the world eventually goes through at one
Okay, true, but like this is not the best place to be taught.
point in their life. Whether it's not being sure their work is good enough for the job they're working at,
Okay, felt that.
and being let off, or just even more generally, not being good enough for someone else who you value in high regard. So to see them come together like this to clear any built-up doubts is a great moment. And in episode 7, this gets topped with the duo facing a bigger conflict where they have to beat popular author Muramasa in a writing competition.
I love how seriously he's taking this. Why couldn't he just talk about a silent voice that's a legitimately heartfelt, sad, and wholesome story? Because he's a fucking pedophile freak.
Where the odds are greatly stacked against them, and Muramasa actually offers Masamune to just work under her instead of taking this big risk facing off against her. And he seemingly thinks about it a little bit in the moment and lets doubt seep into his mind that he probably will lose. But Sagiri makes his decision.
Why is he taking it so seriously? Like, literally anything other than just making fun of the show or laughing at it and saying it's fucking disgusting or being disgusted by it or laughing at people that talk about the show seriously. Anything other than that, I think is worth questioning, to say the very least.
Decision for him by interrupting, shouting how far they both come together and that they won't lose to her, giving Masamune the newfound confidence to turn her down and to get back working. And it's just so wholesome to see how dedicated each of them are to overcoming
Wow, it's this show about incest and lolicon, so wholesome.
whatever obstacle comes in the way, no matter how difficult it may be. And a smaller little scene, but just as good, is in episode 11, when before Masamune gets back from his trip, Sagiri is shown practicing how she's gonna welcome him. Now granted, this kind of gets ruined because they do flash like some panty shots, and yeah, it's
Then why would you keep watching it, you fucking freak?
yeah. But ignoring that, this is a base scene, okay? And it may seem like nothing, but we're talking about a Hall of Fame NEET here who didn't come out of her room for a year. So welcoming someone like this is it's a big step. And lastly, in episode 12, seeing Sagiri's progress.
Yeah, so he's watched at least 12 episodes of this. 12 fucking episodes. Not just one, not just two, not even just not 5, 12. 12 episodes of incest lolicon. He sat through all of it. Every fucking second of it.
And coming out of her shell, with her not only spending time and hanging out with her friends, but also with this last goodbye scene where she waves as Elf and Muramasa leaves, is depression curing. This is gold. But as you can see, there's some prime time. Man, it's so hard to talk about these things without sounding cringe. So as you can see, there's prime time wholesome moments throughout the story that remain untainted. But what
Remain untainted? That's physically impossible. It's a story about incest and lolicon. That's the opposite of untainted. That is the literal fucking opposite. Bruh, how many times do you gotta overlook that shit until you decide this is fucking gross, I'm leaving? Yeah, literally.
puts this story in such high regard, in my opinion, though, is the development between the dynamic of the two that takes place at the end of the story. Where in episode 11, we get a flashback of
Like, I only made it 3 episodes in No Game, No Life before I checked the fuck out because the lolly shit is disgusting. Yeah, how do you watch 12 episodes of incest lolicon? No normal person does this. Like, you have to be a fucking freak.
how Masamune started writing and how Sagiri started drawing. And this was because tragic events had happened to each of them at this time, with Masamune's mother dying and Sagiri's parents getting divorced. So each of them needed a way to escape or find a new meaning, in a sense, to life, something to save them. Where Masamune picked up writing, and one of his first fans was Sagiri, who would read his stories and comment, giving her thoughts, which went on for quite some time until the end of Masamune's first series. And to congratulate him, Sagiri drew this picture for him, giving him a sense of fulfillment he never had experienced before. There's someone out there who actually appreciates his work. Which leads to my favorite scene, where after some time passes, Masamune asks Sagiri if she likes drawing just in general, with her responding that she likes it because there's someone who gets happy with what she draws. And Masamune says the same thing when the question gets reversed to him, that he gets joy out of writing because there's someone out there who reads it and likes it. And understanding that aspect of life and being able to introspect that that much to realize
Yeah, the very introspective lolicon incest anime.
why exactly people do the things they do is so
Yeah, why did you make this video? That's what I want to know. I do question why people say the things they say and do the things they do. I want to know why you thought it was a good idea to watch the entirety of this anime, okay? All at least 12 episodes, okay? And then write this video script, record yourself reading the video script in Audacity or whatever the fuck, then taking that recording, finding clips of the Lolicon incest anime, editing the video, and then publishing it and making it public on YouTube for people to see. I don't know why he thought this was a good idea.
interesting and something I completely didn't expect a story like this to cover. So many people claim they do things for strictly themselves, but that's not the case.
Yeah, don't worry, guys. It's not the Lolicon incest anime teaches the value of selflessness. Don't worry, guys.
Usually always for others and the perception they want to give to others. And it's truly a hard question to answer on if you actually like or enjoy the things you do in life. Usually it's just
what things? Making a video that requires you to watch at least 12 episodes of a Lolicon incest anime? Like things like that. Do you enjoy that, Luhrix? Is that what you enjoy? Is your favorite thing, waking up in the morning to watch episode number 12 of your new favorite incest Lolicon anime for your epic new video on the Laraze HD YouTube channel?
the responses that you get for doing these things. Like, ask yourself right now, do you enjoy playing video games?
Yes, Luhrix, I love playing video games. It's my favorite. What I don't enjoy is watching 12 episodes of a Lolicon incest anime.
Sports or watching TV shows?
Which TV shows? Ones that are made for pedophiles? No, I don't enjoy that, because I'm not a fucking freak like you, Luhrix.
And it's actually hard to think about why you like doing these things. But
nah, I can look past one yikesy scene. Yeah. If it was just one yikesy scene, that would be, like, that would be something I could look past, right? Like, for instance, whenever I watch Star Wars Episode 5, The Empire Strikes Back, there's definitely a yikesy scene. Anyone who knows what I'm talking about knows what I'm talking about. Because it turns out, granted, Luke and Leia didn't know this, but they turned out to be siblings. But there was a kissing scene from before they knew they were siblings, and that's a yikesy scene. But you can look past that, right? That's just like one scene. But if the entire thing was just incest, I wouldn't watch the entire fucking thing. Oh, God.
see some honest commentary on this aspect of life, I think is so
Yeah, wow, such great commentary from the incest Lolicon anime.
important. Because to dig deeper on why you do the things you do is essential, and I think
yeah, it is essential. Why don't you start digging deeper and wondering why is it the case that you liked Lolicon tweets? Why is it the case that you spent hours and hours of your free time watching an anime about Lolicon and incest and then making a video about it? You have to ask yourself these things, Luhrix, because you sound like a fucking freak right now.
everyone should think about. And for Masamune and Sagiri in this case, it was the fulfillment.
Remember when someone asked that if someone had a similar situation / leak to Vosh that you don't think you'd be just as charitable? Well, now we know. Okay, but it's, look, I'm not doing this for moral reasons, okay? I'm not trying to morally grandstand. I just want to make fun of Luhrix. That's the whole point. Like, it's not that I give that much of a shit about the subject matter, but yeah, I just think it's funny. Now granted, I have condemned Vosh, but I just don't. Luhrix was 18. 18 is still an adult.
And validation they both got from each other's positive response to the stories and art that they made.
Also, keep in mind, this is not me claiming that Luhrix is like an evil person necessarily. I just think it's fucking weird and funny to laugh at, right? Like, I'm not gonna morally grandstand and be like, oh no, Luhrix is this evil pedophile that needs to go to jail. Granted, I'll call him a pedophile because it's funny, but like, don't take this as like me taking any of this seriously or morally grandstanding.
For each other. Because seeing someone else enjoy the thing that
Keep in mind that Luhrix agrees that Lolicon is pedophilia, and I don't think he's wrong necessarily, by the way. I just think it's interesting that he would do the thing that he has outright said is pedophilia. Now, my position on this, keep in mind, is that it's definitely bad, but the harm is overstated, right? I don't want you to take this the wrong way. I don't think that Luhrix's career should be ruined over this. I don't think that you should take it that way. Like, if you're a Luhrix fan and you're watching this, like, I don't expect you to stop watching Luhrix. I think you should make fun of him for it, right? Did Luhrix ever condemn flamenco? I have no idea. But I mean, flamenco is the greatest commentary YouTuber of all time. But, yeah, I agree with Fembro. Vosh only had 3 images in a folder. Luhrix made a whole ass fucking video about a Loli anime and had liked Loli images in the past. Like, it's way more than Vosh. Yeah, exactly.
they made filled the hole that both of them had in their life and allowed them to keep
The hole? What kind of hole, Luhrix?
on going. But, yeah, that's it for the good parts of
The good parts of the incest Lolicon anime.
the show, and I'm afraid this is the moment we've all been waiting for. The horrible shit that ruins this show. So,
That you watch the entirety of. Oh god, I don't want to fucking
as
show
I briefly
that.
touched on at the beginning of the video, fan service is one thing, where usually it's set aside from any plot points and just
Oh, don't worry, guys. If the Lolicon is not the main part of the plot, it's okay.
simply there to add
Oh.
in that horny appeal to draw in even more viewers.
Yeah,
And fan
okay.
service already isn't my thing, but an arrow
Yeah, no, it's definitely not his thing. Even though his liked tweets from the past beg to differ.
manga sensei, this is level 99 boss
Okay.
fan service, where it literally is ingrained in the plot and
And you watched the entire thing!
deadass the whole premise to a ridiculous amount of scenes, which, unlike normal fan service, makes it literally impossible to brush off and ignore. Like with Sagiri,
Then why, okay, if it's impossible to brush off and ignore, then you acknowledge the fact that you spent hours and hours of your life watching this Lolicon anime in which it is literally impossible to ignore the incest and Lolicon. That's like, I don't know, the main fucking focus of the Lolicon show, you fucking idiot!
being an artist who draws lewd shit as her job, working for Masamune is just
Oh,
from the
God.
start. Because literally the premise of the main character is a 13-year-old who draws lewd shit.
Then why did you watch it? Oh god, I can barely even get through this one video.
What is going on? And also the fact that she can only draw things she's seen in real life, leading to her getting the characters to show their panties. Like, bro, this is straight up
God.
plot points. This isn't even just fan service. But let's take a deep dive into this.
Okay, so if you acknowledge that it's plot points, why would you watch every single fucking episode of this? You fucking degenerate freak.
Starting at the first episode, when Sagiri forgets to turn off her live stream after she's done drawing, she starts to take off her clothes, of course.
God.
But, you know, at least it isn't as bad as
No.
some real life cases of this. But the scene was supposed to be a quirky way of getting Mas
No, I would argue it's worse. I would argue it's worse than a lot of real life cases. Because at least the real life cases aren't of minors! You fucking freak!
Mune and Sagiri to first interact with each other after a year of her shutting herself in her room.
Okay, so if the 13-year-old child is taking her clothes off in the first episode, don't you think, Luhrix, that maybe, just maybe, you would want to stop watching it if that's literally the first fucking plot point? You fucking freak. At no point he thought, maybe I shouldn't watch the incest Lolicon anime because it's gonna be full of shit like this. At no point did he ever sit and pause for a moment and think, maybe I don't want to watch this. Maybe this is actually not a good idea.
With Masamune watching the stream and rushing to pound on her door to warn her of the deadly sin she's about to commit on stream. But dude, there isn't a more clever way or a different way to go about writing this scenario. Like, this was so unnecessary.
Wow, it's almost like the whole point is that it's an incest Lolicon anime. Vosh might just be as much of a lolly freak, but there's less evidence to say this is the case than there is with Luhrix. Yeah, I feel like you have to do more digging when it comes to the Vosh stuff, or at least you did for a while. With Luhrix, it's so fucking straightforward. Like, he's watching animated CP on purpose. 12 episodes of it. I'm barely comfortable watching the censored stuff in Luhrix's video. I'm barely comfortable even fucking showing this shit. Because this is horrible. Even with the censored stuff, it's extremely painful and uncomfortable to watch. I cannot imagine sitting through 12 episodes. 12 entire episodes of this shit. Just sitting through all of that. God damn.
Since there was already a good
I can barely get through this. What is this? A 15-minute video? That's heavily censored?
good reason to cause this interaction written into the story, which was as Masamune was watching Sagiri's stream, he noticed that she was Aramanga Sensei, his artist, all along. So why write in an additional weird-ass scene of a
Wow, it's almost like the incest lolicon anime has weird scenes in it, and maybe that should be a sign, a telltale sign that tells you as the viewer to fucking click off and watch something else. Both are fucking disgusting. Oh yeah, that's not to downplay the Vosh situation. I think that absolutely he should be criticized for the shit that was on his PC. It's not more or less worse. It's sexual. Yeah, it's literally the sexualization of children. And like he went out of his way to watch 12 episodes. Why would he do this?
13-year-old about to
Vosh situation is magnitudes worse than Luhrix. I fundamentally disagreed. It was just covered more. The reason you say this is because nobody talked about the Luhrix stuff. The Luhrix stuff is arguably worse.
undress on stream, when you still got the same idea
Keep in mind that Luhrix is heavily censoring this, which I'm glad he did. But that means that he watched 12 episodes of the uncensored version, and I'm not even comfortable watching the censored version. The only reason I'm watching it is for the sake of this live stream.
across, where Masamune would still rush to his sister's room in shock and surprise that she was his artist all along. You don't need to add in the horny aspect here, dude. But as you're gonna tell, the question of just why will keep coming up with each
Yes, that does keep coming up. But it has less to do with why they put this in the anime. I know why. It's because they're fucking pedophiles, okay? It's because the anime was created, it was written, and it was animated by literal pedophiles, okay? That's the why in that regard. The why in regards to why Luhrix decided it was a good idea to watch the entire thing, to watch all of this animated CP, and then make a video about the animated CP that he's admitting to having watched the entirety of. All 12 episodes? That's what I want to know. Why did he think this was a good idea?
of these scenes. Like in episode 2, Sagiri's classmate Megumi comes to check on her because she isn't going to school, but dead ass, randomly mid-conversation, she just drops this.
おちんちん大好きですけど
大好き
はい私と同じくらいの年の
This is in the second episode. The second episode. And at no point during the first or second episode did he think, maybe I should click off and stop watching this incest lolicon and shit. Oh, God. If we include the zoophile shit, Vosh is just as bad, if not worse, than Luhrix. But based off of Loli alone, Luhrix is worse. Yeah, I agree. Because, like, the zoophilia shit is, like, more concrete when it comes to Vosh. I will say that the other thing that makes Vosh worse is that, he's older than Luhrix. I will say that, like, while it is true that Luhrix, I think, was 18 when he made this. I think he's, like, 19 or 20 now. Yeah, he... yeah. Ugh. Yikes. Yeah, I think he's 20 now. But it's still bad. But I don't think that if you're 18, like, yeah, it's not going to be as bad. You might not understand, like, the magnitude of how bad it is, but you're old enough to understand that, yeah, this is wrong. I don't think it's unforgivable, by the way. Like, I'm not saying that, like Luhrix deserves to have his life ruined over this. I want to make this clear. This is not, like, an attempt to ruin his career. I don't want people to take this the wrong way. I just think that he should be held accountable for this type of shit, for this degenerate shit, because he's gone on for way too long without addressing this shit, where it's fucking nasty. It's like, at no point does he address this video. At no point has he made a video responding to any of this because he wants to sweep it under the rug. That's why it's a problem. Is because he thinks that it's better if he just sweeps this shit under the rug rather than, you know, being like, oh, here's how I changed. Here's why this was wrong. Here's why I deleted this video. Nope, none of that. None of that.
女の子はみんなおちんちん大好きです
Yeah, and
Bruh, nah, that's not even an excuse. I knew Loli was fucking disgusting when I was 16. No, I agree. But like I think that the older you get, the worse it gets, right? Like, it's still really fucking bad. Like, even if you're 18 or even 17, like, you should know better, right? Like, if you're, like, when I was 16, I was disgusted by the idea of a 13 or a 12-year-old being sexualized, right? I would not have watched an anime like this, not even for the sake of a video. I would have been like, this is fucking disgusting. 16-year-old looking at 14-year-old cartoons. The character was 12 to 13. Okay, I think it would be more understandable if it was a 16-year-old, because a 16-year-old is still a minor, so they're not gonna fully understand why it's wrong, right? If they did, then you would also have to say that if they understand fully why pedophilia is wrong, then you would have to bite the bullet and say that the age of consent should be lowered, because at that point, if they're old enough to understand fully why it's wrong, then they wouldn't have an issue avoiding pedophiles, right? So I wouldn't want to go down that specific route. Like, I wouldn't expect a 16-year-old to fully grasp why it's wrong. I think that once you're 18, you should start to really get a grasp. I think once you're 17, you should start thinking about it, right? Thinking about, okay, here's why this stuff is wrong, right? I don't know. Maybe that's just my take. CSUM is CSUM. I don't think it matters if the consumer is a minor. It's bad on all fronts. Oh, no. I agree it's bad on all fronts. But what I'm saying is, like, in the case of, like, a minor consuming that kind of material, like, especially if it's animated, like, I wouldn't necessarily blame the minor for that. I would consider the minor in that situation to be more of a victim than a perpetrator, right? Like, I would consider them to be a victim, right? It's slightly more excusable. Yeah. Like, if a 15-year-old looks at Lolicon, like, I wouldn't consider them to be a pedo, because chances are they're just looking at depictions of characters that look the same age as they are, right? Like, that's like, I feel like that's justifiable, right? What's not justifiable is grown men looking at this shit and thinking it's okay. Or watching 12 fucking episodes of this shit.
And if you're looking for more context, not even the FBI can help you with that, pal. Just why? This is seriously the best way you can think as a writer to add in a quirky moment or scene. This is worse than Meliodas' little quirk of...
But then why did you watch the entire thing? You could have just watched 2 episodes and been like, yeah, don't watch this anime. This is fucking awful. I couldn't finish it. Because it's literally just pedo lolicon shit. I'm disgusted by what I saw, right? You don't need to watch the entire thing to condemn it.
Very normal behavior like this. And keep in mind, hey man, I know
so he's not unaware of this either.
Culture is different over there in Japan and all, but man, all I'm saying is I can't imagine writing a scene with 12-year-olds talking about dick without...
But you can imagine watching it and being okay enough with it that you continue watching 10 more fucking episodes.
Expecting a call from Chris Hansen.
Should have a seat over in that chair, please.
And even in the same conversation, just casually, Masamune drops this. Like, bro, are we just gonna act like that's normal dialogue?
No, we're not. But why would you watch this?
No one's gonna question that? Okay. And
is no one gonna question you?
Do I even have to try and think of a charitable, decent reason why there was a scene of Elf just chilling ass naked playing piano in episode
Again, keep in mind that Luhrix is the one censoring this. So he watched this, the uncensored version. I'm not even comfortable really showing the censored version, the pixelated version. In fact, I'm fucking disgusted even seeing this. The censored version. Luhrix watched the uncensored version of this before he added in the pixelation effect and thought, you know what? Yes, I think it would be a good idea for me to continue watching this.
Episode 3. And quick check again. Yeah, not any better, Chief. Like, giving
Oh god.
the author the best faith to why he wrote this. I mean,
why is he showing this? I refuse to show this. I refuse to show this. Even with the pixelation. This is fucked up.
all I could think of is that he wanted to show off.
He's showing another pixelated clip that is fucking disgusting. Holy fuck. Oh god.
Elf's.
Ugh.
Yeah, fuck it, bro, I got nothing. Skipping to the next episode, though, Sagiri says to Masamune that she can only draw things she's seen in real life, where Masamune thinks back to the type of shit she's drawn before, making him wonder of some very normal thoughts like this. And the anime decides to bring to
Okay, nope, we're not gonna show that.
life these thoughts with what feels like an illegal scene of her changing into some string
Then why would you keep watching it, you fucking freak?
panties. I'm gonna.
I don't even want to show the censored version on stream. I feel like you guys have already seen enough, of sussy shit. Where it's like, oh god.
Jump off my apartment building, bro. It's just disturbing. Like, just no reason for this to be in. But in episode 5, there's another changing
Nope, I am not showing that. That's fucking gross.
And Elf is showing her panties to Sagiri, but don't worry, guys. It's okay. It's not weird, I swear.
You're clearly okay enough with it to continue watching it. Bro, who is this made for? Literally no idea. I feel like he's almost a dog whistling to other pedophiles. That's what it feels like. It feels like he's like, yeah, this show is really disgusting. That after watching all 12 45-minute long episodes, I don't know how long they are. I'm assuming if it's a TV show, I would assume 45 minutes to an hour. He literally could have ended the video already. Yeah, literally. It's like he needs to describe in detail. Oh, yeah, here's all of the disgusting pedo shit in the show. It's so bad. I hated every second of it. I watched all 12 episodes, and you can too if you watch this anime that also has wholesome moments and this pedo shit. Look at the censored version of it. But I'm definitely. It's like who is this for? It's like it has to be made for nobody other than other fucking pedophiles that are into the same shit that fucking Lolicon Lerix is into.
Because Sagiri needs to see them to take her artistry skill to the next level.
Ayo!
Unironically, for research purposes. And as I said,
unironically for research purposes. So even he acknowledges that research purposes is not a fucking excuse for shit like this. So he thinks, okay, so it's not okay in terms of this being, quote, research purposes, but watching 12 episodes of a lolicon incest anime made for pedophiles, that's okay for research purposes, but not this. Okay.
Said before, this is just the plot in the story at the time, with Sagiri hitting a wall on drawing and needing new inspiration to take her drawings for Masamune.
I'm not even okay showing this scene. Like, it's like her tits are kind of hanging. Like, what the fuck?
To the next level, resulting in her seeking out bitches' panties. This is basically
Stop showing that scene. It's fucking gross.
the training arc of the show, but instead of spending time refining, honing your new abilities, you're just sexually harassing girls. Truly the Giga Chad path, young Padawan. Oh yeah, and you can't forget the random-ass naked bath scene of Megumi at the end of this episode. Like, why would you as an author write in a scene of
Why would you as a viewer keep watching it? You fucking freak.
a 12-year-old doing quite literally anything else when you can write in them
I'm not showing that.
taking a nice warm wash? very normal behavior. And in episode 6, when Megumi comes
Oh god.
over to continue the Sigma grind set of
No.
Sagiri, she just takes off her panties,
Nope.
just straight up. But by far, the worst of the worst is absolutely held for the last episodes. Even though they have full beach
Why did he get to the last episodes?
trip classic anime trope episodes where, yeah, you get the classic
No,
lotion on back,
stop.
bath scenes, the whole 9. But in episode 12, to get even more research, Sagiri forces
No.
Elf and Muramasa to play a fun, wholesome game of Twister in some very safe for work
Stop, please. Why are you still doing this?
bikinis to get the most pristine inspiration.
Put him in jail. Yeah, literally. Fuck me, dude. Lurix spent 4 hours and 48 minutes of his time watching this garbage. Yeah, you would think after the first 5 minutes you would fucking realize that, oh shit, I pressed the wrong fucking button. I am so sorry. Maybe don't fucking watch this shit. Again, keep in mind that everything you've seen is the censored version. And if you're a normal person, even that is fucking disturbing. I cannot imagine watching this uncensored and thinking, yep, this is fine. Let me continue watching this.
For her artwork. Like, man, I just can't. I can't imagine the motherfucker who'd write this. And
I can't imagine a motherfucker would watch this.
later on, Sagiri gets inspired to draw a porn manga for some reason. Don't ask the context. I don't
Yeah, don't ask the context of why Lurix is making this shit.
even want to explain. But she goes on to draw a few scenes, and of course, as you do, have your friends review it. And apparently, she draws the dick weird or wrong. And Masamune comments that it's not the way it's supposed to look, causing them to go on an expedition to find out what a dick looks like. Yeah, they haven't got any older, in case you were wondering. I was really hoping. And eventually,
Yeah, in case you were wondering, this is fucking disgusting. Why would you I'm fucking speechless.
the girls start stripping Masamune to see what his dick looks like.
And you didn't think, maybe I don't want to watch animated CP. Maybe, just maybe. Why couldn't he put a Gaussian blur on top of the mosaic blur? Fucking hell, dude. Yeah, it's almost like he's trying to make a video for fucking pedophiles. It's fucking nasty. Fuck me, dude. Like, oh god, maybe maybe I should have fucking edited it beforehand and added an additional Gaussian blur, because I agree that shit's not enough. There are some scenes in this video, despite being censored, I still feel really uncomfortable looking at that shit. I apologize for not adding Gaussian blur for you guys. I am so fucking sorry that you had to see the little amount of material that you saw. My condolences for your fucking eyes.
I need a fucking shower after this. And just like that, the anime ends. So, in conclusion, Eromanga Sensei is an anime with some of the biggest potential wasted.
Yeah, in conclusion, you're a fucking pedophile.
On absolutely the dumbest shit in the world.
Femyoz, what you don't understand is that Lolicon anime is an acquired taste. I don't think that Lurix had to put any effort into acquiring it, though. I think it's just what he's into.
With unique and captivating plot lines to wholesome encounters throughout the whole story. This could have been a 9 out of 10 anime, easily for me, if you strip away all this sus bullshit.
Yeah, so if you strip away the entire fucking anime, then it would be a 9 out of 10. If you strip away 99% of the plot points and 99% of the entire fucking story, then yeah, maybe it's not so bad. God damn.
The sibling romance and just pointless fan service scenes.
Fan service? No, it's Lolicon. Just call it what it is.
Like, come on, bro. So disappointed, but yeah. See
Yeah, you sound really disappointed there.
you guys next time.
Okay, this video, combined with the fact that he has the most disgusting ass liked tweets I have ever fucking seen, okay? The fact that he would go on to say, oh, it's not sexual, to say that this liked tweet of his, where she's literally arching her back, that is a child not wearing a shirt, with her back arched. This is he thinks this isn't sexual. This is his liked tweet. He liked this. But he's going to claim to be against Lolicon. He liked this image of a child next to a bunch of BDSM gear. In what world is this okay? In what fucking world is this not pedo shit? It's a bunny outfit, that shit's sexual? Yeah, literally. It's fucking gross. And nobody has called him out for this. Other than MrSEN, but nobody takes MrSEN seriously, so who cares, right? Because I guess MrSEN is like, I don't know, like he's got shit on for other stuff apparently. I don't know too much about him, but I've been DMing him, and say what you will about MrSEN, but shout out to MrSEN for sending me this evidence against him, as well as Robin, commentary orbiter person, for sending me more evidence. But MrSEN is the only person calling this fucker out, which is so disappointing. Why is it MrSEN versus Luhrix and everybody else, when Luhrix is the one liking Lolicon? People, regardless of how you might feel about MrSEN, you should be siding with him in this one specific instance. Okay? I'm not like a huge MrSEN supporter or whatever the fuck. I don't know anything about him really. But what I do know is that he is 100,000,000% in the right in terms of the Luhrix stuff. Sen's a groiper. Yeah. And that could be the case, but guess what? Regardless of whether or not he's a groiper or has bad political positions, I agree with him on one specific issue. And that is the fact that Luhrix is a fucking Lolicon enjoyer, okay? He is objectively correct about this, and he is right when he points out the fact, he rightfully points out the fact that there is a double standard in the commentary community. Why is it the case that the commentary people rightfully point out the fact that Lolicon shit is pedo shit, but they can't apply that same standard to Luhrix, who enjoys Lolicon? He literally watches Lolicon so much to the point where he watches fucking almost 5 hours of that shit for a video, for research purposes. Oh, Your Honor, you don't understand. I wasn't watching CP because I enjoyed it. It was for research purposes. I watched CP for 5 hours to make a YouTube video where I show the censored version and talk about how it's totally bad and I totally hated it the entire time. It's like, no bitch, you watched 5 hours of animated CP to make this video. You fucking freak. You are disgusting. You are a freak if you do that. You are a freak if you like sexualized drawings depicting underage people. That is disgusting. There is no world in which I can just look past that and say, no, that's fine. It's not that he didn't know that it was Lolicon. That was like the main defense of Vosh, by the way, where it was like, okay, this is really sus, but maybe he potentially interpreted it differently. But once I was presented with evidence that literally refutes that, of Vosh recognizing Loli for what it is in other circumstances where it's not nearly as obvious as what was on his computer, I immediately condemned the Vosh, and I was like, well, okay, there you go. He is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt now. Same thing goes for Luhrix. He acknowledges the fact that shit like that is Lolicon. There's no ambiguity to it. He knows it's a child. He knows it's the canonical age is 12 and 13. You can tell that it's a fucking child just by looking at it. He has all of that context, and he decided to watch, what did you say it was? 4 hours and 48 minutes. That's almost 5 hours of watching animated CP. And at no point thinking, maybe I should stop. Maybe I should turn this off or watch something else or review a different anime that doesn't have animated CP in it. That doesn't require me to watch 5 hours of this disgusting shit. If Adolf Hitler had evidence against Luhrix, I would still take it. Yeah, literally. Like, I'm sorry, but if Adolf Hitler condemns Lolicon, it doesn't suddenly magically become okay to watch animated CP just because Hitler also condemned it. Like, I don't care if like, MrSEN could be the most transphobic motherfucker on the planet, and I wouldn't care. I don't know what his political affiliation is. I don't know much about him. In fact, if anything, before this, I had vaguely heard of him, and I had like a slightly negative opinion of him. But I'm willing to set that aside for something like this, okay? If it means I get to shit on Luhrix for disgusting pedo shit, I am going to shit on Luhrix for disgusting pedo shit. I will. Me and that's the only instance in which me and people that disagree with me will unite, okay? Me, a trans woman, and all of the Nazi transphobes will unite against the pedophiles, okay? That's the one thing we'll agree upon, okay? Is that pedophiles are worse than anybody else, okay? That is the one point of agreement. That is the fixed point that we all agree upon, okay? Is that pedophilia is bad. You can't get mad at H3 for happily dabbing up with the Nazis. Well, that wasn't my point of contention. In fact, this is something that I criticized Keffels for doing, was making it a political thing. This was a point that Keffels made, trying to when she made her video on Ethan, which is why I criticized it and said it was one of the worst hit pieces I had ever seen. And then I did what she couldn't. I made way better criticisms of Ethan that weren't that. Because when you make it a political thing, you make your side look like pedophiles if you are on the losing side. Whereas what I was doing is I was adding nuance and saying, while it is true that it's not okay what Vosh had in his folder, and while it's true that he's a hypocrite, and B, shouldn't have had any of that shit in his folder, that doesn't immediately absolve Ethan Klein of all the dumb shit that he was saying. Either way, I don't think that we should just let people like Luhrix and his orbiters sweep this shit under the rug, okay? The only good thing that Lolicon Lerix has ever done is cucking Turkey Tom. That's it. That's the only good thing he's ever done. So we're not gonna, you know, be like, oh, based Luhrix, let's look past all the Loli shit after seeing clear and unambiguous evidence that that's what he's into. It's an election year, guys, so Vosh cannot be morally impugned. Yeah, literally. Oh, guys, you know, I would morally impugn Vosh, but it's like an election year. We don't want Joe Biden to lose. Joe Biden might lose if we give valid criticism against Vosh for the disgusting shit he had in his folder. Yeah, anyways, ugh. God damn. Name an anime with no sussy scenes. There's a difference between having sussy scenes and an entire anime being based on incest and lolicon. There is a difference. If there was an anime where it's like there's a few sussy scenes, but that's not like the main point, that would be fine. You can review that and point it out and be like, I didn't like that very much. And you know what? I would be like, okay, Luhrix W, okay? If that was what he was doing. But that's not what he was doing. It wasn't just one or two bad scenes, okay? It was the whole fucking anime. It wasn't just a few sussy scenes. The entire anime was built around incest and lolicon. That was the entire plot. And he acknowledges this. You want to know why I know it's the entire plot? Because he himself said it was the entire thing. And he watched almost 5 fucking hours of that shit. Because from what I understand, as somebody in chat points out, is it was 4 hours and 48 minutes of him watching it. So apparently it's a total of 4 hours and 48 minutes of him watching lolicon. You don't get to use the excuse of, oh, well, I was doing it for research purposes. You don't have to do that. You don't have to do 5 hours of research. You don't have to watch lolicon for 5 hours to know that, okay, well, this is the canonical age because it's been mentioned in the first fucking episode. Oh, this is fucking disgusting because you can tell just by watching the first episode. If you wanted to watch the first episode or whatever the fuck and make a video, or even the first 2 episodes, I would be like, fine, whatever. You know, but once you watch almost 5 hours, 5 hours of non-stop lolicon, that he acknowledges is impossible to look past. There's no excuse. That would be like if somebody downloaded CP and was like, well, you see, Your Honor, while it is true that I downloaded 5 hours of literal CP, it's okay because I was gonna censor it and put it in a video and say, you see, it's actually bad that people would have CP. I can't believe they would do this. What the heck were they thinking? That's so silly, you know? But I do think that at the same time, like, you know, like, if you ignore all of the CP in these clips, like, I do think that they make some, like, good moral points, you know? I think that, like, this is, like, a broader statement about... It's like, no, bitch, you watched 5 hours of CP. There's no excuse. Except in this case, it's like, oh, okay, it's animated CP. Oh, big fucking... Well, okay. It's still bad that you would watch 5 hours of that shit. That's not fucking sussy scene. Lol, it's not played off as fan service or perverted. Yeah, literally, it's more than just sussy. It's... Oh, God. Like, if you acknowledge that that what was in Vosh's folder was more than just sussy, which I agree with you on, by the way, then you have to acknowledge that this is more than just sussy as well, right? If you're going to condemn Vosh, you have to condemn Luhrix. It's logically impossible to condemn one but not the other. Either all of it's okay or none of it's okay. You don't get to give Luhrix this plausible deniability, but not Vosh. Again, this is not to say that I think that Luhrix or Vosh even deserve to have their careers ruined. I believe that they deserve second chances. People can change. People can go from indulging in this fucking degeneracy to not indulging in it. That's possible, right? If Luhrix decides, okay, I'll apologize for this. You know, look, I'm sorry for doing this shit. You know, I'm gonna get therapy so that I'm not we're fucking looking up this shit, liking this shit on Twitter, and enjoying this shit. Like, I feel like if he gets therapy, which is the best thing you can do, right? Like, I don't, like, if you have this disgusting attraction, which Luhrix obviously does, like, let's not pretend like there's not a correlation between somebody who watches drawn CP versus somebody who would watch actual CP. Like, obviously somebody that watches the drawn version is more likely to watch the real version. Like, let's not fucking kid ourselves, right? The best thing you can do in that situation is obviously get therapy. Like, I don't think that Luhrix has to fucking kill himself or whatever because he has this negative predisposition or whatever. I just want him to get fucking help because this shit can't go unchecked, right? Like, if he doesn't address this shit, like, I don't want a child to get harmed, right? Like, I don't want him to hurt a child, right? That's all I want. I don't think he needs to jump off a cliff. I don't think he needs to end his life. I don't think his career needs to be over. I just think that he needs to hold himself accountable for this shit and get therapy and acknowledge that this shit isn't okay. That's all he needs to do is apologize, acknowledge that this shit isn't okay, that he was basically downplaying the incest Lolicon anime, treating it like it was a fucking joke when it's fucking disgusting, right? And then acting all surprised when people call him Lolicon Lerix and make fun of him, which is the reasonable thing to do, is make fun of him. Again, I don't want his career to be ruined, okay? So if anybody is watching this and they're trying to, like, ruin his entire career over this, here is why Luhrix's channel should be terminated. He's gonna groom minors and shit. It's like, okay, no. We're not gonna try and deplatform him, okay? We're not about that over here, okay? We're not trying to get his channel taken down. We're not trying to ruin his career, okay? What I am about, however, is holding people accountable for the dumb shit they say and do, okay? I am in favor of that. And I think it is more than reasonable to expect that somebody like Luhrix, who is in the commentary spaces, addresses this type of shit. That's all I want, is him to take personal responsibility for the disgusting, degenerate shit that he is engaged with. And if you agree with me, let me know by smashing like. I know that there are some of you watching this that haven't smashed like. You know, whenever there's more concurrent viewers than likes, I can tell. I can tell. I see you through the computer screen. You think this is parasocial. No. You're not just watching me. No. I'm watching you. That's right. Yeah, anyways, yeah, this anime is on anime streaming platforms, which is fucking disgusting. The only reason that I feel like if you're gonna make a video about the anime, that's fine. But here's what I would do if I was making a video about this in Lerix's position. Hey guys, so some people recommended me this anime. I wasn't sure what it was about, and I watched one episode, and I was fucking disgusted with what I saw. It's just blatantly promoting pedophilia. There's just a shit ton of incest and Lolicon, and it's not just like a few sussy scenes. Like, the entire plot is incest and Lolicon, and you can tell just by watching the first episode. Here's what I saw. It's fucking disgusting. I wish I could unsee it. And here's the worst part, is this is on these streaming websites. We need to be holding these streaming websites accountable for allowing this pedo shit to run rampant. And if that was his video, I would not only be indifferent to it, but I would actually endorse it and say, you know what? No, MrSEN, you're wrong. This is actually based. This is actually him denouncing it. But that's not what the video was. The video was not him doing that, because he actually doesn't have a problem with shit like this. He doesn't actually want this problem to be addressed or mitigated in any meaningful capacity, because he's actually not in opposition to this. Even if, look, and that's the thing, is it's fine to be agnostic or to, like, not care or whatever the fuck. But don't go on to make a video about it if you don't care, right? It's clear. It's so obvious that he watches this because he finds some sort of enjoyment, right? It's not a stretch. Because not only does he watch 5 hours of a Lolicon incest anime, but there is literally Lolicon in his liked tweets in multiple separate occasions where it's clearly a child and it's clearly sexual. So there's no excuses. It's not just one video, and it's not just one Twitter or two Twitter likes. It is the combination of these factors that recontextualizes everything. Not gonna lie, when I see degen shit like this, I just say it's gross and move on. If you give this content attention, you're bringing more eyes on it. Yeah, but the point of this is not to I don't really like, the point of this is mainly just to make fun of Luhrix. I think that's like the main function of this is to shit on Luhrix. Because I know he doesn't like me, so that makes me dislike him as well. Yeah, he's talked shit about me in the past. I think he probably A-logs me. So I feel like, well, how else are you gonna call it out? Yeah, literally. Like, the main issue I have is that there's, like, clearly a double standard. It's like, people call out flamenco, which is fine, right? Like, but then in the community of people that call flamenco a pedophile, rightfully so, they're not willing to do the same thing for Luhrix. Now, something you might notice is that when it comes to how I handle stuff like this, how I handle anything, the way I approach people or subject material rhetorically, you may or may not notice that I have a tendency to match the energy of whoever I'm covering a lot of the time. Not always. There are times where I will go in direct opposition, right? So take my recent way of covering poly people. I actually took the opposite of her approach, because I believe that being good faith in juxtaposed to her being bad faith makes her look worse, if anything. Not to mention the fact that I think that there is validity in acting and value in acting in good faith, but I have a general tendency to engage with the opposition the way they would engage with others, right? So you might notice that in my coverage of Hasan, I sound a little bit more preachy than usual. Not because I like morally grandstanding, but because this is the way that Hasan would frame it, right? The way I framed it in that stream was very similar to the way that Hasan would frame something. You claim to care about the working class, yet at the same time, and then it's like, it's framing it in terms of, and this is rhetorically effective, by the way. Whereas if I'm covering this shit, we're talking about a commentary person. They're all rightfully disgusted by lolly shit, right? So that's how I'm going to frame it, right? Is in a disaffected, wow, you're a fucking degenerate, Lamau, what a fucking loser type of way. You're a fucking freak, right? That's how I'm going to frame it, right? Because that is the type of rhetoric and language that resonates with commentary people, right? That's sort of the point. Is you want to engage the way that they would engage a lot of the time. Not always necessarily, but a lot of the time I think that it serves utility to do this, right? And this is why I make it clear, right, that this is not me trying to end Lyrix's career, okay? I don't have the power to do that, first of all, and even if I did, I wouldn't want to do that. So I want to clarify that if for whatever reason this, like, gains traction after the fact, it's not, like, gaining, like, a shit ton of traction right now or anything, but let's say that, like, a larger content creator finds this and they decide they want to make a video about this. Like, I don't want this to be used to try and end his career or whatever the fuck. I just think he should be made fun of. He should be held accountable for the shit he's done, for the shit he's engaged with, and then people move on after criticizing him, and how the whole world works, right? I was pressing him on why he defended Vosh and all the other people who got caught with Loli. Wait, who? Guilty as charged? Yeah, like, I would say that Lyrix is about as guilty of being into Lolicon as you can be. Like, I don't know, like, what other circumstantial evidence do you need? Him saying, hello, my name is Lyrix and I love to jerk off to Lolicon? Like, is that what you need? Is that your standard of evidence? Because if so, that's fucking ridiculous. Like, he doesn't have to literally say that he jerks off the Lolicon for us to reasonably conclude that that's the case. I think he is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of it, at the very least, engaging with that in a way that is clearly problematic. In a way that's fucking disgusting. IDK, why that message didn't send? What message? But that's the thing, is like, is people shit on Loli, which is fine. I don't have a problem with shitting on Loli. I think it's actually quite entertaining. But you shouldn't have a double standard. You shouldn't be like, oh yeah, Vosh's folder is problematic, but it's okay for Lyrix to watch 5 hours of incest and Lolicon for research purposes, right? Like, let's not be ridiculous here. Look, I'll be charitable to people that support Lyrix and prop him up as some sort of, like, up-and-coming commentary person, and assume that maybe they just don't know about this shit, right? Like, I could understand maybe not being aware, and maybe you hear, oh, he's into Lolicon, but you don't take it seriously, right? Giving him the benefit of the doubt, that's fine. But at the same time, like, we should be holding him accountable when people are willing to label others in this community as pedos for way fucking less. Way less. Like, let's not pretend like that's not the case. Right? Luhrix has dedicated entire videos about Jalyn and Tipster for way fucking less. Way fucking less. And you can talk about these things, and that's fine. But, like, if we watch, I don't know, for instance, Lyrix's epic YouTube video about flamenco TV called, I don't know, this YouTuber is a complete joke. Let's see why he's a joke. Because I probably agree. Now, I do need to go to the bathroom, so I will be pulling Hasan. So while I pull a Hasan Piker, I guess it's best that you find out why he thinks that other lolicons are a joke, but not himself.
Dude, you know what's actually real shit about flamenco though? It's like, I feel like this is the same thing with everyone though. It's like, dude, if they can just like if they can just acknowledge their L's, like if people can just acknowledge their L's and acknowledge when they've been cringe, there's like no way that you can fail. It's like, dude.
Wow, who does that fucking, who could that possibly apply to? I can't possibly fucking imagine. Sorry, I'm gonna pull Hasan now.
You've done cringe, I've done fucking cringe shit. But it's just like acknowledging that like, yeah, that was bad. But then just like moving on. You know what I mean? But it's like, I feel like it's continuous mistakes and constantly making like a fucking ass of yourself and never acknowledging like your faults is what makes people fucking like.
Yeah, I agree. Like you have a lot of like moments that are like worthy of making fun of, but like you're owning it and moving on and stuff, and that is why like no one can like really shit on you like that hard at the end of the day. Maybe for the individual things, but not like you and how you handle it in general.
I feel like some of these motherfuckers dwell on it and like never let it go.
And that is the story of today, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be talking about this YouTuber called Flamenco TV, which you may or may not know. But essentially, the important details is that they're a lol cow. They constantly make a joke of themselves time and time again, making the same mistakes and never able to take their own L's, which because of that, they can never move on and grow as a person. And keep in mind, this person is 34 fucking years old. He alleged someone of committing a crime where the only evidence he had was some random hearsay of a random fucking Twitter follower with no following or backing or any previous knowledge about whatsoever. So he just took some random fucking person's word as a fact to accuse someone else of something as big as fucking committing a crime. So yeah, this guy is a complete dipshit. And when this all happened about a year ago, he got confronted about this, and he unironically said as a defense that allegations are evidence. And yes, I know legally, testimony, it can be seen as evidence. Like in the case with like Bill Cosby, with like 20 girls coming out, all accusing him of the same thing, and they can all prove a connection to Bill Cosby in one way or another. And because Bill Cosby didn't have an alibi against a lot of these women, he was f***ed in that case. So in that case, yes, testimony can be proved as evidence. But there's
Okay, so this is not to say that Luhrix is even close to being as bad as flamenco, by the way. I want to make this clear, right? Like he's not flamenco. I just need to clarify that specific point, right? But I think that the fact that he is not self-aware enough to realize that, oh shit, you know, he is somebody that has engaged in Lolicon so many fucking times. It was in his liked tweets. He made an entire video where he basically admitted to watching 5 hours of Lolicon for research purposes, right? Which is bullshit. And at no point has he ever acknowledged this, or really, he's never made a video apologizing for it or owning up to this shit. He, as far as I'm aware, he's either completely ignored it, or completely downplayed it, I guess you could say. Now, the one thing I do agree with is it is good to move on eventually, right? Repeating the same mistakes over and over again, bad. Don't do that. That is bad, obviously. No fucking shit, right? Why is the word fire banned? What? Oh, burned? What? I tried to say it like 4 times? Huh? That's weird. I don't know why that would be the case. I don't have any banned words, so maybe YouTube? Yeah, E. Martinez says it in chat, burned. I have no idea. Anyways, where was I going with this? Weird. Like what Vosh did to Extreme Dad. I don't know much about the Extreme Dad stuff. I saw Willie Mac show's video, and from what I understand, I think Vosh was probably in the wrong there for having insufficient evidence. It's literally doing it? What? I'm so confused. Anyways, where was I going with this? Anyways, yeah, sorry, fuck, I guess my Adderal isn't working to its fullest extent today. I'm just really fucking autistic today. Extreme Dad stuff was insane. Yeah, look, here's the thing. I think Luhrix can grow and change as a person, but yeah, I don't know. I think it's weird. If I'm gonna be completely honest, I'm guessing he hasn't actually stopped watching lolly shit. He's just better at hiding it now. That's my guess, if I'm gonna be completely honest. I'm not gonna say definitively that must definitively be the case, but, you know.
There's a huge distinctual difference between that and some random fucking Twitter user alleging someone of committing a crime, where you can't even prove the connection of this Twitter user to the person. So there's a huge difference, and it's absolutely not bulletproof evidence, and the problem is this
Tipster burned the bridge with me? Wait, why did he burn the bridge? What the fuck? Tipster? What did he burn the bridge over? That's some bullshit. You were like his #1 defender. Fembro, why would he do that to you? What the fuck? I thought... Oh, dear. Was it because you were criticizing Keffels? Mommy Keffels? Because I was pressing him on his stupid-ass defense of Vosh? Damn. That's some bullshit. I thought Tipster was a good dude. I thought Tipster was dumb but good faith. But if he burns a bridge over this... I mean, this is tantamount to fucking Xander Hall burning the bridge with Keffels over shoe on head drama from a year ago. Oh shit, oh shit. Yeah, literally. I don't have the soundboard because I actually don't have to spam the same 5 sound effects over and over again to keep my audience engaged, thankfully. Instead, I actually say words and things that are of some amount of substance, right? But, yeah, I don't know.
Flamenco guy alleged this as if it was a fact.
Xan was involved with this Extreme Dad saga. I'm not too familiar with the Extreme Dad stuff. I like the soundboard. Y'all hating. I cannot fucking stand it. I'm sorry. I fucking hate it. It pisses me off so much. I get fucking angry, okay? Maybe this is a dumb thing for me to get angry about, but I'm sorry, but if you dedicate, like, if like every 5 minutes you dedicate 30 seconds of that to playing the "You are coping and seething," if you play that for 30 seconds at a time, every 5 minutes, that's fucking annoying. Just no, you're not adding anything. That's the best part. No, it's the worst part. It's annoying. I hate it.
Fact. So he accused someone as if this information was a fact when it wasn't at all. And I confronted him recently on stream about this and had a debate with him on it, where even a year later after this happened, he continued to double down on his claim that allegations are evidence. Even though...
Which is obviously retarded.
Oh, it's just some random fucking Twitter user accusing this person. So take a look.
But Aiden got you to say publicly that allegations are evidence. And that's the most
yeah, they are. They're
retarded
not necessarily the strongest form of evidence, but they are a form of evidence. I think that, like, if
you want to...
I mean, like, I guess this is like a semantics thing. Like, technically, it is a form of evidence, but it's not conclusive evidence, right? It's really weak evidence, right? It's evidence, but not in of itself, right? It's like like the same way that circumstantial evidence can be used as evidence, but it's not like the circumstances in of themselves don't mean everything. Like, that's not the end all be all, right? Like, obviously.
No. Play semantics, but it's not bulletproof.
I think if like
I also said he should distance himself from Keffels because she threw him under the bus. Under the bridge over Vosh stuff. Yeah. Like, she donated to Nick Diorio, basically memeing on Tipster, and had a private convo with Nick about Tip. Yeah, I think that Keffels is definitely more malicious than Tipster, but if Tipster burned the bridge with you over this shit, like, I'm starting to agree with commentary people. Fuck, maybe they were right about him. Fuck, maybe I should have listened to commentary people. Because I remember I was in a VC with fucking what's-his-face, Tommy C. I was talking to Tommy C privately, and I don't remember why it came up, but I think one of us mentioned Vosh and or Xander Hall, and I think he actually brought up the Extreme Dad stuff, but it was like a side tangent, and I was like, well, I don't know anything about that. I would have to look more into it, and he's like, okay, fair enough. Like, obviously, like, you don't have to, like, take my word for it. But fuck, maybe I should have listened to the commentary people more. Maybe I should have asked Tommy C to send me receipts regarding the Extreme Dad situation. Because holy fuck, the people I've looked up to are like not good people a lot of the time. Which, I mean, fair enough. I guess I have to replace. I have to replace these people. I have to become the not shitty version of them. I hate Tipster for making me agree with them. Yeah, like, it's like, why am I agreeing with commentary people? Like, what the fuck? I hate that they're right. I don't want to agree with them. They all hate me. They're mean to me. I don't want to agree. No, but like in all seriousness, like do what Destiny did and just build a community from the ground up, like avoid orbiting. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Hell, I mean, that's to an extent what Vosh ended up doing. He did a Fortress arc, which I think was very smart. So that's what I'm gonna end up doing, is building a community from the ground up, which obviously takes the longest amount of time, but it's the most stable, right? Like if I were to rely on Vosh or Destiny or Hasan or Nicholas Diorio or iDubbbz or anybody for that matter, in terms of my community, my audience, etc., I would be fucked. I mean, hell, like, that's the thing is, the reason that the Vosh stuff hurt me a lot was not even because I built my channel off of him, because I was smart, like, even when I was a fan of him, like, I was smart enough to know, like, I don't want to build my entire personality off of him, right? Like, even before I made, you know, the videos or streams where I started to condemn Vosh after finding out more and more evidence, like before then, when I was a huge fan of Vosh, like a lot of my audience didn't like Vosh. They were like, you're chill, but I don't like Vosh because he comes across as like a complete asshole, or, you know, I like you because you're entertaining, but Vosh is fucking boring, right? Like, and I've heard people say that. So it's obvious that like the best thing you can do is build a community from the ground up. They don't have to be fans of a content creator to like you, and vice versa. IDK, Vosh took a lot of Destiny's community. That's where it started, but he eventually turned it into something, like, in terms of how he grew from there, like, that's like his starting point. But I think that, and he got kind of lucky there, because Destiny's audience was so diverse that he was able to do that. Whereas, like, that's the thing, is a lot of Vosh's audience is more... there's some level of, like, there are differing opinions and outlooks, but they're more aligned with him, I guess, on average, right? Whereas like people that watch Destiny's content, sometimes it can range anywhere from communists to people like me / people that would also watch Vosh, to people that are conservative, to people that are centrist, etc. Right? He has like this huge wide range. Whereas Vosh is more specific in that regard. Now, in terms of where I am politically, I'm pretty similar to Vosh in like a political sense. So I have been able to somewhat not take advantage, because it's not like a situation that I ever looked forward to or wanted to have happen. But I have seen some former Vosh supporters and people that supported Vosh going into watching my stream VODs or streams coming out with the conclusion that is similar to what I believe, because I also used to support Vosh. So they go through the same thought process that I went through, and they start watching my content instead, right? They watch me whenever I stream instead of watching Vosh, right? Not always necessarily, right? It depends on what I'm covering and whatnot, right? But I've heard people tell me, you know, do your own thing. You are entertaining. I enjoy watching you, Femyoz. I think that you doing your own thing is the best thing you can do. And what that tells me is that I have already done something right. The fact that my audience is not saying that they're not shitting on me for shitting on Vosh, basically, right? That tells me everything I need to know. Now, there are outsiders that might come to my streams, right? Like whenever I shit on Ethan Klein or Hasan, even my videos or past live streams have gotten dislike bombed, right? My most recent stream about Hasan has more dislikes than likes, I believe. And that's okay. Like, you're gonna end up with that. Like the people that watch the streams after the fact are less likely to be charitable to me than the types of people that watch me live. I usually get a better reception live than I do after the fact. And that's normal, right? The amount of people that are like a dedicated audience to me, to the point where they watch me live, especially people that do this consistently, are the most valuable viewers. You guys that are watching this right now are the most valuable, right? Because you know, you're the first there, right? You're watching it as it's going down. You're specifically taking time out of your day to watch me stream. Not to say that other viewers aren't valuable, by the way. I know that there's some of you watching this right now as a VOD. You guys matter too, right? And you might literally not have the time to watch me while I'm live, and that's okay. Spinling says hi. Hello, Spinling. Hope you're doing well. It's okay to take advantage of giant downfalls. He's rich and has had a long moment of fame. We need fresh air in the space. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's the thing is, like, there's like a void where Vosh has stood, right? There are going to be a lot of people that were Vosh fans that see what happened that are like, I can't look past this, right? But they don't necessarily know who to watch in place of Vosh. And I think that's why all of my streams about Vosh specifically have done so well, because I have a lot of similar talking points to him. I have a lot of similar political views, and generally I have a personality that people in those types of spaces are generally attracted to or enjoy, right? So in a sense, because we're dealing with somebody who is going to have a portion of his audience looking for a replacement streamer, I can become that replacement streamer for them, right? That's why that it does so well. It's not because it's a trending topic, right? Hell, I talked about the San stuff as it was going down, and it got more towards like more along the lines of like a normal amount of concurrence, right? But again, there's a reason for that. You're edgy like Vosh without the creepy past? Yeah, exactly. Like, I can make edgy jokes, right? I'm not somebody that's gonna morally grandstand over somebody saying the N-word 5 years ago, right? Like, I'm willing to you know, I have a little bit of edge, right? And there's nothing wrong with that. What do you disagree with Vosh? I disagree with the way he handled the folder situation. Black Lives Matter, this is true. You're not a copy of him, but you can grab his audience. Exactly. Femyoz has a checkered past, but it's not as bad as Vosh, just kind of spurky stuff. Yeah, well, and that's the thing is, like, with me, I can rely on the fact that, like, okay, like, here's the thing, right? I would, like, when it comes to the Vosh stuff, like, I'm willing to look past, like, old clips or whatever of him saying dumb debate bro shit. I'm not willing to look past the folder shit. I think a lot of people are in the same boat as me there. Like, that's the thing is there's nothing beyond me spurging out every once in a while, right? And it's like, whatever. People can chalk it up to whatever. Me being stupid, me being off my antidepressants, me being autistic as shit, whatever, right? It's more it's more indicative of a lack of self-awareness that I had in the past than anything else. And I can chalk it up to that, and there's not really a counter argument there, right? I at no point, for the most part, have I acted maliciously, right? There have been a few times where I guess the seams have cracked a little bit, and I have done things that I think are morally reprehensible by my own standards, right? Again, leaking somebody's face that one time, not okay. But that's the thing is, like, I can acknowledge everything I've done wrong on the internet, right? I can look back and point to things that I think are fucked up that I did, and I can say, yeah, that was fucked up. I would criticize another content creator that I dislike if they did this as well. This is like, you shouldn't leak somebody's face just because they nuked your Discord server. Under what circumstances is that okay, right? And that's the thing, right? You learn, you apologize, you move on. But that's not what Vosh has done. Vosh has not learned or apologized. He justifies it instead. Now, you can explain your thought process, which I understand that there's validity in that, right? Like, the same way that I've explained my thought process in situations where I've fucked up. But the most important part is acknowledging that you were wrong and acknowledging why you were wrong and why it was harmful. That is the most important part. Somebody doing something shitty and nuking your server even though you trusted them, betraying your trust, that's shitty. But that's not unrepairable. Leaking somebody's face, that can stay on the internet forever, right? That's the difference. Punishment doesn't fit the crime. This could stick with somebody forever. And that's why it's not okay. And I can point to that and say, yeah, that's why it's wrong. But Vosh doesn't do that. That's what pisses me off. He can't take accountability. And that's why that shit is so fucking painful. It's not hard. I just did it 5 seconds ago. For something that nobody was thinking about. Nobody was thinking about the situation about me. But the reason I bring it up is because I'm willing to bring up past shit that I did that was wrong because it happened. I'm not going to pretend like it didn't. Because it's okay to hold people accountable for their past actions as long as you're willing to give second chances and be like, okay, this was shitty. Just don't do it again. Don't do anything like this. And, you know, we'll forgive you, right? And that's sort of the mindset that I have. I hated Vosh before it was cool. Wow. That's so cool. Also, the diaper stuff was out of context. Shut up. I look. L-Take never apologized for anything. This is true. I would have gotten Giga cancel if I made videos when I was like 16 to 18 because I used to be far right. Yeah, literally, like... Hell, I've said things on this channel that I disavow. Like, I've said things on, like, I'm sure that people could find screenshots of me, whatever, saying the N-word in a context that I would disavow. Like, I'm sure that there are screenshots out there of that, where it's like, yeah, this is shitty. Like, here's my intentions, and here's why my intentions don't matter, because this is harmful regardless of intent, right? Here's how the message was interpreted, and here's why I should have known this, and why it was wrong for me to say this, right? Again, that's the thing is, it's not that hard to take accountability, though. I just wish people, and this is one of the reasons I have an issue with cancel culture, is it makes it harder for people to take accountability when they do something wrong, right? I'm putting myself in a very vulnerable position anytime I bring up my past controversies and admit to shit that I did wrong and bring it up. If nobody's thinking about it, out of sight, out of mind, why cause people to think about it? But I think it's important to know that, yeah, like, people aren't perfect. Like, me bringing it up and holding myself accountable for past shit that I've apologized for doesn't, me doing that or not doing that doesn't change anything. All I can do is reflect upon it and use it as like a point of reference. Understand how people can grow. That's the only utility that comes from it. So that's what I'm going to use it for, is a personal experience that is an analogy for other content creators fucking up and doing things that are wrong and explaining how you can take accountability without ruining your own career. I would have been canceled by both sides because then I became a gay furry femboy lol. Yeah, literally. Like, that's the thing is, people are so fucking weird about that.
Some random person 5 years ago said that this person stole money from the Communist Party in Canada, and
the fact that it takes a poppy tier situation for Vosh to admit that he fucked up is a problem. You can't have the standard of as long as it doesn't, as I don't directly harm someone, it's fine. Well, I think that the standard it's not even about that specific standard. It's more about the issue I have with Vosh is he will push something under the rug until he gets caught. Like, the only way he will address something he does wrong is if enough people complain about it. It's fucking bullshit. It's similar to how, like, how everyone has, like, if YouTube as a platform demonetizes my entire channel for a bullshit reason, right? And I criticize them for it, they don't care because nobody cares about me or talks about it. So why would they fucking care? They don't, right? And the fact that it would require like a bunch of massive YouTubers, it would require somebody like Moist Critical talking about it for them to remonetize my channel. Like, same thing with Monkey Jones. In fact, Moist Critical might have talked about it. I genuinely don't remember. Fucking everybody talked about that shit, and YouTube still did nothing. Even though his channel was terminated for a bullshit reason, right? And this just goes to show that people and corporations and etc. will act in their own best self-interest. And what that consists of is ignoring situations in which the right thing to do is take accountability for their actions. But they and to fix the situation that they fucked up, to fix their mistakes. But they can't do that. This applies to Vosh, this applies to Luhrix, this applies to YouTube, and hell, there have been a few situations where this has even applied to me. If you learn and don't reproduce it, it's called growth. Exactly. And that's why I bring it up, is because I think growth is important. If I was exactly the same as I was a year ago, I would argue that would be a worse reflection of my character than me doing shitty things in the past and changing. I think that the fact that I'm willing to change after doing a few fucked up things and acknowledge that, yeah, this was fucked up, and bring it up when nobody's talking about it for the sake of an argument, because I'm willing to throw myself under the bus a little bit if there's a broader point I can make that I believe serves utility. I'm willing to do that because I think it's important to understand how people operate. That nobody is perfect and that people can change. And that and even though this puts me in a vulnerable situation, it doesn't matter. Because it's still the right thing to do. I think that matters more than anything else, is the fact that, yeah, like this is, it's just having integrity. It's doing the right thing. Even then, he barely admitted it. It was like pulling teeth to get him to admit he fucked up with Poppy. Yeah, literally. Same thing with the most recent situation. It was like pulling teeth, like you just described. And I'm guessing it's going to be the same thing with Luhrix, where he's just going to ignore his past controversies, never really address it, never apologize, never own up to the fact that he literally liked Lolicon and that he should go get fucking therapy. He needs therapy. That's what he should do. He should say, okay, I'm going to go get therapy. This was a major problem in my life. And hell, maybe there's like a sad reason behind it. Maybe he was groomed into it. Maybe when he was 14 or 15, there was some pedophile that was constantly sending him lolly shit, and he thought that behavior was okay, and he was groomed into continuing to believe that was okay, and he never was able to address it because that would put him in a vulnerable position. And I can understand that. That would be an explanatory variable, right? But that wouldn't make it right. It would just make it understandable. It would make it something that makes him more human, something I can empathize with, something that he can learn from, that other people can learn from. But he can't do that. So there's nothing positive that comes out of it. So all there is, oh, he has a really bad track record when it comes to how he engages with pedo shit. And with all of that evidence that piles up against the dude, it's like, I feel like you have to talk about it, right?
That's why they got removed from the Communist Party of Canada.
We don't talk about the diaper stuff. This is true.
I mean, before they got famous, there's a little bit more credibility to that one, wouldn't you say?
So there's definitely credibility to something, but it wasn't. You presented it as a fact when it wasn't. That's at the end of the day, it's so black and white. You presented evidence as a fact when it wasn't bulletproof evidence.
As you can see, he's already being disingenuous in the beginning of this clip, saying, you know, allegations actually are evidence. It's just not like really strong evidence. Okay, dipshit, you know what I was saying there. You presented information as a fact when it wasn't. At the end of the day, yeah, as I said, it's just that point blank and simple.
Yeah, exactly. I think that the main semantic argument that Flamenco is making is obviously fallacious, right? Like he's saying, like, oh, you know, allegations are evidence because technically, like, it could be like a part of the evidence that's used. It's like, yeah, but like, if you're saying that if the implication is that this is evidence, therefore the conclusions that are being drawn from the evidence are reasonable to assert as fact. Like, obviously those are two completely different propositions.
Allegation.
But either way, like, that's the thing is you know, an allegation is literally, quote, they did it. Yeah, like, and that's not to say, like, if somebody levies an allegation, right? Like, you shouldn't, like, harass the person levying the allegation, because I feel like that's just as bad as concluding that the person who's being accused is guilty and then causing harm to them. But, like, the person levying the allegation could also be telling the truth, right? Like, you don't know that they're not, right? You haven't proven that they're guilty of lying, right? And I think this is something that people like Luhrix have a little bit of an issue with, is they'll shit on people that make allegations with insufficient evidence. But that's a conflation of having insufficient evidence and lying, right? Like, these people aren't necessarily lying. It's just you don't have enough evidence to conclude that they're telling the truth, right? But you don't want to go and shit on them unless it's proven that they're lying. If you don't have evidence that they're lying, then you acting as if they're lying is just as bad as assuming that their insufficient evidence is sufficient and condemning the person that they're accusing. Like, I would argue that these are both bad, right? Like, they have to be provably lying before you go out of your way to shit on them, at least in my opinion. I don't know, maybe you could change my mind on that. Probably not, because I'm objectively right. I think it's because taking accountability in these spaces directly translates to financial losses. That's the complicated part. But I feel like being honest, short-term is bad optics, but long-term is good optics. See, that's the thing, is somebody might short-term hear me admit to doing something bad in the past. Oh, you leaked the face of a 15-year-old out of spite because he nuked your server? That's really shitty. I don't know if I want to support you anymore, right? But one way or another, like, if I were to become famous, like, that would resurface anyway. It wouldn't matter. So I think it's better to just acknowledge where you've done bad things in the past and go from there, because it's not going to magically disappear if you ignore it. You can ignore it, but you don't want it to be like this super shocking thing. So even if you're purely self-interested, I genuinely believe it's better to just be honest, right? Like, long term, and this is where me and Vosh fundamentally disagree. Is Vosh believes there are some instances where it's better to lie for the sake of optics. That's the impression I get. He has specifically stated that there are a lot of instances where it is preferable to be intellectually dishonest for the greater good. And while I don't fundamentally disagree with this point, again, like, if you're in Nazi Germany and the Nazi officer goes to your house, knocks on your door, asks you if there's a Jewish person hiding in your attic, you say no, even though you might be lying, right? But that's a lot different from internet discourse, right? When it comes to internet discourse, there's nothing being lost by lying other than what? Your own financial gain temporarily. And even then, I feel like if you're acting within your own self-best interest, it's better to just be upfront and honest, because not doing so will bite you in the ass. If for instance, Vosh said that, I don't know, something like, I don't know, like, Lolicon seems kind of bad, I don't know, I just don't care, so I'm not going to talk about it, he would have done himself more of a favor there than by condemning it. Because by him condemning it and referring to things as Lolicon that are less obvious than the Lolicon he had in his computer, he accidentally removed all plausible deniability. Now, in retrospect, this is easy to point at and say, but when he's being intellectually dishonest for the sake of optics, he might not be able to make that prediction, right? He's not going to predict that his folder gets leaked, but no matter what, some shit's going to happen where your intellectual dishonesty comes back to bite you in the ass, no matter how fucking consistent you think you are, and no matter how good you are at keeping track of your lies. It doesn't matter. It's going to bite you in the ass and nobody's going to trust you. Also, my cat's trying to leave. 1 second. Oh dear. Be free. Okay, sorry. Where was I? Don't make a meme out of it and wear the accusation as a joke armor. It depends on what the accusation is, right? I think there are some instances where it's like something is so absurd or like it's like dog shit criticism where it's like you can make fun of it, but it depends on what the accusation is. Like for instance, like people accusing me of having a diaper fetish, like that's not substantiated, right? So like it's a meme. Like I've made a meme out of it. People think it's real when in reality it was like there's a very simple explanation for it, which is basically somebody I was reading chat during a stream. Somebody asked me if I had a diaper kink. I read the message out loud. I wasn't expecting it, so I stared into the fucking void for 20 seconds, Keffel style, because my streams used to have more dead air back then, and people thought that meant it was true. I don't think they actually thought it, but my entire chat was like, oh my god, Femyoz has diaper kink confirmed. Then that became referred to as the allegations. Then, the clip that gets taken out of context is I originally said in one of my streams that if somebody pays me enough money, or if I get a total of this amount of money, I will address the allegations that people refer to, because it was like an inside joke at that point. And then as soon as I addressed it, it was like, oh fuck, people are gonna take this out of context. This is fucking AIDS. But people took that out of context and they're like, yup, because she's getting flustered over it, it must mean it's real. It's like, no, it's because I knew that this was gonna get taken out of context, you fucking asshole. But that's the thing, is if it's a bullshit accusation like that, where it's like, the stakes are low, because, like, even if I did have that as, like, a kink, it wouldn't really matter, like, who fucking cares? Not to mention the fact that it's, like, not based on anything. It's like, yeah, we can make jokes about that. Fit W, by the way. Yeah, like, that's the thing, is it's like, okay, well, like, I know it's bullshit, and, like, my core audience knows it's bullshit. I think, maybe, I don't know, maybe they think it's real, I don't know. I feel like no matter what I say, I feel like the more I try to defend myself from the diaper allegations, the worse it looks. If I'm gonna be completely real. But I don't fucking care, alright? You can think whatever you want. Fuck all of you. You just... Look, just because I allegedly have a humiliation kink doesn't mean I'm into every humiliating activity allegedly, okay? Well, look, I'm sorry. If it's adult diapers between two consenting adults, I wouldn't give a shit. Well, yeah, that's what it would be, hypothetically, if I were into that. Oh god, oh no. Look, I'm making this worse. Okay, let's just continue with the video.
Yeah, I think that if somebody said something, alleging something specifically, 5 years ago before the person got popular, it has a little bit of weight worth, thinking about anyway.
I'm not asking you if it has weight, I'm asking you if it's evidence. Don't try and shift the goalpost.
I mean, see how he's dancing around the question? This is twice now. No one asked if it had weight to it. You were asked if it was evidence. But this is what this guy does. He knows he doesn't have a strong, like, bulletproof argument here.
Well, yeah, and if you're in Aiden's position there, and you're debating flamenco, what you should do, rather than asking if it's evidence, because flamenco can just weasel his way around it and be like, well, evidence could just be something as insignificant as this. It doesn't... You would want to ask, does this incriminate somebody beyond a reasonable doubt, right? And if the answer is no, then you could follow it up with, okay, then why did you act like this is definitive proof that this person is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, right? Do you disagree with the standard of evidence being guilty beyond a reasonable doubt? Okay, but the bottom allegations are proven. Nuh-uh.
But he also has, like, this huge fucking ego and pride that he can't take his own L or admit that he was wrong in any fashion.
Wow. Who could that possibly remind me of, Luhrix? Unable to take their own L when it comes to, like, oh, I don't know, the Lolicon shit, maybe something like that. But no, Luhrix can't take the L there. He needs to lie about it.
passion at all. So he has to do this dance of not completely conceding his position because his fucking ego can't handle that, but also realize that his argument has no real weight, so he has to be vague in how he addresses the questions being asked to him.
The same way that Lurix has to not specifically address the Lolicon allegations and specifically admit to what he did wrong.
You know, it does have weight to it when you were asked if it was evidence. You're purposely avoiding the question for a reason.
So if somebody...
Well, I think that the most important thing you could do there is ask Flamenco what he meant when he said evidence and go from there, right? Like, and if he says something that goes against what he actually meant and it's obvious, you can make arguments for that. It's like, well, here's how it was interpreted. So can you acknowledge that, like, okay, this is wrong? Like, if you're drawing these conclusions based on flimsy evidence, it's like, yeah, it's technically evidence, but it's not sufficient evidence. So wouldn't it serve more utility to say, yeah, this is evidence, but it's insufficient? If like, again, that's how you would pin somebody like that in a debate.
Just says something. If somebody just says something about somebody else, like if I was to say,
Femyoz, maybe you should have a fashion arc. Hopefully there won't be any damning diaper art when your folder leaks. Yeah, when my tax folder leaks, don't worry, you guys. There won't be any of that.
You're a pedophile. Is there evidence you're a pedophile? I mean, regardless of the other evidence.
Even if I was into that, here's the thing. I don't save shit to my PC, thankfully. So it would just have, like, if I were to accidentally leak my taxes folder, it would just be my taxes, which would be bad. It would be my personal information. That wouldn't want that on the internet. But it wouldn't morally impugn me. It would just make me a fucking retard. So that's why I don't have I don't save things while I'm in this mode, okay? I don't press any buttons like that. And also, I don't have my fucking taxes folder as the first thing it goes to. Or anything for that. I think that the first thing it goes to is, like, my downloads folder. So I don't think you would even see anything if I were to do that.
I would say sure, but just incredibly fucking weak evidence because you are known to be a complete, like, schizoid towards me.
And there it is. That's the problem with this guy's whole worldview of saying allegations are evidence based on just hearsay. He just had to publicly admit that if this random guy just said, hey, you know what, I think you're a pedophile, he literally just admitted, yes, that would be evidence. It wouldn't be bulletproof evidence.
So you would categorize it as insufficient evidence. It's evidence, but it's insufficient to assert the proposition the evidence is trying to aim at to be true. Like you wouldn't make a definitive propositional statement based on that little evidence, right? It is evidence, right? And that's where you would go from there. Right?
But it would be evidence. This is pathetic. You see how your own world is crashing upon you. Why would you want to live in a world where some random person can just accuse anyone of some random thing with no evidence and it be taken as such? But I continue pressing him on the details of when he accused someone of a crime based on just hearsay of a random person on Twitter and getting him to admit that he can't prove the connection between this random Twitter user and the person he's alleging of committing a crime.
Wait, so you can't even confirm the connection?
The whole reason we debated in the first place...
They didn't post anything about the connection.
What's interesting is that Lurix thus far hasn't mentioned the fact that Flamenco is kind of a PDF file. He hasn't even talked about Lolicon.
Yeah, so you can't even confirm the connection then to this person. So you're literally just taking this random fucking bitch's word.
Yeah, I thought that it was worth pointing out, yeah.
That's fucking retarded though. You see how that's retarded? Like, it would be
How
one
is it
thing.
retarded?
An example of decent hearsay evidence would be Boblax, since Boblax we know is friends with Augie for years. If Boblax would come out one day and say, dude, I have information that Augie is a pedophile, and we know that Boblax has been friends with this person for fucking years, and there's little to gain for coming out with this information. Now, that wouldn't be bulletproof evidence, but given the circumstances, that would be at least decently credible than some random fucking Twitter user with 0 followers.
Yeah, like, well, and that's like the whole point of looking at evidence, right? Like, evidence is not conclusive in of itself necessarily, right? A conclusion about somebody based on evidence isn't necessarily self-evident, right? You might draw certain conclusions, but that's the whole point of analyzing the evidence. What conclusions can you draw from said evidence, right? And this is the whole point of charitability, right? Like the concept of being able to look at evidence and come up with any possible explanation for why the person might be innocent. Now, you could argue, oh, but Femyoz, you weren't doing that for Lurix in this. But I think that's because his Twitter likes are self-evident. I think that based on what we've seen, combined with his deleted video about the Lolicon incest anime, I believe that is I believe that makes what he likes self-evident. He certainly has predisposition, like he has a certain predisposition towards Lolicon that definitely isn't good, to say the very least. Again, this is not to say he should have his entire career ruined over this, but it's something worth addressing. Self-report, yeah. I would definitely say that a little bit of a self-report from Luhrix by liking certain tweets.
Followers saying Augie's a pedophile. That's why I was clarifying the connection between
and that's why when I did the stream, I was very clear that this was something that this was the person that was alleging. My tweet, I admit, should have been worded differently.
And this is the weirdest part of the clip. At the end, he says, you know, that's why I admitted I could have worded my tweet differently. As I said before, he's playing this fucking dance of not completely conceding his point because his huge fucking ego, which I don't even know why he has a huge ego for whoever the fuck he is, being a 34-year-old failed YouTuber. But his ego can't handle being wrong about fucking anything and taking the L. So then he has to say, you know, I could have worded it a little bit differently, but...
Yeah, and this is like the importance. I feel like commentary YouTubers would benefit greatly from just practicing debate a little bit more. Like, you don't have to be like a debate bro. Like, obviously, like, you don't have to have as much experience in debate as somebody like me even, right? And in fact, if you debate too frequently, you might end up looking really fucking retarded if you are too debate-brained and you forget how normal people talk to each other in debates, right? Like, that's sort of, like, I mean, that's literally how the I am Femyoz, I am here to debate you meme came to be. Like, that wasn't, it's like, because it's like, okay, like, obviously I was, like, being sarcastic or whatever. It's like, okay, well, why do you give a shit about, like, who I am rather than the arguments I'm making, right? But it's like, you gotta know your audience a little bit. Otherwise, you just come across as a fucking spurg, right? As well as the fact that, like, you might say things where it's like what you're saying technically isn't logically inconsistent, but not everybody is going to be thinking about the logical consistency, right? They might have pre-existing beliefs, even if they're wrong beliefs. Like, you have to take into account, like, they're not gonna, like, you have to almost play into the fact that, like, okay, if people hear you sound like a fucking autistic retard, and that's their entire perception of you, they're less likely to actually listen to the things you're saying, right? You have to be able to sound like a normal person, right? That's important. That's key. If you can't do that, good fucking luck. This is one of the main criticisms I've had of another streamer, Poly People, who I've had my fair share of disagreements with. She sounds fucking insane half the time. To any outside person, even to me, she sounds fucking unhinged. But she's not actually that dumb. She's actually quite smart in some regards. She just doesn't know how to talk like a normal fucking person, and that's the issue. So, I think, ultimately, the most beneficial thing you can do is practice debates without overdoing it. Practice debates like, maybe like once a week or something, right? And do it purposefully, right? Don't just randomly debate and go through the motions. I've done this as well, where you go through the dialogue tree without really thinking about it. Don't do this. This is why you'll notice, like, when I debated Spindling and Haha Yeah, and food shops, I did really well. Not because I was practicing debate more. I hadn't debated in fucking ages, but I was better in those specific debates because of the opposite reason. I hadn't debated in a while, so I knew that, okay, well, I have to prepare because it's been a hot minute. I'm a bit rusty. I need to, like, take notes and stuff, right? I don't have this, like, rhetorical advantage, etc. But you should practice sometimes. Polly is a retarded leftoid ideologue. Okay, but here's the thing. She's capable of making arguments that don't sound retarded. She just doesn't, because that's the thing, is she forgets. I think the main issue is she forgets how, like, a normal person perceives her. She forgets, like, oh, this is how anyone outside of my niche little community will perceive me, right? Like, she forgets that people don't think like her, and that not everybody who thinks like her is a Nazi, right? She forgets that, and she looks insane because of it. But I've seen her make arguments in favor of, for instance, trans rights. I've seen her in trans debates arguing that, yeah, that there is extremely, there is a trans genocide. Here's all of this genocidal rhetoric that's being used by these politicians. Here are all of these policies that are basically functioning to erase trans people. But she did it in a way where you want to know what the first thing she did was? It wasn't calling her opponent in the debate transphobic within the first 2 seconds, which wouldn't change anybody's opinion, right? Because nobody that's transphobic is going to think, yes, I believe this because I'm transphobic, right? At least for the most part, right? Few exceptions, but for the most part, that's going to be the case, right? She made actual arguments. So I know she's capable of constructing arguments, but when she engages with me, and part of it might be because I tend to have more correct positions than her, or maybe she's just bad at articulating certain points, rather than engaging with the actual logic and reasoning of what I'm saying, she says that I'm a white supremacist Nazi, which makes her sound insane to any normal fucking person. When she says that Vosh is too far right and is a white supremacist Nazi, and that I'm too far right and that I'm a white supremacist Nazi, she sounds fucking insane, not only to me and my community, but to like any normal person who sees me and Vosh as far left. Most people consider me far left. And the fact that she forgets this makes her sound fucking brain dead. She does the opposite of what I do, where she presents herself as almost more radical than she actually is. I do the complete opposite. I present myself as more moderate, because if you present yourself as extreme right from the get-go, within the first minute of your fucking stream, or whatever the hell, right? I am a big extremist. I am anti-moderation. You sound insane if you don't explain the underlying principles, right? But if you take a more moderate stance that more people can get behind, and then maybe every once in a while you throw in there like, well, extremism isn't necessarily bad in and of itself. For instance, like extremism is entirely relativistic. What we consider extreme today is different from what was considered extreme hundreds of years ago. Being in favor of the abolition of slavery, for instance, was an extremist position. That was far left, but it was still the correct position. So we don't necessarily want to discredit something on the sole basis of it being extreme. See, that's how if you want to convince somebody to be open to something that's more extremist or whatever, that's how you would do it. You wouldn't say that anybody who disagrees with me is a Nazi. And anybody that, like, you don't do that. You don't say that Destiny is far right. You're not going to convince anybody with that. You don't say that Vosh is the most racist person alive. You're never going to convince anybody with any of that rhetoric. She will intentionally lobotomize herself to cognitively be right. Yeah, and that's the thing is, like, even when I strawman her positions, right? Because a lot of her positions are derivative of leftist talking points / ideology. And I don't know if it's because she's bad at making arguments, some with certain subject material, or if she doesn't understand why she believes what she believes, and if she cares more about the aesthetic than the ideological positions, or what. But she makes herself look like a fucking idiot when she does this, because at the end of the day, she's not actually explaining her ideological positions. And that's why I've steelmanned some of her positions before in good faith. It's like, okay, well, when she says that, you know, she wants to eradicate whiteness, like, what does she mean by that? Is she saying that she wants to kill white people? Well, of course, I don't think that's what she means, right? That's what it sounds like. Bad optics. I would never say this, but maybe what she means is she thinks of whiteness as like the as like a concept that represents power structures, right? Maybe she's more of talking more from like an anti race based society, I guess, because race is ultimately used as a proxy for class, right? Maybe what she really means by this, and coming up with all these different explanations of what she could mean and what she could have framed it as. But at the end of the day, that's not even my job. That was me being nice. That was me doing her job for her. It is ultimately up to her to keep track of her own rhetoric and to make sure that she does a good job with that. And she doesn't. She makes herself look insane. So I guess that was my whole spiel about why being too debate-brained or too terminally online and forgetting how a normal person thinks can be bad. Hell, I've been guilty of this before. Why are you talking in the third person? What? No. Poly People is the name of a channel. Her channel name is Poly People. That is her. Don't ask me why. Don't ask me why she calls herself that. With that being said, that's what Vosh sounds like to us on the right. I've criticized Vosh for ineffective rhetoric, right? When he throws around the term Nazi in instances where it's like not obvious to a normal person that he's joking or being hyperbolic or why he's saying that, yeah, it definitely looks bad. But like you'll notice how like when you watch my content, I don't have that same issue. Because unlike any of these people, I can actually make decent arguments. You don't have to be a centrist to sound like you're moderate. You can have the aesthetic of being moderate while also having all of the objectively correct further left positions, right? Because once you actually explain what the positions are, people agree with you. I have explained what socialism is to people that are like conservatives that are in favor of the free market that don't really know that much about economic shit, and they hear me explain it and they're like, oh, actually that doesn't sound so bad. That's actually kind of reasonable, right? But if I were to be like, oh, you're a Nazi fascist and you hate black people and want trans people to die, what the fuck is that going to do? That's not going to convince them. They're not going to sit there and think, oh, well, I'm a Nazi, better change my position, huh? Right? Now, there is the other end of the coin here, okay? I'm not going to let commentary people that aren't debate-brained enough off the hook that easy. See, here's the thing. Being rhetorically effective in a lot of instances is important to intellectual honesty, and I'll explain why. There are so many instances where it is optically a lot easier to lie. This is what Vosh does a lot of the time, and this is abso-fucking-lutely what Hasan does. With that being said, if you have some amount of debate brain, if you're rhetorically effective and logically minded, you're able to operate in good faith while making the other side look bad. You can do this. Because if the other side is wrong about something, it's going to speak for itself. All you have to do is frame it for what it is. That's what I do, right? So take the Poly People stuff, for example. I talked about that in good faith, and my audience fucking hates her. It's not because of anything that I said about her. It's not because of how I framed it. It's because of how she frames herself and me simply making arguments against her arguments and explaining why she's wrong without even being bad faith, right? And this is a skill that's worthwhile. This is something I wouldn't have been able to do within my first 3 weeks of debate, back before I had debated anybody, before I had any experience with that. Debate is something that improves your rhetoric over time because it forces you to be able to think quickly on the spot. And this is useful even in something like script writing, because you might think of something witty that you wouldn't otherwise in the moment while writing the script, and then you write it down, and then you stick with it, right? The other end of the coin, they always say it's not, leftism is supposed to be unification. When you exclude everyone who disagrees with you, how can you call yourself the leftist? Well, yeah, and not only that, but you want people to change their minds and agree with you. If you isolate everybody from your community by calling them a Nazi for disagreeing with you, even if they say shit you find to be harmful or you strongly disagree with, you don't call them a Nazi. That just turns them away. They're never going to listen to you or take you seriously. Shouldn't your goal as a political streamer be to change people's minds? Isn't that the whole fucking point of this entire fucking field of political streaming? But no, it's to create echo chambers, because that's more profitable. This is one of the things that Destiny does right. And this is why I am super charitable to Destiny. Even though he says some shit that I think is, okay, that's a little bit problematic, I don't think his heart is necessarily always in the wrong place. I think he genuinely operates from a perspective of intellectual honesty. While I do believe that Vosh might be right about more policy positions than Destiny, and might have a better set of policy positions, I also believe that Destiny is less likely to lie to me as the viewer. Genuinely. I'm being dead ass. I genuinely believe at this point that Destiny is more intellectually honest. Yeah, they always say it's not that extreme afterward. Yeah, leftism was never about inclusion. Liberalism is about inclusion. No, this is a fundamental misunderstanding of leftism. Leftism is literally just a logical conclusion. The not more extreme. I guess it is technically more extreme, as in further left of the Overton window than liberalism. But leftism isn't necessarily against liberalism. It's just the logical next step, right? Now, the reason that a lot of actual leftists get annoyed with liberals is because they aren't aware of the fact that certain things are the next step to maximizing things like freedom, right? It's like, I agree with liberals in terms of wanting to maximize the freedom of individual people, but the issue is they're not able. This doesn't go for all liberals. There's some good ones out there, okay? There are some good liberals, I will say. I will say that a lot of liberals do way more good than bad. I don't think that liberals ought to be ostracized from my community, for instance. That's insane. Even conservatives that are open-minded are welcome to watch my content. It's definitely not going to worsen their beliefs. Liberalism can't prevent fascism. Well, that's the thing is liberalism is, and this isn't in terms of the fundamental core ideology. Keep in mind, when I talk about liberalism, I'm talking about it relative to what people who fit into that certain category of people believe and advocate for and don't advocate for, right? There's too much complacency, right? Sapphire, yes, I know you say that you're center right libertarian, but if I'm gonna be completely honest, after talking to you and actually asking you about your underlying positions and philosophy, talking to you about trans issues, etc., I'm gonna be completely honest, and don't take this the wrong way. This is a compliment, because I genuinely mean this in the kindest way possible. This is a good thing. I genuinely believe you're conservative in name only. And what I mean by that is you've heard conservative talking points that sound reasonable on the surface. You've been told to believe certain things by people that you ended up finding yourself agreeing with. They say things that intuitively sound like they make sense, but they say wrong things all the time. Again, I believe that a big part of this is you seem young. You're like, what, 17? I think you said, or 18. Either way, you're not older than me. I'm pretty advanced politically for my age. So, all things considered, I'm also young politically. Most people my age are not this advanced. But I think that because your heart is in the right place, and because you don't actually want to cause harm, you're in favor of things like harm reduction, these standards logically conclude to my positions. I didn't know that they did at first either. See, you remind me of my past self, who was a conservative, but a conservative in name only, and then was a centrist, but a centrist in name only. Leftism is not the logical next step. Leftism always ends up being exclusive to wrongthink. Is that what my form of leftism is? Is that what Vosh's form of leftism is? Think about it. Leftism is simply a description of a relativistic position in comparison to the Overton window. It's not a concrete concept in a vacuum, right? It has to exist relative to society, first and foremost. Secondly, market socialism is not within the Overton window. It is left of the Overton window. It is a leftist position. That's the thing, is if I agree with a lot of the policy positions that leftists advocate for, in fact, most of them, I would say. I would argue that makes me a leftist, right? I avoided using the term leftist, by the way, for the longest time, because I thought, okay, well, it's about the individual positions, and I still agree with this, right? But you might notice that there's like a general pattern with these positions, and I don't want to be intellectually dishonest and say that I'm a centrist when I'm left-leaning. I don't want to lie to people. I don't, like, when I'm quite literally a left, Vosh is 100% like that. I disagree. He's more like that than I am, but he's not. He's had his bad moments, but yeah, I wouldn't consider Vosh to be completely like that. He literally says conservatives are ontologically evil and need to be eradicated in Minecraft. I mean, usually he's referring to conservative politicians and conservative ideology, right? Like, when he talks about, like, the individual voters, like, he acknowledges the fact that, like, yeah, obviously, like, he's not in favor of murdering every Trump voter, right? Like, no shit. He's being hyperbolic. Now, you can claim that this style of rhetoric is ineffective, and I don't disagree. I do agree that, yeah, this can be ineffective. This looks really bad optically, right? Especially from someone who claims to care so much about optics. But in terms of what he actually believes, I don't think he actually believes that conservative voters should all be round up in death camps. Nah, come on, you know that shit is wrong. Femyoz, he calls them subhuman and evil. Mainly politicians, which I do as well. I've also called I think it's fair to call Ron DeSantis, Meatball Ron, subhuman and evil, because he literally is. I think dehumanization of any people causes violence. You know, violence isn't fundamentally bad, though, right? Like, for instance, I remember somebody, I don't know if it was you, Sapphire, or somebody else in chat, brought up, I think somebody brought up, like, what, somebody sent a pipe bomb to Michael Knowles' house or some shit. Like, as if I'm supposed to, you know, hear that and be like, or, you know, oh no, actually, you know what, no, I heard that and I was like, oh, I definitely condemn that. I would never be in favor of anything that goes against TOS or would encourage any of that behavior. Definitely, that would be bad. Look, here's the thing. I think that there's a difference between somebody that's, like, unknowingly wrong about stuff or unknowingly causing harm versus a political pundit or politician that knows what they're doing is wrong but does it anyway. I think there's, like, a huge difference there, right? He was on stage and you said W. Yeah, when that happens in Minecraft, I think it's really cool when that happens to Michael Knowles specifically, since he wants to eradicate trans people. Like, he's literally said this. He thinks that I should be eradicated from public life. I shouldn't be able to exist. What I'm doing right now, streaming as a trans person, should be illegal. I should not be allowed to present myself like this in public life, according to him. So I think it's fair that if people want to do that in Minecraft, of course, or Roblox, or you know, maybe whatever video game, obviously would never endorse anything like that in real life, of course. That would be bad. Not politicians, all conservatives. maybe Vosh has contradicted himself then, but it's more often than not that he refers to politicians, and he's explicitly said that, like, yeah, like a conservative or even like a Nazi down the street might seem like a normal person, right? But they still have harmful beliefs. The best thing you can do is, you know, maybe try having a civil discussion, talk them out of it. You're not going to convince them by being extremely violent towards them, right? I feel like he said that. Now, maybe he's contradicted this at some point, but Ron tortured prisoners in Guantanamo too. Yeah, he also did that as well. So he's literally evil. Like, quite literally. He should be in prison for that, not put to death. I wouldn't be sad if DeSantis, if Meatball Ron was put to death. I wouldn't be sad. I don't think that would cause any harm necessarily. Like I don't care as long as he can't cause harm. Like, whatever preventative measure, whether it be him dying or rotting in prison, I would argue that rotting in prison harms the prisoner more than them dying, because then they have to experience more suffering than good. So if you're trying to minimize the suffering of Ron DeSantis in like a utilitarian sense, like let's say that he's physically incapable of causing any more harm no matter what, and there are two options: he suffers in prison or he just dies. I would say, and maybe y'all will disagree with me on this, I'd rather him just die. Like, there's no utility in him suffering. Like, I don't think that it acting as a deterrent necessarily does anything. Like, it's not gonna deter other politicians from being slimy, disgusting, evil pieces of shit, right? If deterrence worked on politicians, they would be good people. Let's be real. Death penalty is awful hard, disagree. Maybe as a rule, you could argue that no, here's my position on it. I believe that the prisoners have a right to choose to receive the death penalty if they don't want to suffer in prison, right? Like, if I were to, let's say that I was falsely convicted of a crime and sentenced to life in prison, I deserve the right to be able to say, you know what? I don't know if I'm not going to wait in prison for 20 years. This is ridiculous. I might never get out. And there's like little to no hope that anything will ever get better. So I would like to be euthanized ethically. And I think that like an ethical euthanasia should be my right as like an individual. Like, I shouldn't be forced to suffer. Like, I feel like everybody has a right. Very fair policy, I like. Yeah. And that's not like a pro death penalty position. It's a pro optional death penalty. You get to choose, you know? And if that would, and I think that everybody deserves that choice. Even somebody I fucking despise. Even though I might personally get some sick, twisted satisfaction out of somebody like Ron DeSantis suffering, even though I would get enjoyment out of that, I wouldn't make a moral statement saying that he ought to suffer on the basis of me wanting him to suffer, right? Now, if he just so happens to suffer, like, I may as well enjoy it, right? Like, I don't care. Fucking seethe and cope, cancel me. But I wouldn't make a moral statement. It's like, the reason I would laugh at him or whatever the fuck, even though I know it's like wrong or whatever, is it's like, that wouldn't change anything. It would just be okay, well, I know this is like wrong or whatever, but I can laugh at it because like that doesn't change anything, and he's a shitty person, so it's funny to laugh at. I feel no empathy for him, while still acknowledging that it would be preferable if he had the option to whatever, euthanize himself or whatever, right? Does that make sense? I think there are far more evil people than right-wing demagogues and politicians. Yes, but also it doesn't take away from how evil they are, right? Like, I'm sorry, but if people are trying to take away my right to exist, you're pretty evil. You don't have to have empathy. It's called being principled. Yeah, and that's why like, if something really bad were to happen to Meatball Ron in a way that doesn't necessarily maximize utility, right? So like, let's say he is in prison or whatever the fuck, and he can't do anything to harm society broadly, right? And then I find out he gets raped. It's like, I know that's wrong, right? And like, there should be systems in place that would prevent that, but you better believe I would be fucking laughing at him. But I would also acknowledge that, yeah, that's fucked up, right? Like, I would laugh at him, but I would make a broader point and say, this is the type of prison that he would advocate for. And now he's suffering the consequences of policy positions that he's in favor of. There should be things that are put in place that prevent people from getting raped in prison. So it's extremely funny and ironic that this politician is getting the thing that he has advocated for, essentially, being tortured as a prisoner, essentially, which he has done to other people. There's something funny about it. There's comedic value in that. But it's not a moral prescription. It's not me saying he ought to get raped. I would still acknowledge that it's wrong. It's fucked up. Now, it being fucked up is part of why it's funny in the first place, but it's still fucked up nonetheless. I see conservatives as victims of circumstances. Conservative voters, yes. Conservative politicians, not nearly as much. I believe you could argue that for anybody. You could make this argument for Hitler. You know, he was a victim of his circumstances. You know, his brain chemistry, combined with how he was raised, combined with the trauma of being in a fucking war, etc. Those are all his circumstances. They are explanatory variables. But that doesn't take away from the fact that he's evil. I don't think that makes it a stretch to say some people are evil as a result of who they became, as a result of their circumstances. And it's tragic, but it's true. And this is why, by the way, tragic backstories for villains go fucking hard, because they represent the real world. Most evil people don't start out as evil. They don't start out as maniacal, evil, psychotic villains that want to cause as much suffering as humanly possible. They don't start out that way. There's underlying things and mechanisms at play here that cause that, and it's tragic, but at the same time, you can still call it what it is. It's evil. Serial killers are evil, and they are products of their environment. They are also products of their genetics, right? Like, if somebody is a psychopath, for instance, they don't have a say over that. And what do you expect them to do? Kill themselves because they got diagnosed with some sort of antisocial personality disorder? Of course not. That would be insane. But you can't expect them to not harm others, right? You can expect that of them. And once there's a harm to them operating the way they do in society, there needs to be some sort of intervention if that serves the most utility, of course. They know exactly what they're doing, exactly. And that's the thing, is they know what they're doing. And even if Ron DeSantis has some sort of tragic backstory, maybe he was sexually abused as a child and abused constantly, and his dad beat the shit out of him, and all this horrible shit, and that's why he is the way he is today. That's really tragic, but that doesn't take away from the amount of harm he's caused. And some people, I would argue, for the sake of utility, are a lost cause, essentially. Ron DeSantis is so far gone that I would argue he's bad enough of a person where he's a lost cause. There's no redemption arc for him. That's not plausible. So the best we can do is prevent him from obtaining any power. Do whatever we can to make sure that people like him and him have as little power as possible. Can we agree that the average leftist and democratic politician is retarded when it comes to firearms? Oh, yes, absolutely. Like, when it comes to restrictions, we shouldn't be restricting the type of firearms. We should be restricting, or like the only restrictions, and I use this term loosely, that I'd be in favor of, are like waiting periods, right? Which basically just prevents like insane people from getting a gun in the heat of the moment and harming themselves or others. I believe if you have like some sort of like background as like a domestic abuser or some shit like that, like you shouldn't be able to get a gun, right? Like there's no reason that like a wife beater who's been charged with battery, or somebody with like a really bad criminal record who's violent should be able to do that, right? Now, there are felons already can't get guns. Yeah, exactly. Now, there are some restrictions that, like, I would be against, right? Like, in terms of, like, access to guns. Like, I don't think mentally ill people should have less access to guns simply because mentally ill people might be, mentally ill partially on the basis of being part of a marginalized category of people, having more difficult lives on the basis of their marginalized status. Take trans people. A lot of us don't have access to necessary medical care. A lot of us are ostracized from our families and loved ones as soon as we come out and try to be ourselves, right? And if what you end up with is material conditions that disproportionately negatively affect certain groups of people. So if we base it off of mental illness, then there are going to be people that might rightfully want to fight back against an increasingly fascistic society, a society that is overwhelmingly against them in terms of what authority figures are implementing as policies and enforcing and whatnot, right? And people have a right to defend themselves, right? And that shit, the rise of things like fascism might make me more depressed, more mentally ill, but that shouldn't stop me from being able to fight back, right? Now, that's not to say that there definitively will be fascism no matter what, right? But it is always a looming threat if we don't keep it in check. It's not we beat Nazi Germany in World War II and the Nazis are gone forever, right? That's not how it works. Fascism is something that always will be a threat as far as I'm concerned and as far as everybody is concerned in this day and age, right? Countries promised that they would never let anything like the Holocaust ever happen again, yet in China, the Uyghur Muslims are literally being genocided the same way or in a similar way as the Jews in Nazi Germany. And what has anyone done to prevent it? Nothing. Nobody has done shit. Because history, at the very least, rhymes with itself. If not, it repeats itself. And I would argue that would be an example of it repeating itself. We would never let anything like this happen, and then it happens over and over and over again. Why? Because people let it happen. People are complacent. People don't give a shit. And sometimes, granted, there's nothing you can do, but what could we have done as a country, but before the whole war thing, before getting involved, without getting involved in any wars, what could we have done to stop the Nazis? We weren't aware fully of the extent of how bad it was, but we could have stopped it potentially sooner, but we didn't, right? Now, granted, nuclear warfare is more of a threat now, right? Obviously, it's not a one-to-one comparison, but I think it just goes to show that there's always going to be some variable that allows history to repeat itself over and over and over again in different ways. And I think that's, important to acknowledge. If we can convince conservatives to leave us alone, I can be happy. I think social cohesion is more important than leftism prevailing. I don't think that they're mutually exclusive, right? I think you can have both, right? You can get conservatives to... What I always do is, with conservatives, I find where are they currently and just move them left of that, right? But that doesn't mean that I shit on people for being conservatives necessarily, because I don't think that they're always doing it in bad faith. Take Sapphire in chat, for instance. He calls himself a conservative. I'm on the Ben Shapiro side when it comes to the Ben Shapiro stuff. IDK, if you know his stance, though. Sapphire, we already talked about the trans stuff. You conceded your position when I proved you wrong. Remember? Come on, let's not forget. Let's not forget. You started out by defining gender more similar to how Ben Shapiro does. Not on that. Oh, on other stuff. On other stuff. I see. We can get around to that if you want. If the U.S. supported France from the go instead of having to take it back, it would have been a lot better. Yeah, and that's the thing is is obviously nobody wants to fight in a war, which is fine. But that's the thing is, how much fascism around the world should we enable, right? Like, and this is a major criticism of Joe Biden, is he enables, well, the Israeli government. This is something that, and this isn't a Joe Biden exclusive. Believe me, Trump would be the same, if not worse, on this issue. But in terms of enabling the at best displacement of innocent Palestinians, and at worst a literal genocide, depending on how you want to frame it, I would argue it's more along the lines of a genocide. But if you want to be really charitable to Netanyahu for no fucking reason, it's still wrong, right? It's still an ethnic cleansing. If you wanna make it sound not as bad, enabling shit like that, I feel like that's the issue I have with liberalism, is by having this get along with everybody attitude, you end up getting along with some pretty reprehensible shit. Sometimes you gotta disavow certain things that are harmful, certain things that are bad. You don't have to, villainize the people that have contrary opinions in the process. That's not a requirement. You'll notice that again, I have a conservative in my chat. He's center-right, but he's still a conservative at this point in time. I think it's going to change upon finding out more information. I did say he's a conservative in name only, and we'll get there. We'll get there. But right now, we can say he's a conservative. He calls himself that, right? He has some conservative positions, even though his underlying philosophy is ultimately going to contradict it. We'll get into that eventually. Look, here's the thing. The reason he's open to my ideas is because I don't villainize him. But my ideas are still the right ones, okay? They're still the correct ones. And that's why I advocate for them in a way that's rhetorically effective. Fembro, you don't consider me to be somebody that is creating more political divide and isolating people away from the left. I'm doing the opposite. I'm taking more of like a big tent. Anybody can become a leftist. Here's the ideas. Here's why I'm right. If you disagree with me, we can talk about the ideas. I don't think you're a bad person for disagreeing with me. I can think you're wrong, etc. See, I believe in the ideas that most leftists believe in, the underlying principles, if you will, but not the rhetorical approach that they use. You see, I would consider myself to be more rhetorically effective than most people that agree with me. Even Vosh in some instances, even though he's supposedly the rhetorical mastermind, which in some instances, granted, he is, I would consider myself to be more effective. Even though I'm advocating for similar ideas in the end, I advocate for them in a way that is not unreasonable. I don't villainize the people that disagree with me, but I still advocate for the ideas themselves, not necessarily the people that promote those ideas, other than myself and people that agree with me that aren't doing so in a way that harms the left, right? Ben Shapiro's stance on marriage is that the government should not be in the picture, and he's right about that. He's right about that. It's not to say that Ben Shapiro is wrong about everything, by the way. Does Ben Shapiro support conversion therapy? I might be confusing his position with Matt Walsh's. Yeah, no, Ben Shapiro I don't think is in favor of conversion therapy. I think that's like a Matt Walsh or / Michael Knowles stance, because they see it as more of like a degenerate thing. Whereas Ben Shapiro is more of like a neocon, where like he's still wrong about stuff, but he's more moderate, right? Like I'm not gonna pretend like he's exactly the same as Matt Walsh just because they work for the Daily Wire, just because they both do a little bit of grifting every now and again, doesn't mean they have exactly the same beliefs or that they cause exactly the same amount of harm, right? Like I would argue that Ben Shapiro is he takes the approach of like the government shouldn't be able to say that you can't have gay marriage. The government, like he takes the approach and granted him wanting he frames it as wanting to maximize individual liberty. Now his actual prescriptions, his policy positions and whatnot that he advocates for go against this, but in terms of how he frames it, That's the overall framing, right? Like, he doesn't want the government to step in and say, you can't have gay marriage, right? Like, that doesn't seem to be what he wants. Now, some may argue that okay, well, that doesn't change the fact that, like, he still promotes, he platforms harmful ideology without really properly disavowing it. He works for the Daily Watch, but I'm not going to get into, like, a guilt by association thing, because I feel like you get into a lot of weird shit with that. It's fallacious. It doesn't really work. I do think that Ben Shapiro is quite bad when it comes to trans issues. I think that he's definitely very he's not good on a lot of look, we could go over the individual positions all day long, whether it be his position on education / schooling, his economic positions, his positions on systemic racism, etc. I mean, that's not what the stream is for. We've already gotten really distracted. Pretty sure Ben calls himself a moderate conservative. Yeah, I wouldn't consider him, like, far right. I would consider him decently right-wing, though. I wouldn't say he's, like, super moderate. I wouldn't consider him, like, a moderate broadly. I would consider him somebody that's definitely very conservative in terms of what he personally believes, but he frames himself politically as moderate. That's sort of the angle he comes from. And it is rhetorically effective to an extent. And in fact, this is something that I do to an extent, to a lesser extent, but still to an extent, right? Where I sort of present information in a way that's, like, more moderate, but that's not to say that I'm not politically biased or whatever. Like, I would consider myself as an individual person to be a leftist, right? I would be lying to you if I said I didn't have that underlying bias. Look, I could pretend like I'm the most moderate person in the world. I'm not. And I acknowledge that. But that's because I don't believe there's anything intrinsically wrong with being extremist necessarily. You can be an extremist for good things, extremely pro-individual liberty, right? In a way that's beneficial, right? That's sort of how I've gotten to my positions, right? Because there are things that prevent individuals from having liberty, whether it be federal governments, state governments, local governments, or even corporations. That's where the whole libertarian socialism comes into fruition. That's the whole reason I believe in socialism, is because I am extremely in favor of people having their freedom maximized. And I believe that corporations have too much power over individual people, right? And I think that prevents freedom and individual liberty for the most people possible being maximized, right? That's sort of where that comes from. But I can make arguments for that. I can say, well, hold on a minute. Like, take an extreme position in the opposite direction, for instance, right? To its logical conclusion, if you want. Not to say that this is a moderate position, by the way, but let's say your goal is to maximize freedom individually, individual liberty, but your mechanism in mind for doing this is just delete the government, let corporations do whatever they want. The freer the market, the freer the people. If that's your approach, you don't actually remove the state. You just end up with a power vacuum that inevitably gets filled by something that wants power. It gets filled by whatever. Amazon becomes the state because it's the most powerful corporation. Maybe it's not Amazon. I'm guessing it would be Amazon or something like Amazon, right? Like Amazon or Google or whatever the fuck, right? That would become the state. It would take power, and it wouldn't care about individual liberty, because corporations operate not to benefit people, but to benefit themselves monetarily. So it would have no reason to not use American citizens as slave labor. Why wouldn't it do that? It has no competition. It controls everything. Who would be stopping it? So you would just end up with like a fascist regime, right? So what this means is no matter what, you can't just remove a federal government and completely rob it of its power, that doesn't actually remove power that goes into the hands of the people. That power vacuum gets filled with whoever is the most powerful. So what you do instead is, rather than removing the federal government, you specifically make sure that its primary and maybe even sole purpose, depending on how far you want to go, is to protect the rights of the individual people from corporations and smaller governments, right? If a smaller government, if the government of Alabama tries legislating against the bodily autonomy of women, saying you can't get abortions, the federal government should step in and say, well, hold on a minute, you can't do that. You are infringing upon these people's individual liberty. If a corporation is refusing to pay fair wages, the federal and state governments should step in and say, well, hold on a minute, you shouldn't be able to do this. You got to pay your employees a living wage. You can't just have them work their asses off, work overtime constantly, never giving them a break, and then pay them jack fucking shit. Pay them the same as you did many years ago before inflation, and then keeping the same wages with inflation, like as in $12 is now worth what $6 used to be, and you're still paying them the same wage, as even though the money is worth a different amount, right? It has a different value. Ben Shapiro is a more reliable source for me because he doesn't bring religion into his arguments. He has on certain occasions, but you're right, he is better about that than most conservatives. He doesn't assert his religion as the fundamental or underlying reason behind what he believes. With that being said, it does definitely play a role, right? And this is why I think that you're a conservative in name only, because if you're a religious person and you're super political and you have really strong beliefs, and religion is one of them, you might believe in the separation of church and state, and that's good. You might not base your rhetoric off of your religion, right? But your underlying beliefs, your presuppositional ideas that you base your entire worldview off of are religious ones. The same way that mine are utilitarian ones, right? Mine are entirely based off of minimizing harm and maximizing good as much as possible, right? That's my it's something that I almost treat as an axiom. Now the reason I believe it isn't axiomatic, right? I could get into the moral realist arguments, but generally it's going to be the case that most people are going to agree, at least non-religious people are going to agree with me in terms of that underlying foundation, right? Which is harm ought to be minimized and good things ought to be maximized, right? It's good to maximize good things, bad to maximize bad things. I know, crazy. So for instance, that's why when it comes to the issue of trans rights, one of the standards I invoke is harm. Do trans people by just existing cause harm? Does it cause harm to allow minors to get access to necessary medical care, right? The answer is no. It causes more good than harm. It has more pros than cons, right? There's like a utilitarian measurement almost, which is what I base my morality off of, my ethics off of, I guess you could say. But Ben Shapiro doesn't do this. He doesn't have that same system of ethics. That the mechanism through which he arrives at truth in his mind is a religion. And anything beyond that is a post-talk rationalization from him on his end. So even though he makes logical sounding arguments for what he believes, he's still starting with a conclusion and then ending up at an explanation based on the conclusion, which he treats as a fixed point. I don't do this, by the way. My conclusions generally aren't fixed points. There are some that might function as it because nobody has presented a good counter argument and nobody disagrees. Like, for instance, I might treat pedophilia being bad as a fixed point because we all agree that pedophilia is bad. I haven't really had anyone seriously try to argue with me that pedophilia is actually based in red pilled. Thankfully, okay? I haven't had to debate flamenco, luckily, so I've never really had that discussion, right? So even if there are some things where it's like, okay, fair enough, you treat it presuppositionally, I haven't really had to think about that position that much, right? A lesser value nowadays? What, religion? It should be a lesser value. It's optimization. Yeah, exactly. Like, the goal is to optimize well-being, right? Human happiness. To minimize human suffering, right? To minimize harm. You haven't argued with groypers then? This is true. I think you do that too. Like, I don't think you'd change your opinion on trans issues if gender-affirming care to minors resulted in a negative. Well, what I would argue for then, if there was like some sort of like statistical proof that like this does objectively cause more harm than good, which nobody has been able to argue, but let's say magically that's what it, there's like a bunch of new peer-reviewed studies that with a flaw, like a not flawless methodology, but like a solid methodology that don't misrepresent anything, that come out against gender affirming care for minors, and it's like, hey, we've found that there's this issue where this causes more harm than good. I would reconsider my position. I'd be like, okay, so maybe if this is something that worsens lives on average, then it's not going to be something I'm in favor of necessarily, right? But that's not the case. That would be an empirically incorrect assumption to make. So, not to mention the fact that I believe utility is maximized when bodily autonomy is maximized. So, even therapy, drug, or surgery can result in a negative. Yeah, and that's why the whole point is to like optimize human happiness and well-being, and obviously minimizing harm and human suffering, right? Like, that's the whole point. Sounds kind of like you're saying you're just lucky you're right. No, not at all. No, I don't think that it makes me lucky. I don't think that I'm right based on luck. In fact, I used to have the opposite position. I used to be more against trans issues, if you can believe that. But it was because I figured out over time, slowly but surely, that my beliefs were based entirely off of demonstrably false and empirically incorrect information that I basically either I made up or other people that I listened to made up without having any actual sources, right? Ben Shapiro is not actually a good source of information. I know, crazy. No, that's not luck. I have completely different positions now than I used to have. And I think that's probably not a bad thing. Like, I mean, sure, it could be the case that somebody starts with the correct position incidentally and then they become more wrong over time, but I don't think that's what's happened here. It seems to be the case that the more knowledge I have, the more in favor I am of trans rights, because the scientific consensus is in support of trans rights. There's no logical reason to be against it. All of it is irrational, fear-mongering tactics used by conservative pundits and politicians, right? That's it. There's no empirical evidence that they use for this either. The most they've ever done is lied about a few studies and taken them out of context, studies that more often than not say the opposite of what they're saying, by the way. Lying about what the studies mean, or using studies that are like super old with flawed methodologies. And the reason that they don't do this anymore is because taking the Tim Pool approach of citing a long study without actually saying what the study is or accurately representing it, it doesn't work once people catch on and actually are willing to take the time to read the studies, right? So what people on the left have done with this is they've looked at the studies, and now they know which studies get misrepresented the most often. So there are some people, and I could be better about this. I could have like a whole research document containing just the studies that have been either debunked by newer studies or studies that have been lied about, etc., right? The reason that it's like I don't even have to do that is because they've sort of given up on trying to take this approach of being of pretending to have any intellectual merit, because they're wrong. That's the reason that Matt Walsh will never cite a study ever, is because he's wrong. The most he'll ever do is read the title of an article that you know damn fucking well he never fucking read a goddamn word of. Maybe you read the first fucking sentence, right? Like, that's the thing, is they don't cite any empirical data because all of the empirical data that exists proves them wrong or doesn't prove what they actually needed to prove. And this is why I have the positions that I do. Now, in terms of gender-affirming care for adults, there's no argument you could make against this. Again, if gender-affirming care was demonstrated to cause a substantial harm to minors and cause more harm than good, then I would reconsider my position. In terms of adults, I would make the same argument of, I would just, like, let's say it turns out that it causes more harm broadly for trans people to receive gender-affirming care on average. Obviously, this is empirically and provably false, right? But let's say we live in a hypothetical scenario where that's different. I would argue that adults would still have the right. Like, if you're 18 or older, you know, the same reason you have the right to get plastic surgery, you would have a right to be able to get gender-affirming care and whatnot, right? Now, the reason, the underlying logic as to why it actually causes more good than bad, and why all of the empirical data is in support of my arguments, is because generally it tends to be the case that when freedom and personal liberty is maximized, that so is human happiness. So the reason you don't see this net harm is because you end up with people having more of a say over themselves, over their own livelihood, over how they're treated in society and how they live, and that all of that is a good thing. He's gonna misrepresent the hell out of that, yeah. That one Joe Rogan Matt Walsh clip, yeah, it just goes to show that Matt Walsh hates empirical data because all of it proves him wrong or has nothing to do with his arguments. He fucking embarrassed himself on Joe Rogan's show. Joe Rogan is not a leftist. If anything, he leans more conservative. He buys into, like, conspiracy brain rot. And Matt Walsh went onto the Joe Rogan show, and Joe Rogan corrected him when Matt Walsh said that there were millions of detransitioners. He just made that up. And Joe Rogan said, well, no, there's not. There's like, it seems like, guys, can we fact check this? And then it's like his research team looks it up and it's like, oh, actually there's like, 2,300. And it's like, and then Matt Walsh is like, no, there's like hundreds of thousands. And it's like, well, no, first of all, you said millions. And secondly, no, you're still wrong. It's 2,000 or maybe slightly more than that. It's not multiple, it's not hundreds of thousands. You're lying when you say this. But yeah, no, I would say that at the end of the day, it's just another example of, Fembro, you might hate me for saying this, but conservatism being a fucking disease sometimes. Look, it's true. Matt Walsh lies and pulls arguments out of his ass. I'm shocked. What? You're telling me that Matt Walsh lied? Holy shit. Next, you're gonna tell me that John Swan lied. Oh, fuck me, dude. Color me shocked. What a crazy revelation that would be. Now, I want to finish the epic video on the Luhrix YouTube channel called "This YouTuber is a Complete Joke" about Flamenco TV. You know, the Lolicon infighting is so beautiful to watch. Now, I am going to be pulling a Hasan. Unfortunately, everybody has to use the bathroom. Look, I've been so thirsty lately. I don't know what the fuck it is. Maybe it's because I started progesterone lately. It's like, I feel so dehydrated. It's like, I can't get enough water. Maybe that's the real reason. I had kind of a cold. I'm recovering. I've mostly recovered. I felt kind of sick yesterday. Reason I didn't stream. It wasn't that I didn't have the time, though. There was also college shit I had to do. You know, I could have fit in like an hour-long stream. It was mainly because, yeah, no, I felt like shit. John Swan didn't lie. His cousin just used his computer. This is true. It's actually all a part of a grand conspiracy, constructed by, Nicholas Diorio, okay? Nicholas Diorio, you see, has been, working with the global elites to censor the truth that John Swan has been spreading, and, it's very disappointing. Very disappointed in Nicholas Diorio from condemning my two favorite commentary YouTubers, John Swan and Flamenco TV, the two best and the bestest and most smartest people on the platform that say things how they are, you know. And you know, it's very disappointing that he's been working with the global elites in order to stop them, because he knows that like they would be disproving the woke agenda. Okay. Anyways, I need to pee. Okay, BRB, gonna pull this on real quick. Glad you feel better. You look great. Why? Thank you very much. And yeah, I've been feeling a little bit better. My throat's a little bit sore. Part of that is self-inflicted because I've been talking a lot. Normally I can talk for longer. Yeah. So hopefully I haven't been sounding too, I don't know, manly as a result of me having a cold. Hopefully I don't sound like a fucking, hopefully I don't still sound like a troon, okay? Hopefully I sound like a cis woman, okay? I'm hoping. Look, not that there's anything wrong with sounding masculine, by the way. It's just something that, look, it makes me a little dysphoric, okay? I'm sorry. That's the thing, is like, I have like these really like absurdly high standards for myself. It's like there could be like a completely non-passing trans woman who hasn't started hormones, that hasn't done any voice training, and like I'll see her as a woman and I'll be like, yeah, you're valid, you're based, you're a real woman. And then it's like, for me, it's like, oh god, I hope I don't sound like a troon. I hope I pass. I hope I'm a real woman. Please tell me I'm a real woman, guys. It's like I have this obvious double standard for myself, and I know it's harmful, but it's something I need to work on. As a call center employee, my throat is raw 90% of the time. You sound great too, by the way. Why, thank you. Don't just say that to make me feel better, though. Like, if I need to improve my voice, like, be honest, right? It's one of the reasons I specifically have the audio where the bass is boosted a little bit so that I can hear it back in order to critique myself. A little higher? You sound cute. It's an advantage and a disadvantage? Wait, really? Thank you. Aw. Are you saying it could be a little higher, or that it's a little higher than it was before? Cause like, yeah, when I was slightly more sick than I am now, I'm a little bit congested. But not nearly as much as I was before. I don't know what it was. Anyways, I really need to pee, so I'm gonna pull us on. My apologies. Yeah, I'll be back in like a minute, okay?
But at the same time, I'm still going to defend my point for fucking an hour. And weirdly enough, even though he just admitted live that he should have phrased the tweet differently when he was alleging someone of committing a crime as a fact when it wasn't, he continues defending himself. He's incapable of taking the fucking L.
So you basically took some random fucking bitches with no credibility, you took some random bitches' credibility on Twitter that you just took their word for it.
Yeah, we debated on this for like 3 hours. You're not going to move him.
He just said yes. He just said yes to that. Do you see how that's so fucking embarrassing? That's not like a Giga Chad yes moment.
The person that we're talking about, what did they do with the GoFundMe money?
That's after the fact, you fucking retard. Before I play the rest of this clip, the context is that after the fact, after he made a baseless allegation of someone committing a crime, a year or so later, or a few months later, it ended up being that this person did commit a crime, which is why I assume he's so confident and just refuses to take the L. But that doesn't change the fact that you made a baseless allegation based on nothing. As I'm going to explain in this clip, if I say the world is going to end tomorrow based on no information at all, and I end up actually being right that the world does end tomorrow, I don't look smart there. I look like a fucking retard still. Because at the end of the day, I said something was going to be a fact without having any evidence to back up what I was saying at the time. So even if I end up being right in retrospect, that doesn't make me any smarter. That's after the fact, you fucking retard.
I mean,
dude, if I say the fucking listen,
I think my intuitions were
listen,
pretty
you're
clear
fucking,
in the
you're
right on
actually,
that one, dude.
your
Sorry,
brain is
dude.
actually fucking melted. If I say the world is gonna shut the fuck up. If I say the world is gonna fucking blow up tomorrow, I'm gonna look like a schizo, and obviously you guys aren't gonna take me seriously. But if the world ends up fucking blowing up tomorrow, do I look like some genius now? No, I'm the same retard because I said it with no fucking evidence.
Yeah, your
That's
intuition,
exactly
I guess,
what you are
was
right now. That doesn't make you look good.
Yeah, but
You're
you
still the
under-
same retard. He says your intuition, I guess, was right, and then cackles. This is the problem. This is the problem with these motherfuckers. They can't ever accept an L. They can't ever accept that they're wrong about something, and that's why you will continue.
Okay, I am back. Taking the piss. This is true. I guess you could say I truly have been completely taking the piss. Anyways, where was I? Oh, right, yeah. I agree that people should be able to take L's and whatnot, like our good friend Lolicon Lerix is saying. Unfortunately, it seems to be the case that he doesn't really apply the standard to himself when it comes to the Lolicon allegations. Unfortunate, I know. It's like, why doesn't he take the L? Because why would he, right? But it's like, okay, but there, if you watch 5 hours of an anime about incest and Lolicon for, quote, research purposes, and also you've liked sexually explicit drawings of children, but like that goes beyond just something you can write off as, oh, that's, maybe I should have not liked it on my main. It's like, no, you shouldn't have liked it at all. Like, it's not like an optics L. It's like a you being a bad person type of L, and it just so happens to coincide with the fact that you have bad optics as a result of it. Look, again, this is not to say that he deserves to have his entire career ruined, but the point is, like, if you're willing to criticize people for much less, you should be willing to acknowledge your own wrongdoings, right? Like, if you're willing to make, like, 200 videos on Jalyn, like, I feel like at that point, you should be able to, I don't know, take some personal accountability when you've done worse. Like, yeah, has Jalyn said some dumb shit? Has she spurged out? Yeah, there's valid criticisms you can make against her. There are ones that I agree with, right? Even though I'm her friend, right? Like, it's almost like we don't have to agree on everything. She also agrees that a lot of the criticisms are valid anyway. In fact, she actually has the opposite problem a lot of the time, where she's, like, overly insecure about it. And I'm like, okay, look, you messed up in the past, but, like, after a certain point, it's like, okay, I know you're not a bad person. You don't have to feel terrible about this constantly, right? So, with that being said, look, here's the thing. If you criticize people for the most mundane shit, oh no, somebody said the N-word one time, or, which, it's not good to call somebody the N-word, by the way. She shouldn't have done that, right? Don't call people the N-word. No matter how mentally fucking ill you are, don't do that. Massive disavow, right? Never do that. I feel like that's not nearly as damning, though, as liking content that is clearly and unambiguously created with the sole intention of attracting pedophiles. That's what Lolicon is. It is content. It is literally just drawn a CP. That is objectively what it is. It depicts underage characters that look very young and underdeveloped in a way that is very sexually explicit. And I don't see why people would be okay writing that off if they're against that, which, I mean, fair enough. I don't blame you for that. I agree. Pedophilia is bad. But what I don't agree with is, I don't agree with downplaying it, maybe, potentially. Look, here's the thing. I feel like if there was this amount of evidence, if all of the evidence that applies to Luhrix applied to, I don't know, me, for example, even though I'm less known, I guarantee you there would be more videos talking about me in that hypothetical situation than there are currently of Luhrix, which is sad because Luhrix not only has over 60,000 subscribers as of recording this, right? Like this is his main channel. He gets quite a few views. His videos aren't even necessarily bad, by the way. He does put a decent amount of effort into them now on the main channel. Like I'll give credit where credit is due, but I have under 2,000 subscribers. I've had people talk about situations involving me that are way less bad than fucking Lolicon shit. It's like, what's the extent of what I've done? Yeah, I leaked somebody's face one time. That was fucking shitty. And I felt really bad about it afterwards and apologized, right? And people talked about that. And I was a fucking nobody. I'm still a nobody. I'm still a fucking nobody. Like, I'm a nobody streamer. And that's okay, right? I'm not famous. More people talk. But so I guarantee you, if I did anything even remotely as bad as admitting to watching 5 hours straight of incest lolicon, that I would know right from the get-go is literally incest lolicon, as well as having multiple liked tweets that sexually depict, with drawings that sexually depict minors, I can't fucking imagine the amount of backlash I would have gotten if that's something that I had done. Like, if I were to do that, could you fucking imagine what commentary people would say about me? They wouldn't hold back. It would be all that people talk about. If my name were to ever come up, that would be the first thing that gets mentioned. But for whatever reason, whenever Luhrix comes up, that's not the first thing that's mentioned. It's like, why am I one of the only people that calls him Lolicon Lerix? Why does nobody ever talk about this? Because I know for a fucking fact that the communities that he's relevant in would condemn literally anybody else that's not a part of their community that they don't already like for doing the same fucking shit. But because it's Luhrix, because they already like Luhrix, because they agree with him in terms of like the way he approaches YouTube drama, because they've already associated with him, it's easier to just ignore it and hope that nobody notices. But people are gonna notice eventually. You can't hide that shit forever. I mean, fuck me, dude. Why do people hate Tipster again? I can't remember the list of 5 trillion irrelevant bullshit reasons, if I'm gonna be completely honest. It was something about him allegedly cheating on his wife, which there was like no evidence for. He left the commentary community. He's kind of cringe, which I actually agree with. That's like the biggest, baddest thing he's done. He's like, he might or might not be dishonest. I think maybe he's I think he's like technically maybe defended Loli. I don't know, but he definitely hasn't been caught liking that shit. At no point has he ever had a Loli in his liked tweets, nor has he admitted to watching 5 hours of an incest lolicon anime where the whole point is that it's incest and lolicon, and then making an entire video about that. So if we're gonna make a huge deal about people like Tipster and Jalyn saying cringe shit, why are we gonna give Luhrix a pass when he does things that are infinitely worse? If you agree that there's enough evidence against Vosh, circumstantial and in terms of the actual evidence of what's in his folder, which there is enough evidence to say, yeah, he knowingly downloaded Lolicon. Let's not fucking kid ourselves. I would apply that same standard to Luhrix. Abso-fucking-lutely. He pedo-jacketed a lot of people back in the days. Who, Vosh or Luhrix? Or both? Didn't Jalyn send Loli to someone on Discord? No, she did not. I do know what you are talking about, though. There was like a screenshot that was faked. I think somebody faked one of me as well. But it was like clearly faked. Because 8030 on Twitter posted about it. Because he's kind of a fucking spurg. And then he ended up, everyone was shitting on him because it was like so obviously fake that he ended up deleting it and apologizing. He was like, oh shit, sorry, lol, I thought this was real. Yeah, it was like the most obviously fake shit. Tipster did in his early commentary era, Vosh 2 with Extreme Dad. Okay, yeah. I agree with that. In terms of false pedo, I feel like, and I feel like there's like a difference between calling someone like a pedo because they've been exposed for liking lolly shit, right? Like if I'm making a hyperbolic statement like that, right? Where it's like, okay, I don't know for certain, like, okay, how does Luhrix find himself physically attracted to real children? Maybe not. But I mean, if he agrees with me in terms of lolicon shit being the same as pedo shit, right? Or maybe not even the same, but very heavily correlated, right? Like if you're into lolicon shit, like let's not pretend like there's not an issue there. Oh no, it's just otherwise you get into it's just a drawing, bruh, kind of territory, in which case I guess we could go down that route, but like I know for a fact Luhrix wouldn't do that. So if he at least publicly, maybe privately he feels differently, if he publicly agrees with lolicon being bad and he condemns it publicly multiple times, he should be willing to hold himself to that same standard. If he publicly states that, yeah, this is like pedophilia, and then he does the thing that he considers to be pedophilia, I think it's fair for me to say, okay, yeah, he's being a fucking pedophile, right? By his own standards, right? Like, now let's say that Luhrix had never said anything about lolicon. He was completely agnostic. He never argued in favor or against it. I would probably be more charitable, actually. I would say, okay, well, all right, you don't know that much about the subject's material, maybe. You know, you're into some weird shit. You definitely might want to ask yourself why, but I'm not gonna label you as anything, right? And maybe this is an example of me being too charitable to Vosh, right? I applied a little bit of a different standard, but I learned from that. It's like, okay, well, hold on a minute. Well, I guess the main difference there, though, is Vosh, in my mind, might not have known it was lolicon, whereas it's like very clear and obvious that Luhrix would know that it's lolicon, right? Because once I found out that it's clear beyond a reasonable doubt that Vosh knew he had lolicon, it wasn't incidental, he didn't misinterpret art, whatever, then I immediately condemned him, right? There was like no excuse anymore, right? Again, my entire defense of him initially was contingent upon Vosh being ignorant on the subject, right? Now, should I call Vosh a pedophile? I mean, I don't know. I guess maybe I shouldn't call Luhrix a pedophile either, if that's the case. But I feel like Luhrix has definitely engaged, or there's more evidence of Luhrix engaging with lolly shit than Vosh, right? Like they can both say that they had good intentions all they want, right? But like the stuff that you have been exposed for looking at speaks for itself, right? Like no explanation you give is going to justify either having a few images of lolicon on your computer or, in Luhrix's case, watching 5 hours of an anime that is literally just lolicon and incest the entire duration. Him being a retard commentary channel is worse than Loli IMO. This is true. Luhrix is just a rando cringe white boy. This is also true. By his own standards, Vosh is PDF adjacent. Yeah, I would call him pedo adjacent. That's what I would call Vosh. Because I guess technically Vosh never said that that anyone who has Lolicon on their computer definitively is a pedophile, no questions asked. I believe what he said is there's like a clear and unambiguous correlation, and that you're, if nothing else, pedo adjacent. That sounds more like something he would say. So I guess I'll call Vosh pedo adjacent, but I don't think that that's even a term that Luhrix has used. I think he would just say that, yeah, like this is pedo shit, right? I feel like I mean, he's in commentary, and other commentary people definitely just, there are like so many people in commentary. In fact, it's basically all of them, because they basically are almost like a monolith at this point. Not entirely. There's like different subsections, but each subsection, it's like they all regurgitate the same opinions, and like some of these people won't even make they won't acknowledge the fact that like, okay, like obviously actual CP is worse than Lolicon. Like, I feel like you have to be retarded to think otherwise. Like you can acknowledge that both are bad while acknowledging that one is worse, right? Like that's not like a defense of Lolicon, right? Like people are so scared of accidentally defending Lolicon, where it's like they will treat it like it is the exact same thing as having actual CP, which it's not, right? The reason CP is wrong is for all of the reasons that Lolicon is wrong, obviously, and additionally, it's wrong because it is something that necessarily harms children directly in the process of its production, and if you are a consumer of it, you are increasing supply and demand, thus harming children sexually, right? So at the end of the day, what you end up with is you have two things that are bad for the same reasons, and then one thing that's worse because there are additional reasons it's bad, right? And commentary people won't even acknowledge this sometimes. Some of them might, some of them don't. I don't know if Luhrix would acknowledge this, but like that's sort of like where that kind of discourse is, which is really weird. And a lot of these people get exposed for things like secretly liking Lolicon. Again, Luhrix, perfect example of this. Commentary person exposed for lolly shit. That's the thing. It's like, do these people overcompensate when they say that it's just as bad as actual CP and overstate the harm? Because like I can look at it and I can make fun of it and be like, yeah, this is obviously bad, without being like, this is the worst thing ever. This is exactly the same as real CP that involves children directly. There are no categorical distinctions to be made. Like, I don't know. I feel whenever people say shit like that, it brings them into question in my mind. It's like, why are you saying that? Or is this like an optics thing? Is this some sort of like the denial of what you're into? Is this like an overcompensate? Like, what is this, right? Whereas I can just be like, yeah, it's like bad. But, like, I think people sometimes overstate the harm, right? That's not difficult for me to say. Ethically twice worse. To hurt an actual child, it also hurts the user. Yeah, exactly. Well, I think that, like one of the main reasons that Lolicon is harmful is because it harms the consumer of it. That's one of the main categories of people it harms. Like that shit can't be good for the human psyche. And I feel like it's in a way where it's like it's almost it is like a self-inflicted harm in a sense. And I do believe that it does similar to something like I don't know, like an alcohol addiction. Like it increases the propensity for one to commit harm, right? Like if you drink alcohol, I wouldn't argue that that's necessarily bad in of itself. But the reason that I would say that, okay, but alcohol is kind of a bad thing broadly. Not that it should be illegal necessarily. I wouldn't even argue that Lolicon should be illegal, just heavily stigmatized the same way that, even more so than alcohol, because that's the thing is if somebody is an alcoholic, right, they're more likely to be reckless and harm others, right, as a result of their alcohol addiction. It gets in the way of certain things. Even though they might not start drinking alcohol with the intent to harm, that oftentimes is the outcome. That's why you don't want to drink yourself to death. Similarly, if you are a consumer of Lolicon, you might justify it in your own mind. Well, no children were required in the production of this, but you're harming your own psyche because it's something that you intuitively know is disgusting because it involves the sexualization of children, and as well as the fact that you are putting yourself in this position where obviously anyone that watches Lolicon is more likely to be a pedophile that harms children. Now, whether or not that is like a direct causal link is really difficult to measure. But I think if we're dealing specifically with children being sexually exploited, that's going to be a very risky thing versus what is the benefit of Lolicon. I can't imagine that people that watch Lolicon feel good about themselves after the fact, right? So there's like if we actually look at the risk-reward factor, it seems to be a whole lot of risk and not a whole lot of reward, right? So that's why I would argue that it's bad, right? But it doesn't make you an evil person necessarily if you look at it. It means you could be a good person doing a bad thing, right? I feel like acknowledging that it's bad, or if you disagree with me, that's fine. I guess you can debate me on that. Maybe, hopefully not. Without being fucking insane about it, I guess. Luhrix isn't smart enough to use that Lamau. To use what? Sorry. I don't know what that's in reference to. I wasn't looking at chat recently. Oops. Didn't he get exposed for liking pictures of child Disney characters with cum on their faces? Wait, Luhrix? Or Vosh? Because I agree that they're both problematic in that regard, to say the very least. In terms of their propensity towards children. Vosh, yeah, look, I think that Vosh is definitely in the wrong there. He needs to get fucking help. I don't know if the Disney characters thing is holds any merit or not. I don't know if that's real. I haven't looked into it. So I'm not going to say definitively one way or another. I wouldn't put it past him based on what we do know, but I would say he's pedo adjacent. I think that's like the best description of him based on how he describes others, I guess. The post-nut shame times 1,000. Yeah, and it's not just, like, that's the thing, is it's not just about the shame either. Like, I feel like if we're dealing with, like, the potential sexualization and sexual exploitation of minors being potentially promoted, and it's for what? So that somebody can have, like, a really shameful nut that they feel terrible about and that, like, fucks with them psychologically and makes them feel terrible about themselves. It's like, what is the benefit to having people watch Lolicon? What is the upside, right? And I don't want to hear freedom of speech or expression, because I'm not arguing for it to be illegal. I'm arguing for it to be seen as a bad thing, because I don't think that anything good comes from it. The same way that nothing, like the same way that I would argue that getting drunk 24/7 is a bad thing, right? I would argue it's worse than that, right? Again, very risky. You could argue that there are individual instances even where drunk driving leads to no negative outcomes. So it's actually morally justifiable in an act but like that's like a bullshit argument, because you know that there's like a very high risk, very low reward, right? What's the reward? Oh, you get home a little bit faster and you don't have to worry about like carpooling or having like a designated driver, right? But the risk is so fucking high that it's not worth it, right? Again, if we're dealing with the risk being the sexualization of actual children potentially in the future. And again, there do need to be more studies on this. I feel like because the risk is something kind of high, to put it very lightly, and the reward is extremely fucking low. Like, the end user doesn't even get shit out of it. They just feel worse about themselves. I mean, like, I feel like at that point, there's no argument in favor of it. They're probably sociopaths that don't feel shame or care about the harm. Maybe. I don't know. I mean, I believe it's possible to be like a sociopath or like a psychopath and not be a bad person, right? Like, you can have like a predisposition that increases the likelihood of you committing harm, but like I believe that everybody has like the opportunity to be good. I believe that everybody deserves that opportunity. I don't think it's like that black and white. Like, I think that anybody can choose to be a decent person. I used to be of the belief that some people are just like intrinsically bad, like psychopaths. Like, I believed, like, I used to be of the belief that they're too dangerous to allow in society, even if they haven't committed a crime yet. But like, I feel like I'm not in favor of thought policing, to say the very least. Like, if they haven't committed a crime, I don't think that they should go to jail, right? Like, maybe that's a controversial take. Like, even, like, for instance, if somebody, and I would apply the same standard to like a non-offending pedophile even, right? Like, if there's somebody that has like an innate, like, a sexual desire for or attraction to children, like, that's bad, but I don't think they should go to prison. I think they should go to therapy, right? Like, they need help, right? Otherwise, because, like, what else would you expect them to do? Like, fucking kill themselves? Like, that's unreasonable. I don't know. Not a good idea to isolate them preemptively. They need therapy and to be held accountable. Yeah, like, the goal should be to make sure that like they keep themselves in check, that they don't cause harm, because most people don't want to cause harm. Most people aren't fundamentally bad people. Non-offending pedophiles that have never harmed a child aren't fundamentally bad. They just need therapy to make sure that they don't become bad. I don't like the idea of somebody, before they even do anything, not having a chance at being a good person. I believe that psychopaths, non-offenders, etc., that haven't done anything wrong, despite having that predisposition, deserve a chance. I think everybody deserves a chance. It's just something that would need to be addressed with therapy, right? Like, if somebody is a diagnosed psychopath, right? I think that rather than locking them up, that would be unethical. They should go to therapy to address the potential issues, right? To make sure that they don't fucking become a serial killer, right? That would be the best way of minimizing harm. First thing they teach you is accountability. Yeah, exactly. To get to that point, they have to admit the wrongdoing and what they are doing. The problem is people justify it. To an extent, however, that's because there's like a huge disconnect between, say, for instance, them and their own internal justification versus the people that would attack them when they technically haven't done anything yet. And that would only reinforce that the world is out to get them, and that no matter what, people are going to see them as evil, so they may as well give in to their desires, since whether or not they're bad people isn't contingent upon their actions, it's contingent upon their innate predispositions, in which case, why would it fucking matter? Society doesn't care about them. Society thinks they're evil no matter what. So why the fuck would they care about what? I don't want to cause harm. Why would that be their standard? No one taught them to have that standard, necessarily. Why would you expect them necessarily to come to that conclusion on their own? Some people might, but not everybody. At the end of the day, you would just be isolating them from being able to have like a reasonable discussion where it's like, okay, well, I don't think you're an evil person for this. I just think that this is something you might want to address, right? I would apply this to Luhrix, by the way. Like, I don't think his career needs to be ruined. I don't think that he should, like, I don't think he's ontologically evil because he liked lolly shit or whatever the fuck. I don't think he's like an intrinsically bad person necessarily. I just think it's something that can't go unaddressed. It's something that shouldn't be normalized, and it's something that he needs to get help for, right? Like, that's all I'm saying. If they feel nothing matters, then they aren't fit to Western society. Then that's how it is. Right, but you would want them to be able to operate within society without being people that cause harm. That's the point. Like, they shouldn't have to kill themselves or go to jail if they haven't committed a crime. We have classes for that. For what specifically? You do realize that when it comes here's the thing about certain people, right? Like, when it comes to like predispositions that are harmful, right? It's very hard to address, right? But you don't go about it by saying that these people are ontologically evil and not worthy of forgiveness or second chances or worth talking to, right? Like, now, not all predispositions are equally harmful, but I know that one for me that I've had is being vengeful, wanting revenge, being very spite-driven by default, being somebody that has always felt the need to get even with those who wrong me. This has been something that I have had as like almost like a predisposition. It's like an innate, intuitive thing for me, right? And I've definitely caused harm as a result of this. Oftentimes, what this leads to is disproportionate punishments that don't fit the crimes that you're supposedly convicting others of, right? Again, this is something that I ended up working on. And hell, there have been instances where I've slipped up. Obviously, I'm not perfect by any means, right? But it's because I've thought enough about philosophy and ethics and what I believe to the extent where I can recognize that, okay, well, getting revenge is not like a good, virtuous thing to do. Like, that's just what I intuitively want to do. But what I intuitively want to do is not necessarily right. You can intuitively want bad things. A pedophile might intuitively feel like it's okay to molest a child, but that's like a wrong position to have. That, like, whether or not they intuitively feel that way is not what determines the correctness of that, right? So what you need is to find a good way of constructing reasonable arguments for shit like this, where you don't immediately villainize people based on their predispositions that are harmful. Again, mine was being vengeful, wanting to get even with people. It wasn't people saying revenge is bad and you're evil for wanting that, and you're basically an evil psychopath. Nobody said, like, I don't even think anybody has specifically said that, but if they did, you better believe that nothing about me would have ever changed. I would have had no reason to change. I'd been like, well, fuck you. You're wronging me. You just don't want me to do this because you intend on wronging me and don't want to suffer the consequences for your actions. And there you go. There's the rationalization, it's almost like a form of oppositional defiance, right? And this is something that would occur with anybody that feels like they're being persecuted or villainized based on something that they might not intuitively understand why it's wrong, right? Now, again, not the perfect analogy. Being somebody that has a predisposition for revenge is not the same thing as having a predisposition for fucking children. Obviously, these are disanalogous to a certain extent. One is clearly worse than the other, right? But the point I'm trying to illustrate here is simply, to put it simply, villainizing somebody and treating them like they're subhuman doesn't change them. What does change them is making good arguments a lot of the time. And by that, I don't mean it changes them quickly or overnight or even in one argument, but it gets them closer. This is the whole point of doing multiple sessions for therapy. If it was as simple as having one conversation to completely 180 somebody's worldview, most therapists would be out of a job, right? Either way, that's not how it works. So you need multiple sessions to reinforce certain ideas. That's why I would recommend to any non-offender to get therapy. Hell, if you're a non-offender and you're watching this, I don't hate you. I just think you should get therapy because I don't want you to cause harm, right? That would be what I would say to you. I don't know if there's a non-offender watching this, but if there is, that's my advice to you. It's as simple as that. Just get therapy, okay? You're not a bad person if you haven't harmed any children. Just get therapy because this thing, whatever this predisposition is for you, it will manifest into something far nastier than what you could possibly imagine, right? That would be what I would say to somebody like that, right? So, with that being said, I wouldn't say you're evil, I hope you die, right? Or you're just as bad as an offender. Like, okay, no, right? Like, or you should be ostracized from society, or stop watching my content because you have this bad predisposition that can still be addressed before you cause harm. If they're in Western society, there's plenty of classes available to seek help for their problems. No, I disagree. I don't think that there's like enough instances that allow them to seek help. It's so heavily stigmatized that they would be afraid. I'm guessing, and maybe this is going to vary from person to person, but I'm guessing this would be something that most people wouldn't even be like. I could be wrong on this. I don't know. I guess I would have to like ask somebody that's been through something like this if they would tell their therapist about something like that. Because I feel like most of the time they wouldn't. Because they would be afraid of like the therapist, like whatever, being like, oh, okay, well, I guess I have no choice but to, because I think you're a danger to children, whatever the fuck, I don't know. Like, that's the thing is nobody ever really talks about this. Nobody talks about, like, you don't grow up learning, oh, hey, by the way, if you end up having this attraction, just seek help before it becomes something bad. It doesn't make you a bad person, and there's nothing wrong with seeking help. Rather than trying to suppress it on your own, but then, inevitably not doing the best job, feeling terrible about yourself in a way that inevitably implodes because you didn't get the proper help, right? Again, I think that it needs to be stigmatized, but only to an extent that still allows for them to be self-aware and feel comfortable telling a therapist. It shouldn't be so stigmatized that it causes them to not even want to tell their therapist, because then they never get help, and then it manifests itself. And it's not like it would benefit anybody, really. It would just snowball. It would get worse and worse over time, and nobody would have any idea. It would happen to the knowledge of nobody but themselves. And then inevitably one day they end up harming a child. And nobody would see it coming. No one would be able to I guess, promote or instill preventative measures that prevent them from getting to that place in the first place where they feel the need or feel it's okay to harm a child. Mentis made a 1-hour Q&A video that could give you some new stuff to watch. I mean, I guess it would depend on what the Q&A is. Just Google it. There are plenty paid to listen, my dude. That's on the person not talking about it. Okay, but I feel like we have like a societal obligation to make it clear that like this is an okay thing to talk about with a professional. Like we have an obligation as a society to say, okay, look, if you're one of these people, you're not necessarily evil. As long as you haven't harmed anybody, just seek help. Okay, I promise you will be so much happier in the long run. It'll be so much better. That's it. That is the mindset that should be had. But people don't have that. It has to be this weird dichotomous, you're evil for simply existing type of thing, right? It's like, okay, there is something problematic about their default state of existence. Don't get me wrong, but that doesn't make them evil. It just means they need to address something before they become evil. Look, the first question is making fun of late-stage capitalism, so there's something. Okay, maybe we get into that later. Don't blame the system when it lays out valleys of reliefs for non-offenders. What? Okay, if I'm talking about like a societal issue where nobody says, like, nobody ever tries speaking out to these people who are obviously going to be fucking miserable. Nobody's going to feel good about themselves if they're attracted to children. I believe that society should do a better job reaching out to these people and saying, hey, this is obviously problematic. You know it's problematic. I know it's problematic. We all know it's problematic. But you're not an evil person. We I understand that you're not trying to cause harm. You just have this predisposition, I guess you could say. Perhaps the best thing you can do is get help. You don't want it to manifest itself into something far nastier and worse than what it currently is. The same way that any bad predisposition might manifest itself. You want to seek psychological help. But nobody promotes this idea except for me and a select few people. Because I think it stems from people being scared that if they say what I'm saying right now, that what if they're perceived as defending pedophilia, which they wouldn't be, because they would be acknowledging that it's wrong, while acknowledging that the best solution for it isn't to throw everybody into the wood chipper if they haven't committed a crime, right? So I'm guessing a lot of it stems from people being, I don't know, scared to like have nuance with shit like this. If they don't seek out help and would rather cry about society as a whole, then I find it cringe. Look, I'm not saying that they would be in the right for doing that, but that's inevitably what would happen. If they feel isolated by society, isolation is one of the worst things you can do to somebody in terms of preventing them to cause harm. You don't want to isolate them, because then you don't have society to keep them in check. Society would be the main thing keeping them in check. And if they feel like society is out to get them rather than trying to help them, if that's how they view society, then why would they seek help from the thing that they perceive to be trying to hurt them? They wouldn't. And because they wouldn't be willing to accept that help or even consider the possibility that maybe there are people out there that want to help them, why would they seek help? To them, it's hopeless. To them, it doesn't fucking matter. That would be their perspective, is that it's all hopeless. It doesn't matter. And that allows it to manifest itself quietly behind the scenes, underneath, like under our noses, to the knowledge of nobody but themselves. It allows itself to manifest into something really fucking abhorrent and potentially something that is unforgivable. I mean, there have been studies on this in terms of letting these people get therapy, not feel like they're evil. Hell, this reduces the harm that gets caused to children, right? Like, you know that, right? Like, my position here is the one that minimizes harm. This is so doomer, it's great. It's not doomer to say that people ought to have access to mental health care, and B, to say that people should be comfortable enough to go to a therapist if there's a problem. They shouldn't feel so bad about something that like society hates them when they technically haven't done anything wrong and just need help, that they don't seek help because it doesn't matter. No matter what, they're evil. That's the point I'm making. what state does not have state and government funded professional help for them? That's not what I'm saying. I'm not making a legal argument about whether or not they have the ability to go to therapy or whatever the fuck, which, let's be real, I would argue that mental health resources are underfunded, not funded adequately. That's a whole different discussion. We're not talking about that. But if we assume it's the case that it has the proper funding, okay, then it would still be beneficial to societally accept the fact that, yeah, there are going to be these types of people that exist, but as long as they get help, it's okay that they exist, that like they shouldn't have to kill themselves because they have this bad, harmful predisposition, as long as they take the proper steps to avoid it causing any harm. But people don't have that mindset. That's the problem. And because people don't have that same mindset that I have, because most people, for whatever fucking reason, disagree with me on this, that's not going to be the case. When you check Discord TMs next here, I sent you the video. All right, I'll be sure to check that in 2027. I'm gonna make a compilation of Femyoz saying the dumbest shit, get called out for it, then saying, she didn't just say what she just said. So you mean like you would take things I say out of context, misinterpret them on purpose, put them into a little out of context compilation, and then I say that, yeah, like the argument you're presenting is inaccurate, or alternatively, you do present my arguments accurately, and then anyone that watches it realizes, oh, okay, it seems to be the case that even though the person posting this disagrees with Femyoz, what she's saying here is objectively correct. So there's no grounds for any major disagreement. How is it doomer to say that society shouldn't stigmatize Loli? Whoa. No. Don't misinterpret this. I don't think there's anything wrong with stigmatizing Loli. I want to make this clear. I'm talking about stigmatizing individual people who are non-offenders, who haven't engaged with any of this shit, right? So, again, you can stigmatize something and say, this is bad, right? It's bad to be a lolicon. It's bad to be an alcoholic, right? But that doesn't mean that you're ontologically evil. You can stop being an alcoholic. Obviously, it's a little bit more nuanced than that. You don't just stop drinking alcohol and then everything is all hunky-dory. Withdrawal is a real thing, right? But what you end up with is rather than, because like, think about it. In terms of stigmatizing a concept that causes harm rather than individual people, this serves the most utility more often than not. Now if somebody is a hypocrite, right? So if there's like an alcoholic, let's say, that constantly talks about how alcohol is bad and the dangers of alcohol, and why alcoholics are all bad people or whatever the fuck, let's say, right? Then, but they don't do anything to better themselves. They're not self-aware. They're like, oh, but my alcoholism isn't really alcoholism because, you know, I have like a higher tolerance, and when I'm drunk, I'm not actually that bad. You know, I like making a bunch of like you would acknowledge that, okay, but that's like a bullshit thing, right? Like, now alcoholism generally is bad. It's bad to be an alcoholic, right? But there would be different layers to it in that specific scenario, right? That would be the reason for villainizing, quote unquote, the alcoholic in that situation. Is it would be a combination of them doing the bad thing, acknowledging that it's bad, condemning others morally for doing the bad thing, but then not reflecting upon themselves. I would make the same fucking argument for Lolicon, right? Like, I would argue that Lolicon is bad, right? But what's even worse than that is being a lolicon who also condemns other lolicons without realizing or acknowledging the fact that they're also a fucking lolicon. Right? Like, I feel like if you actually look at the nuance of the situation here, right? Again, I would argue that somebody that's into that type of shit, it's like, okay, it's bad, but they're not irredeemable. keep that in mind. I think it would be better to put them on a watch list in a public record. Public record, no. Like, for instance, I would be completely against putting somebody that hasn't committed a sexual offense on like a as like a registered sex offender. Like they no. If you haven't committed a crime, no. Definitely like that. We get into some really weird Orwellian shit, like with like the whole thought crime thing. Like if you think this or have this sort of predisposition, or you know, you engage with this in your mind, that like that in of itself is a crime. I would not be interested in going down that route. Maybe not public record then. Yeah, you could like if there's like enough reason to like if there's like, say for instance, probable cause, let's say, right? And I would argue that somebody having Lolicon on their computer is not necessarily enough to say that there's probable cause for them to have CP even, right? I mean, I don't know. I'm kind of iffy on that. I don't know if that would be... I don't think that would be enough. I feel like that might be too much of a leap. But I feel like you would have to have a probable cause of somebody actually committing a crime before doing something like that. Like, if you don't have probable cause, like, I don't believe that you have a right to randomly open an investigation on, like, a random person, right? So you're against the sexual offender registry? What? No, I'm against I'm against a non-offender being on the sex offender registry because they wouldn't be offender. The whole point of people registering as a sex offender is so that people know that they have committed sexual offenses. If you have not committed sexual offenses, you should not be on the sex offender registry. Holy fuck. Consuming CP is a sexual offense. No. I'm talking about Lolicon. Technically, that's not... That wouldn't... I don't know. I don't think that would be considered a sexual offense. Lolicon is categorized as CP in the penalty. Do they not make the categorical distinction? I thought that they did. If they don't, I think that that's also retarded because they're definitely not the same. Like, if you want to make it illegal, fine. Only in cases where it's, like, really obvious, like, clear and unambiguous, and have the penalties be lower, right? Obviously, Lolicon is not as bad as actual CP. They're not the same fucking thing, right? And you would have to be careful to make sure that, like, the law doesn't get used in, like, the weird gray area where it's like, this might be lolly, but I don't know. It probably is. I think maybe, right? Either way, look, I don't think that we should ruin people's lives over crimes they haven't committed. Again, Lolicon is bad, but let's not overstate the harm here, okay? It's bad. It's not something you should do. Don't do it, right? But somebody that's into that shit is not irredeemable. Luhrix isn't irredeemable because he liked Loli on Twitter a couple times or because he watched 5 hours of Loli content like a couple years ago. It's bad. It shouldn't go unaddressed, but at the same time, it doesn't make him somebody that belongs on a sex offender registry. I wouldn't classify Luhrix as a sex offender. You could say that, oh, maybe you would categorize Loli as a sexual offense. I feel like that's a little bit, that's a bit much, right? Generally, like, if we're talking about sexual offenses, like, we're talking about, like, somebody that commits a sexual offense against another person, right? So, like, if we're talking, like in a strictly legal sense, like, that's, like, the way... Now, there are going to be some instances where it's like, okay, this is so obviously a child where it's, like, physically impossible to interpret it as anything else based on the art style because the fucking umbilical cord is literally attached to the infant's belly button in the drawing, and it's depicted in like a sexual manner, and it's obviously sexual because there's like a bunch of sex toys and also a sexual intercourse. It's like, okay, if somebody has that on their computer and they go to prison, fine, I don't care, right? I just don't want people to get wrongfully convicted over something that's more ambiguous, if that makes sense. Look, I think that it's very complicated, and to make a concrete law about it, I think is very difficult, because look, I believe that the laws against that type of shit, based on the amount of harm it would cause, would have to be applied almost exclusively to extremely concrete examples of that shit, right? It would have to be so obvious, you would have to be blind to not see it. Even like the most retarded person on the planet would have to acknowledge that that's clearly a child, right? Look, that no one's going to prison for goblin porn like Vosh tried to make it out to be. That's how Lolicon is charged. No one's been charged for big titty petite mommies. It's literally kids in Okay, but where do you draw the line? Again, making a legal distinction there. Categorizing something as legal or illegal based on that is going to be very difficult, right? Luhrix can be saved. Yeah, like, I think that what was on, like, in his liked tweets, and was unambiguously Loli. He admitted to watching Loli for 5 hours, basically, by admitting to watching a show where the entire premise is Lolicon and incest. He watched all 12 episodes. Apparently, that was almost 5 hours, from what I understand. Yeah, he admitted to that. Like, we went over that earlier in the stream. But I don't think that he's, like, irredeemable. He shouldn't go to fucking prison. He shouldn't be deplatformed. He shouldn't have his life ruined. He shouldn't have his career ruined. People could change. People can be forgiven. Like, I'm sorry, but the tangible harm that has been caused by Lerix engaging with this type of shit is not so great that he belongs in prison. I'm sorry. It's bad, but it's bad in the same way that, like, I don't know, cheating on your partner is bad, but it's not illegal, right? People shouldn't go to prison for cheating on their partners. It's already socially ostracized, and that's sufficient. I would make a similar argument there, where, okay, there's not enough tangible harm for it to be illegal, but that's not to say it's good. Something can be morally bad without being illegal. Something can be frowned upon and discouraged heavily without being illegal. So unless you want to argue that every bad thing should be illegal, which is a fucking insane position, yep, make cheating illegal, make adultery completely illegal, life sentence right there. Make what else? Anything that might cause harm, okay? Make lying illegal, okay? Lying is bad, right? Make it illegal. Look, we could do this all day. Make it illegal to be mean to people, because that causes harm, right? But we don't do that because we don't want laws that ultimately, inadvertently or not, limit certain freedoms. I think that in a legal sense, people should be legally free to look at disgusting content like this, and then we as individuals have the right to make fun of them for it, and to say this is fucking disgusting, right? Like, Lolicon ain't okay. Like, we have the right to say that, to make it clear, yeah, like, this ain't okay. Don't do this, right? Like, this isn't something to be proud of, right? This isn't something that should go unaddressed. We can do that. It doesn't have to be illegal to be wrong. I'm sorry, but if we're at a point where something that's vaguely bad, that kind of causes harm, but like there's like but it's more of like an indirect harm that should be socially ostracized rather than a direct harm, like, we shouldn't make that illegal. right? If we're talking about the law, like we don't want additional government interference where it's unwarranted. It doesn't maximize people's well-being to do that. It doesn't maximize human happiness. It just is the government overstepping its bounds, censoring things that aren't, explicitly, directly causing harm. And that's why it would be up to, say, for instance, social media companies to prevent things like Loli from being posted on their sites, because everybody acknowledges that it's disgusting, right? So if you want to have a successful social media site, you ban Loli, because at the end of the day, you don't want that to deter people from using your site. If you are, again, like if people collectively agree that something is bad and criticize it, like for instance, cheating, right? It is wrong to cheat on your partner in a monogamous relationship, right? That's wrong. But we don't need that to be illegal for it to be frowned upon enough where people generally don't do it. Again, if we're dealing with an indirect possible harm that's not necessarily always going to be the case, again, for instance, Vosh liked pictures of child Disney characters and sexual nature. Yeah, and that's wrong, but I'm not saying that needs to be illegal. And also, I don't know if that was his private Twitter account or not. I'm not saying I disbelieve you. I just don't know enough about the situation, right? Morally, that's fucked. But look, I'm saying, even if it's illegal, I don't think it should necessarily be illegal. I think it's immoral, right? Not everything that's immoral needs to be illegal, right? Like I don't think that that should be like illegal. I think it should be publicly criticized and ridiculed, right? Like, no, you don't get to like these types of images on your fucking Twitter account and act like everything is all hunky-dory, okay? You don't get to do that, but at the same time, like look, if the people didn't want it, they wouldn't upkeep it? What? Do you think that every law that exists because everybody wants that law to exist? You sound fucking insane when you say that. Most people don't care if that law does or doesn't exist. It's quite irrelevant to the lives of most people. Hell, it's irrelevant to my life, frankly. That's why you notice that I'm not too familiar with the laws regarding that specific issue, because it's not something that's ever applied to me, and I never really researched it. But with that being said, I lean more towards not wanting things to be illegal unless it's so harmful that it should not be protected by free speech. Like, I believe there has to be like a direct, tangible harm, I guess you could say. Look, maybe you disagree with me because you're not a free speech pseudo-absolutist, but I genuinely believe that, like, unless something is so harmful directly that, like, it should not constitute speech, I think that free speech and expression is something that should be protected, right? And again, like, art is like if we're dealing with like drawings, we're dealing with art, right? Which is a form of expression. And I'd rather not have the government limit expression, right? I'm not in favor of that. Now, you can not like speech. You can argue against it. You can say, hey, here's why I think this is fucking harmful and disgusting and pedophilic. Here's why I think that you should stop looking at this content. I think it harms you. I think it increases the likelihood of you causing harm, etc. Right? But you wouldn't want to outright ban it. The same way you wouldn't want to outright ban alcohol, which, yeah, it increases the likelihood of somebody causing harm if they're an alcoholic. But we understand as a society that government interference doesn't magically make every bad thing go away. Right? Like, it's not going to magically make Lolicon disappear. It's just going to be like, what you'll end up with is you will end up with loopholes in the system. You'll end up with people finding different ways of exchanging different forms of lolly, shit like that, right? The same way that there was with alcohol. Something being illegal doesn't make it go away. Alcohol didn't go away when it was outlawed, right? Because the line of reasoning used for something being illegal, that you're using for like, again, lolicon is bad, but it shouldn't be illegal, is the same line of reasoning for alcohol being illegal, right? It's bad to be an alcoholic, okay? The more, if you're an alcoholic, you're more likely to cause harm. Like, that's just like an objective reality. But banning alcohol didn't fucking fix that. But you want to know what could potentially help mitigate the issue? Maybe, is having alcohol consumption be something that's not really considered very cool. Have being an alcoholic be something that's frowned upon to the extent where you don't want to drink too much alcohol, but not to the extent where an alcoholic feels so bad about themselves that they're not even willing to get help, right? They feel like they're such a bad person, right? Like, you get the point. You get the point. Have mental health and rehabilitative resources be available for these people instead. Again, I don't think that they cause enough harm to be this big, immediate danger to society. Like, I don't think that if somebody may or may not potentially pose a threat, probably, maybe, potentially, I don't know. I don't think that they should go to prison. I feel like prison should be reserved to people that are, like, actually a threat to society. Hell, this is why I would argue that all of the people that are in prison based on drug charges shouldn't be in prison either, because at the end of the day, like, that is by definition a victimless crime. The only victim would be themselves. So similarly, if all somebody does, and again, this isn't to say that it should be socially acceptable, by the way, the same way we socially don't accept drinking too much alcohol. We do, to an extent, more than what would be ideal, but whatever. Look, the thing about that is, what's the best way of putting this? You shouldn't go to prison for a victimless crime. That's all I'm going to say. You can point to all sorts of indirect harms caused by drug consumption. Oh, that negatively impacts your family. Oh, that increases the chances of you doing something risky. And all of that is true. But I don't think you should go to prison for that, for increasing the likelihood of you doing a different thing that's bad. Now, if you do the different thing that's bad, then okay, then yeah, sure. Like, maybe then you go to prison. Like, for instance, drunk driving is so risky that there's such a clear, unambiguous, tangible harm that, yeah, you should get into a lot of legal trouble for that, right? But that's because there's a direct tangible harm. It's not being an alcoholic in of itself, even though that might lead you to do things that harm your loved ones, your family, etc. All of that would be wrong. And you would be doing that to yourself. But that's not a legal argument. That's not the way the law should operate. The law should be way less stringent than we are morally. I would argue that the law should be less strict than our morality, not the other way around. The law shouldn't even be as strict as my morality, because I acknowledge the fact that, say somebody takes my flawless moral framework of utilitarianism, and people that are in office use that, and everything that I think is immoral becomes illegal. Well, then you end up with a society that ends up controlling people more than it should, a government that oversteps its bounds. And that's the issue, is because once it has a precedence of overstepping its bounds, taking away people's freedom to be, granted, not the best people. Again, it should not be a legal obligation to be a good person. It is a moral obligation to be a good person. And there is a key distinction there. Luhrix touched me as a child. Yeah, I mean, that sounds about correct to Jalyn. I mean, considering the fact that, he's a proven lolly enjoyer, as we've established earlier in the stream, I'm just saying. Look, here's the thing. Make fun of Lolicon. That's good. Don't advocate for it to be illegal or for people to be deplatformed, though. Don't advocate for Vosh to be deplatformed, okay? We're not about censorship around here, okay? Don't advocate for Luhrix to be deplatformed, okay? We're not in favor of that either, all right? Again, I don't think that there's enough tangible harm to say that somebody should be deplatformed or imprisoned for this. People throwing fentanyl to shit is crazy. So this would be an argument for why drug dealing, maybe you could, okay, drug dealers, sure. Like, specifically ones that lie about the product they're selling. The ones that lace it with shit. They belong in prison. If you're a drug dealer who laces everything with fentanyl, you deserve a life sentence. You're taking advantage of vulnerable addicts, okay? That's what you're doing. I have no sympathy for you. Like, unless you, I guess, but in that case, it's also like, okay, but like, they're also in like a bad economic situation, so I think that they deserve a chance to redeem themselves, but I think that they should, like, if they get caught with that shit, they're proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, they should definitely serve some time in prison just for causing that amount of harm, right? Now, again, the ultimate long-term solution to this wouldn't even be making those people go to prison. It would be improving everybody's material conditions so much to the point where they don't feel like they have to do that to make a living, you know? But I digress. If drugs were legalized, people could just chop it with even more cheaper shit and give it out cheaper than what you could buy in the store. Gabe, here's what you're not understanding, okay? I see you in chat making really bad arguments, okay? The reason it is preferable for the consumption of drugs in of itself to be legal is because it's easier to control what drugs get distributed. See, if you impose laws that control the distribution of drugs, but not the consumption of drugs, you do prevent harm from being caused by, well, drug use, from overdosing on fentanyl when you're not even aware of the fact that fentanyl is laced in your fucking pot, right? Like, if you smoke pot and you know, okay, well there's not any legal way of getting it, let's say. Well, obviously your only avenue for that is going to be illegal, so you get illegal pot, and that shit might be laced with something like fentanyl, and maybe that fucking harms you. What are you gonna do if, after finding out that it's laced with fentanyl, you gonna fucking sue the drug dealer? No, because you don't want to incriminate yourself. This is why it is preferable for it to be legal. The same reason applies to prostitution. Prostitution ought to be legal because, again, it prevents more sex trafficking. Because if you're a prostitute and somebody sexually assaults you as a prostitute, you have more of a reason to go to the authorities if you're not scared of accidentally incriminating yourself, right? Now, this would even apply to something like I don't know, Lolicon, right? The reason I'm not in favor of it being illegal is because if it's just as illegal as actual CP, right? It's just as difficult to access. For the people that actively seek out that content, what is stopping them from searching actual CP versus drawn CP? What would be the barrier in place? There wouldn't be one. So they would be doing the thing that's more harmful more often than they would if it's, okay, well, this is the legal stuff, so if I'm gonna engage with this, I won't break the law. It's easier to access this, right? Rather than the stuff that's not only bad for the same reasons this is bad, but this stuff is bad for those reasons and additional reasons that make it infinitely worse, right? So again, like the goal should be to minimize the harm. That should be the goal of legality and the legal system. I don't think that you minimize harm by making the drawn equivalent illegal. Not to mention the fact that you end up with some really weird legal bullets and inconsistencies that you almost have to, like, you can't ignore. It's like, okay, so for instance, a drawn, yeah, drawn CP is illegal, let's say, okay? Just like regular CP, no legal distinction between the two. Okay, so what about a legal distinction between drawn gore, let's say, like drawn gore, like a drawing of somebody having their limbs chopped off, versus content of that actually happening in the real world. You could argue that it's now gore is not nearly as bad as Lolicon, obviously, but you might make the argument that, okay, well, drawn gore, you know, it's a bit okay, like it's not my cup of tea. I don't like it. I might even think it's immoral to a certain extent. I don't think it promotes good things or whatever you want to say, right? Again, not the perfect analogy, because I do condemn Lolicon while I don't necessarily condemn drawings of gore, right? I think that there is a difference there, but just bear with me, okay? But let's say that you think drawings of gore are bad because it promotes violence or some shit, okay? And then it's the case but what if all gore was equally illegal, okay? Let's say that the drawings of people getting their limbs chopped off are just as illegal as actual recordings of that happening. What is to stop someone who gets some weird, sick, twisted satisfaction out of gory content from looking specifically for the real stuff, the stuff that hits harder? Why would they not look for that stuff instead of the fake stuff? They wouldn't have an incentive structure in place. So there would be more people that specifically look for the real stuff because it hits harder, right? So that's what they would be looking for. And ultimately, that would increase demand for it and would cause more shit like that to be produced. Now, granted, not a perfect analogy, right? But you sort of understand the underlying logic, right? Again, there might be a small subsection of people that watch or drawn gore, right? That get like a weird, sick, twisted fantasy that would actually be amplified if it was real. If they knew it was real, getting some sick, twisted satisfaction out of it, right? But if they can get the majority of that satisfaction through legal means that's not risky, then they may as well do the less risky version. But if all of it's illegal, then what's the fucking point? Right? Again, it's all about minimizing harm. Either way, I think that what you need to understand as somebody that obviously cares enough about politics to argue with me and listen to what I have to say. I'm not going to respond to any additional points that get brought up about this, because this has been a complete fucking side tangent, okay? And, yeah, I just think it's worth thinking about. Also, I just got added to a group chat. Interesting. Ooh, Synth added me. Based? I'm not gonna show it, but it's me, Synth, and some other based individuals called the official Twitch poll panel on veganism. Friday, March 1st, 2024 at 9 p.m. Eastern. You better believe I am gonna be I don't think I'm busy on Friday. Yeah, I should be there. Anyways. Where was I going with this? I don't remember. Sorry. Let me look for a video to play while I take another piss. I'm sorry. I've been dehydrated, drinking a shit ton of water. It's weird. I don't get it. Let's see what Lerix's threshold for criticizing people is. Maybe, I don't know. Sorry. I'm spacing out. Debate bros, let's go. Hell yeah. Let's watch iDubbbz The Fall of a Legend while I pull us on, okay? Since we're talking about Lorix, since this is a Lolicon Lerix themed stream. Here's the thing though, is his content is in quality wise, it's not even necessarily bad. Also, normally I don't steal shit that's like more high effort, but while I pee, but I don't know, it's Lorix, I don't care. It's like entertaining because it's higher quality, and I don't feel bad about playing higher effort content on stream without permission if I dislike the person. So it's like this like perfect sweet spot, you know? Prepare to get owned by vegans? Wait. I am one of the vegans, you know that, right? I agree with them ethically. They're right. They are morally correct. I feel like that. Okay, look. Before I go, the least you can do, as like if you, I presume that you eat meat. Maybe you don't. I know that the majority of people watching this probably do, right? But the least you can do is acknowledge that, like, okay, yeah, obviously veganism is the morally correct position, right? Like it is morally correct, but you might not do everything that's morally correct necessarily, right? You might do things that are bad. All I'm saying is you should acknowledge that morally some things are preferable, to say the very least. And I would argue that veganism is one of them, right? You are increasing the amount of animals that get raped every year, whenever you buy a shit ton of meat, right? You increase demand by buying that, and therefore, based on, very obvious and basic economic principles, you increase supply. And what happens when the supply increases? More animals get raped. So, if you're against animal rape, and you think that that's immoral, then I think that maybe perhaps you should be in agreement with veganism. Now, that doesn't mean that I think you're the most evil person for eating meat necessarily. It's not good that you do. The same way it's not, that doesn't make you a fundamentally bad person. But maybe, and I'm not saying you have to change your diet overnight. Maybe slowly eat more of certain foods and slowly eat less of other foods. That's all I'm going to say. Also, look up diet advice. Don't okay, look, two things. One, don't suddenly randomly switch to a vegan diet completely without knowing what you're doing, okay? For two reasons. One, completely 180ing a diet never fucking works. You're gonna feel like shit, and you're just gonna go back to eating other shit, and then it's like you make one mistake, and then it gets fucked. You don't stick to it, right? This is why New Year's resolutions always fail. Two, you don't want to harm yourself, right? You have to make sure that, like, you're doing this in a way that's healthy, right? Now, people that say that it's difficult to or too expensive or really complicated to be a vegan that's healthy, they're wrong about that. It's not actually. But again, just slowly shift certain things over time is what I would say. You don't have to eat nothing but beans and rice starting tomorrow or whatever that's not gonna work, right? Like, no shit, right? But just think about it. Don't beat yourself up over it, okay? I haven't stopped eating animal products yet. I have a long way to go, right? It's just when I want a snack, there are some things that I am more likely to go for. I'm more likely to eat an apple now. I'm more likely to. There's like these vegetable egg roll thingies that I put in the air fryer. They're very good, right? So I'm more likely to have something like that, right? I slowly change it over time. Either way, look, fact of the matter is, morally correct position, regardless of what you do, right? What you currently do, not a prescriptive statement about what the morally... Veganism is actually worse for the environment in a lot of aspects, but morally it is correct. Nonetheless, it isn't very sustainable for a population. This is just objectively wrong. It is sustainable, right? Like if people were more aware of like vegan alternatives to stuff, and like people were raised on vegan diets, like this wouldn't be an issue, right? So like if I were to ever like, I'm not gonna have children, but if I did, I would raise them on a vegan diet because I know, okay, this is like the morally correct thing to do, right? So I wouldn't have to slowly change their diet because I would be the one creating their diet, right? Whereas like I have to slowly change mine. Eventually, when I live on my own, I'll change it a little bit faster, right? But it's like that's the thing is it's because I was raised to eat certain types of foods. So yes, if let's say all animal products magically disappeared tomorrow, yeah, humanity would be not necessarily fucked, but it wouldn't be good, right? That would be bad, right? That's why you would want it to, you don't need to, but that's not like a dichotomy that exists. It doesn't need to disappear tomorrow in order for it to, be reduced or mitigated. And also, you might be in favor of, I don't know, like, that's the thing is, the other thing is, I do believe that it is technically possible to farm animal products and meat ethically. I think that that ethical euthanasia is something that is possible. Like but again, I don't think that forcefully breeding animals with factory farming is ethical at all. It's completely unethical. And whenever you buy meat, right, unless you are buying it from like a very small farm or some shit, you're going to be dealing with meat that was produced through factory farming, which is basically and anyone that's like genuinely in favor of or okay with factory farming doesn't recognize that it's unethical. It simply doesn't recognize. They either don't know that, yeah, it's basically just forcefully breeding animals, which is basically just rape. Like they're raping the cows with machines. Or they do know that and they think that that's an okay thing. Either way, not good ethics. Femyoz thinks you can kill animals ethically. Already 90% of vegans disagree with you. Yeah, sure. And this wouldn't be like a main point of contention in the debate though. Like I still agree with them on more than I disagree with. I think that it's possible to kill humans ethically as well, right? So that it's like a moral consistency, right? So like for instance, if it's the case that there's like a human being that's like on like a breathing tube for the rest of their life and they don't want to live anymore, right? They're human and it would actually be unethical to not kill them if they're asking to be killed ethically, right? Now, obviously animals can't consent the same way, but I do believe that like if we look at the I don't know, I just don't find death to be nearly as bad as other people. Look, I'm not going to get into my death isn't actually as bad as people think it is position right now, because look, if I'm going to be doing this debate, which I most likely will, it's going to be irrelevant. It won't matter. It most likely won't come up. If I'm taking the pro-vegan position, which I would be in a moral argument on the debate panel, right? Like it would be me and Synth and Bunk and some other people taking the position defend. Like again, there are going to be some caveats, some minor disagreements amongst ourselves, but that would be like if let's say I were to debate I don't know, trans issues with somebody that agrees with me mostly, but they're not sure, like, but they believe that what would be like, let's say that they're like they take I guess let's say that they take a firm position against neopronouns, whereas I'm more agnostic, right? Maybe that's like a little bit of a like I'm not specifically for it. Like I don't know if I think like I don't necessarily define gender exactly the same way they do. They might have their little caveats. They might think that it's that xenogender and anything can be gender, whereas I think, well, okay, like I think that people should be able to identify that way if they want. If they want to claim that that's their gender and be treated as such, I'm fine with that. Like I will respect whatever the fuck people want, right? But at the same time, right, like there might be a caveat. Like I might believe that for a different reason. It would be more of like a okay, well, it serves more utility to just be kind to others type of thing in that specific area. But we agree on a lot of the other underlying principles, right? So whether or not one of us agrees with or is agnostic on the position of, like, that's the thing, is I haven't heard many good arguments for either side, so I'm agnostic. I'm not against neopronouns, I'm not for it. Somewhere in the middle. I just don't see the harm in it. It's usually just random teenagers on the internet just experimenting with gender. That's why I don't advocate against it. Now, let's say that I'm in a debate panel with somebody else that's arguing in favor of trans issues, and let's say the attack helicopter example comes up, right? Now maybe I'm like, okay, well that's ridiculous. Nobody is identifying as an attack helicopter, whereas the other person might have a little bit of a disconnect there, and they might say something like, well, yeah, you can identify as whatever you want, right? So the best thing you could do in that situation, at least if you're coordinated as like a debate, as like being on the same team debate-wise, even though you might disagree amongst yourselves, would be to like, this is an irrelevant point. This has nothing to do with what we're actually talking about. Like if we're talking about like how we define gender, like we're not talking about attack helicopters, right? You're referring to a physical reality when you talk about that. And the person that advocates for neopronouns and xenogender would agree that when they talk about attack helicopters, they are referring to like a physical reality. That's how they view that, right? So that would be sort of like the way of like mitigating any like internal disagreements among the group. Jalyn is talking to Luhrix now. Okay, look, wait, actually, is this true? Is this being streamed? If it is, are either of them live? I'll go live on his channel. Okay, Luhrix channel. All right, I assume his second channel. Oh boy, what's this? Tipster likes men is in the title.
Defending this guy, like Dream, Tommy Annette, like all this guy's friends have all turned on this fucker.
How is this an argument?
Because this apology, this statement was bullshit.
Yeah, we can go through one point at a time. I'm asking you, how is it an admission of abuse when he said that this behavior was consensual, playful, and reciprocally enjoyed?
I don't know. Okay, this is the Wilbur suit stuff.
Let me use an example that you know that's relevant.
So,
okay.
All right, let's rewind a little bit and play it at like 1.25 times speed or something. And then I'll go to the bathroom and I'll be back. Yeah, it's about Wilbur suit drama.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so here we go. So she posted this 1 day ago, which gives more context and explanation to the story. And this is a 22-minute read. Dude,
oh, God.
Jesus, what is this, cancer? Scroll down. And look at all of this shit. Dude. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get through all of this, but what the hell? Man. Luhrix, that site steals your IP, no joke. Shut the fuck up. No, it doesn't. Am I fucked? And by the way, you know, she wrote up this whole, you know, manifesto, no proof. Not one link, not anything. Also, this website operates like it is a disease. Dude, it's a Trojan. Like, I could barely scroll down. What is this retarded shit? Okay, but this is her continuation to the story. I'll see how much I could get through to this. The truth. Apparently, it's supposed to be really entertaining. Chud went over it. It's apparently really good content. So, Hi, I'm Piper, and most of you know me as the ex-wife of Logan Portnier from the Body Language channel, Observe. Now that we are officially divorced, I am here to speak the truth about what happened and who Logan is. If you've been following me, you know that in the past, I've been pretty open about my abuser, but have had to be silent during the divorce proceedings. Today, I want to very clearly say that Logan Portnier of Observe is my abuser. I was also a victim of abuse and assault by his partner and manager, Bunny Ann, or her real name, Elizabeth Crum. No one enters a relationship thinking that they are or will be abused by their significant other, so to more clearly explain how things got to the point of explosion, I will go back in time and tell you how things got to this point. So we're getting the whole story. And also, I don't know if this is a dox right here. His partner, manager, Bunny Ann, or her real name, Elizabeth Crum. She just doxed the person. Fuck, I guess. Bro, your address leaked? Guys, you're making me more paranoid than I already am. Say her name, yeah. So here we go. I met Logan when I was a month shy of 8. What is the relevance already? Dude, I'm trying not to defend every person accused of rape, but what is this rhetoric?
Okay, if I'm gonna be completely honest, I kind of agree with Luhrix here. I met Logan when I was a month shy of 19, and he was freshly 21. That's like a 2-year age gap. That's not bad. That's like a sophomore in high school and a senior in high school. That's normal. Okay. Yeah, this is not evidence of grooming, by the way. Now if there's evidence of actual abuse, then fair enough. And I'm not going to say that there wasn't any abuse, right? We don't know. There's not evidence that this person is necessarily lying. Like, she could just have a shit take on age gaps like that. Like, a 2-year age gap. Like, really? We're gonna fucking cry about a 2-year age gap. Yeah, we don't know yet. Yeah, so, like, I want to make it clear. Like, when I said that, like, there's not enough evidence, this is nothing. Like, this isn't to, like, say that the alleged victim is lying, right? Like, I think that's, like, important to make clear. Like, I don't, like, you shouldn't condemn the alleged victim either, right? You should just not take sides because you don't know the full story.
I met Logan when I was a month shy of 19? That just reads as insanity. He groomed her. Like, yeah, that just is like...
Yeah, a 21-year-old
what's the relevance
and a
of saying that?
And he was freshly 21.
But, you know, fair shake still. And he was freshly 21. At the time, I had just moved to Bozeman, I don't know the states. And I met him, Montana, and I met him through...
Luhrix, you're fucking retarded.
Through one of my brothers. Logan was attending...
But in all fairness, Luhrix is in the right here, specifically.
Montana Bible College to become a pastor, and I was working at a coffee shop and also dating someone long distance. Logan and I became friends...
As far as I'm aware, by the way. He hasn't said anything that I'm aware of that's problematic.
Quickly, and he was perfectly charming and made me feel like he understood me. He was really into reading body language, and I was very quiet, so I felt like he knew me every time I would read that I was in pain and no one else knew. Eventually, he convinced me to leave my boyfriend for him, and we began dating. I was surprised when he quickly wanted to buy me expensive things and was showering me with compliments, affection, and gifts. As someone who had spent their life being the outcast of the group, this attention felt intoxicating. Very soon after... Is this going to be used to, like, show that he was... Is this going to be used as a love bombing accusation? That he was showering you with compliments and affection?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, that's like a common tactic that abusers use, right? Like, this would just be like an explanation of, like, what lured her in, I guess, right? Again, we don't know if these accusations are credible or not, but this wouldn't be like a knock against her necessarily.
She's already used that word. And it was intoxicating to her. Very soon after we started dating, literally everyone in my life was telling me that he wasn't a good person and I should break up with him. Why? I, of course, ran to him with these accusations, and he convinced me everyone was just out to get him, and that it was just us against the world, babe. Again, as someone who had always been desperate for attention, all of his love... I gotta get a bingo card, like a green screen bit for the fucking...
Okay, but, like, you don't know that this person is... You don't know if she's being honest or not. You don't know the full story, Luhrix. So this is where we're gonna disagree. Like, I don't think you should be, like, trying to, like, shit... Because, like, if it's the case that they are being honest... Right? Like, you don't want to shit on them for, like, coming out with, like, their story. Like, yeah, obviously, like, there's going to be some sort of mechanism that narcissistic abusers use in order to lure in their victims. Like, if you're a victim of emotional abuse especially, or any form of abuse. Like, you don't go into the relationship thinking, yeah, that is an abuser, let me date them. It's like, no, the person you're dating, your abuser, finds a way to lure you in, a way that is so compelling that they stay in the relationship even after there is so much evidence of the relationship being toxic, right? So this wouldn't be like a knock against her. We literally just don't have enough information to pick sides. Like, okay, yeah, she was being cringe when she's like, oh yeah, oh no, here's like a 2-year age gap, basically, right? Like, it's like, okay, that's fucking nothing, right? But that doesn't automatically discredit everything else, right? Like, we just don't know.
Show. Mark it off. Fucking pre-watched. All of his love bombing just swept me up and I was hooked. Yeah, now giving compliments, affection, and gifts to women is now being used against you guys.
No, you fucking idiot. This would be the context for why she was lured in the first place, or how she was lured in, why she was attracted to the dude. Like, yeah, sometimes abusers do this. It's not bad in of itself to give compliments, affection, gifts, or even to love bomb necessarily, right? But love bombing as a concept, it just describes what narcissistic abusers do to lure people in the first place. So it's not the things that love bombing consists of. It's not that there's anything wrong with compliments, affection, or gifts. It describes more of like a motivation. It's simply a mechanism that is used to lure people in so that they are dependent on you, so that they are again. It's not to say that the allegations are necessarily credible. We just don't know yet. So like, we can't immediately dismiss it either.
It's now a show of love bombing as a form of abuse, where if you don't keep up that same behavior of compliments, affection, and gifts the entire relationship, it will now be used against you for you.
What are you talking about? That's not the argument. You fucking idiot. Just say that there's like not any substantial evidence.
Manipulating someone into thinking that you're one way when you're actually not. Fast forward 2 years and we end up getting married. Up until this point, he had been incredibly physically affectionate with me, as I had expressed that was my love language. Although we were conservative Christians, we sinned and had sex before marriage.
Based?
After that, I was sure I couldn't marry anyone else because I was now damaged goods according to my religion. They will burn in hell. He was the only
common religion, L, by the way,
one I could be with. I had sinned and no one could know. Also, this is, you know, if we're really getting into like the retarded religion arguments in the first place, this doesn't even make sense under her own religion. You know, I grew up Catholic Christian or whatever. This doesn't even make sense. I had sinned and no one could know.
Wait, why doesn't that make sense?
It doesn't matter if anyone else knows. It's because God knows that you're a sinner, bitch. And that's all that matters, is that you're under his thumb of judgment.
Okay, but like if you go to like a hyper-religious church, then yeah, you might not want to tell people about that, because at the end of the day, they might kick you out for something like that. It depends on what church this person goes to. We don't know. Or they might not want to be ostracized by their family. Maybe that's what they liked about it, was, oh, you know, is like, you're not supposed to do this. That's what makes it so much fun, right? You don't know, and you don't know how seriously they take their religion. So it could be the case that they're like Christians, and it's like, yeah, they kind of believe in God, but they don't really care that much, right? Like, it's not implausible.
So even under her own religion, this doesn't make sense.
It depends on how seriously she takes religion. Some people that are Christians are vaguely believe in God, kind of, and maybe sometimes go to church. Other people are religious fundamentalists. You don't know. You don't have the context. There's no contradiction here. This isn't her lying or provably contradicting herself. You don't know how seriously or not seriously she takes her religion.
You know, if you sin, God always knows. He's always watching. I remember the night before my wedding, laying in bed, and every part of my body was just screaming to run, to go upstairs and tell my parents I wanted out of this wedding. But I was damaged. I had sinned. I deserved this. I went through with the wedding. That evening,
which addresses the point that he was making as well. So it's not that it's not that she didn't feel any guilt either, right? So she felt like she was damaged, and that she deserved to feel like shit and to go through that because of the religion. So there you go.
Evening, when we got to the honeymoon suite, he changed. He had been making grand promises about how amazing and physically charged our honeymoon would be. But once we got there, I would put on the pretty lingerie I had picked out for him, he scoffed at me and said, "What the fuck makes you think I would want sex with you right now?"
Right, and obviously if this is true, like that's bad, right? Again, it's not that showing affection is bad. Like, that's not what's being said here, right? It would be the fact that was used to lure the person in once they're already, you know, getting married and far into the relationship where it's almost like a too late, especially if you're religious enough to feel like you're damaged goods as a woman who had premarital sex. Divorce is going to be a less likely option in that case. So I think it's reasonable to assume that, like, okay, if these allegations are true, again, we don't have evidence one way or another, like, this does add up, right? Not saying that it's credible by any means, by the way. I'm not going to condemn Wilbur's suit because we just don't know. But it's not implausible by any means. Yeah, abusers pretend that they're one thing and then show themselves to be something completely different once they've already established some sort of control over you that you can't necessarily get out of. That's what they do. That's what's being described here. Now, if you want to say that, okay, that's what's being described here, but we don't know if that's what happened, then I would agree with you. We don't know what happened. All we have is one word against another. But this story isn't something that contradicts itself. You're just nitpicking and finding, it's like he's making up contradictions that don't exist.
He didn't want to fuck you. And now he's getting a twit longer done on him. I mean, come on, man.
Oh, okay. But if the dynamic of the relationship is very, very physically intimate and whatnot, right? And maybe that's like an unusual response for him at the time. And then suddenly he acts all like he's like, oh, disgusting. What the fuck makes you think I would want to have sex with you right now? Like, obviously you come across as like an asshole, right? Like, it's like, that's like a weird change in demeanor, right? Like, that would be like, it's not that he owes her sex. That's not what's being said here, right? It would be the way he said it that would be the problem. I don't know if Luhrix is just too dumb to pick up on that, but you could just say, no thanks, I'm not in the mood. You can do that. You don't have to be like a fucking asshole. And also, like, because what, she put on lingerie? Okay. And then that was his reaction. Like, okay, I'm not saying that this did or didn't happen. I'm just saying that, like, yeah, like, based on this, like, yeah, this could be what she's saying it is, right? It's not implausible like he makes it out to be.
He didn't want to have sex. I mean, yes, this is rude. Yes, this is not nice to say, but he just didn't want to fuck. It's unironically. He said he wanted to have sex, but then he changed his mind. Like, wait, I thought you guys were in support of that. I thought you could.
Yeah, you can revoke consent. You don't have to be like a complete asshole about it. Again, we don't know if this is the way he said it, right? It could be like a complete exaggeration. It could literally just be like him saying no thanks, but then, you know, maybe she's making this all up, right? That's possible. We don't know. But this is something that abusers do. Again, this in of itself wouldn't be enough to say, yep, this is definitively an abusive relationship. But you haven't read the whole thing, Luhrix, so you don't know yet. Is they will start out by being super affectionate, close to you, etc., warm, welcoming, etc. And then they eventually, once you get close enough to them, and once you trust them enough, they will become extremely distant. They stop showing that they care about you. It's almost like the silent treatment, but it's like the abuser version of it, right? So what abusers will do is, again, they will love bomb you, make you really, really care about them, and then when they completely 180 their behavior, and then they don't change it back, they just 180 it, and they consistently have it 180'd, not for any particular reason that you're aware of, but they just do that. It's like, okay, it's safe to assume that the reason they're doing that is, you know, and this is something you would want to communicate, right? Is either A, they're having a bad day or a bad week, or B, this is important, B, they know that taking away their, you know, the whole love bombing thing is an indirect way of communicating with your partner that you are upset. And you indirectly communicate that you're upset with them specifically. That is what you are communicating. So if you go from being super affectionate and cuddly, and then literally nothing happens, and then they just randomly become distant and cold and insulting, it's not just that they're distant, cold, and insulting. It's that juxtaposed to what they were doing before. That indirectly communicates to the other person that they have done something to upset them. They have done something wrong. So this is a form of gaslighting somebody into and getting them to question themselves in a way that wouldn't be necessary, in a way that they wouldn't otherwise do. I want to make this clear because I've been safe to assume. No. Like, I'm saying that if this happens, it's safe to assume one of two possible scenarios, right? And again, I'm not saying that there's any conclusion we can come to, but it's like Luhrix is immediately discrediting her. It feels like he's already picked sides before reading this. Now, if you want to say, okay, you know, I assume Wilbur is innocent. I don't think there's any like way of verifying these claims, but here's what the claims are. If that's true, that's bad, I guess, but there's not any evidence, so I'm not going to hold Wilbur accountable for that. Obviously, we have no idea if she's being honest or not. That would be a much better way of going about this, right? Because by trying to do this thing where you immediately go in with the sole intent of discrediting somebody and saying that they're lying, and that's your entire message, you're just doing false accusations, but in the opposite direction. You don't have... they're not guilty of lying beyond a reasonable doubt until you prove that they're innocent, right? That's not how it works, right? So again, it is the same wrong standard being used, but for the accuser rather than the accused. That's the problem.
Revoke consent at any time. You know, if this was a woman saying this shit, you would be saying, go independent queen. Go off, fucking sister. You can revoke consent at any time. Why does that man think he's privileged and entitled to have sex with you? Come on, man. Are you
Luhrix has done a couple streams on this. He's made a conclusion, but it's not from nothing or that short paragraph. That could be the case. Let's say that okay, it's proven that this person lied or something. They're about as trustworthy as John Swan. I would still disagree with Luhrix's approach, right? Because there are instances where it's like, okay, this could describe like an actual situation. So like, this might not negatively affect it might not matter if it negatively affects the alleged victim, let's say, because let's say it's been proven that they made this all up. It could still negatively affect people that watch this and they're like, oh, well, I'm in a relationship like that. And it's like, but those are genuine like signs of abuse, right? It could just be, oh, okay, but this is being lied about, right? So you wouldn't want to have like an audience member watch that and be like, oh, okay, my relationship's fine. This is normal, right?
Kidding me? And he pulled away every time.
Again, it's not definitive proof of anything other than hold on. Wait. Why can't I hear? Hold on a minute.
Time I tried to get close just
I can't hear shit. Wait. Hold on. That's weird. Let me...
Why does that man think he's privileged and
Am I?
You know, if this was a woman saying this shit, you would be saying
no. I don't think I am. I just can't hear anything. Okay, okay, here's what we're gonna do, okay? I am going to get this. What do we do? Chat, I think, okay, here's what we're gonna do, okay? Here's what we're gonna do. Instead of, pausing stream right away, I'm going to do the thing where I take my headphones off and I chillax for a bit, okay? I mean, hell, I'm gonna have to restart voice meter at some point. The audio's playing for the stream. Yeah, I just couldn't hear it on my end. I'm aware. I couldn't hear shit. But yeah, I noticed that. With that being said, I guess all I can really do is the following. I will be taking a small break, okay? I know, I have to do it. Very sad, I know. Very sad, I know. while I fix the audio. Yeah, sorry. Not a good time, not a good stream to be doing this. It's supposed to be a big ol' stream about Lolicon Lerix. But the audio on my end is fucked. I can't hear shit. So, be right back in like 1 minute, okay? Be right back in a minute, okay? Alright. Be right back, folks. So, while we wait for voice meter to load, you might listen for that. I changed the audio input temporarily. Hopefully the background noise isn't too bad. Normally I have like a noise gate and whatnot to prevent that. And yeah, with that being said, voice meter be loading, okay? It's because the fucking free trial be like bruh, okay? And it does this thing where yeah, it does the thing where it loads for a few minutes before it stops loading. Unfortunate, I know. Is the audio quality better, worse, the same as what it normally is? Hopefully it's not too much worse. I think that I think that the only difference is the, I know there's a difference in background noise, so that's obviously going to be worse. Seems okay? Alright. I do think that I also, yeah, I have an equalizer that sort of like, increases I think some bass and some treble, decreases the mids a little bit, I think. I don't know. Get Jalyn to drag you in the Luhrix debate to squash the beef. That's a great idea. Maybe I should do that. Maybe, what could possibly go wrong? Probably nothing, I bet. You know, last time I got dragged into a call that I wasn't a part of, it went wonderfully. Like, everything went so well. Notoriously, it works really well every time it happens. Of course, the main thing fuck. Oh, fuck. Jesus Christ. What the fuck was that? Sorry. Oof. Okay, I'm back mentally, I think. Yeah, oh god, the main example I'm thinking of, in terms of joining certain VCs, is the Augie RFC situation. When I joined that VC, which, you know, it worked out wonderfully in my favor. Obviously. What could possibly go wrong? Literally nothing. Can't think of a single downside. Do the line and own it, then make merch of it. Oh, yeah, no, I agree. If I were to join, I would definitely say the line, because it would be funny. But I just wouldn't want to not know where they are in the discussion before joining the discussion, right? It would be preferable to have some idea. The beautiful bald man will have to keep it down. This is true. Okay, so, it's gonna be muted for like a second. Bear with me, okay? Properties. Okay, I'm gonna change the audio. It's gonna mute, and then I'm gonna unmute it, okay? Okay, wait. Hello. I've gone deaf. Okay, wait, you can hear me now, okay? Can you hear me? I think you can, because it shows up as back on my thing, and people are saying it's back. Hopefully, the audio... Okay, does the audio sound better, worse, the same, different? I don't know. Who knows? It's hard to say. I hope it's not worse. That would be very sad. Okay. Should be fixed now. Not sure if technical difficulties, or mental difficulties, better audio now? Yeah. I kind of figured it would be better, but I always like to ask, you know, maybe people have different preferences. I can't tell. Yeah. That's normally what people say is they either can't tell or they think it's slightly better, I think. Usually. But it's hard to tell because, like, okay, my voice is, like, also changed over time. So it's like, okay, is it because I'm talking closer to my mic or what, right? Because, like, I have noticed, like, a definite improvement over time, but it's good. All right. Yeah. Okay, we can continue watching the epic, Luhrix stream about the Wilbur Soot stuff. Yeah.
Go independent queen. Go off, fucking sister. You can revoke consent at any time. Why does that man think he's privileged and entitled to have sex with you?
What?
Come on, man. Are you kidding me? And he pulled away every time I tried to get close just to cuddle.
Again, this would be a description of, like, a change in demeanor, rather than not letting her have sex whenever she wants, right? That would be, like, the main point, is like, oh, here's how his demeanor 180'd. So, again, it's not to say that the allegations are credible, it's just, this isn't what discredits it, I'm sorry.
Yes, and if this was a man, dude, this would be used to show that he was, like...
Are you, be honest, are you and Lerix related? What makes you think we're related? What... Do we... Okay, how similar do we look? Be honest. Do I just look like a feminized Luhrix? Do I look like Luhrix if he started HRT? I don't know.
Pressuring her into sex. This could be used to show an argument that she was trying to pressure him into sex. Man. I was incredibly...
Little sister? No, I'd be the big sister. I'd be the big... I wouldn't be the little sister. I'd be the big sister.
Confused, but tried to rationalize it that he...
Actually, no, I think he's older than me, but still. He would like that, TVH. True. Bro exudes bottom energy.
He was tired from the long day. The rationale ran out when he continued throughout the next months to bait me throughout the day with spicy texts, and then when we were home together, he would jump back when I touched his arm and say things like, "What are you, a fucking sex addict? You want..."
Yeah, again, this would be an example of somebody being led on, right? Like, if somebody is communicating mutually exclusive messages, so, like, they're leading somebody on, but then as soon as the other person that's being led on makes an advance, they're like, "What? Why are you doing this?" Like, it's like, okay, that's, like, kind of shitty. The whole leading people on thing, it definitely happens. Okay, I've experienced that shit. It's not fun. It's not fucking fun. Again, this doesn't prove that Wilbur Soot is guilty by any means. This just doesn't discredit it. I'm sorry.
You wanted sex yesterday. Why would you want it today, too? Dude, I'm still caught up on the bait me throughout the day with spicy texts line.
Yeah, so it could be the case that, Wilbur would allegedly be saying one thing but then doing the complete opposite, or well, yeah, again, it's hard to say. Like, we don't know what the texts were, right?
I just gotta accept it. You know, I will perpetually be defending people accused of rape because these people are retarded who are throwing these accusations at people. This girl's...
I think that if you're acting as if the accusations are substantiated based on what we know, I don't know too much about the situation. I guess I can't speak on it. There might be evidence that I'm not aware of, but if based on this alone, people were like, "Yep, definitely guilty," it's like, okay, then yeah, I would agree that that's retarded.
Was retarded.
Bro does look like Femyoz if she stayed on the femboy arc. This is true. This is true. I mean, it's literally my old haircut, and not HRT, because as far as I'm aware, Luhrix is not taking estrogen or spironolactone or any or progesterone, any of the magical fun pills. Okay, unfortunate for him. He's gonna die of twink death.
Baited with spicy texts, and now you think you're entitled to sex at the end of the night? I mean, come on. But if this is a woman, this would be celebrated.
He has mega twink vibes, yeah. He I'm not saying that he is necessarily, but he if I'm gonna be honest, he kind of gives off closet trans femme vibes. But that's probably just because he looks like me. It's like, okay, well, If I see something that looks like me from the past, it's like, oh, well, obviously, like, no shit. It's like, oh, yeah, that's why I did my hair. It was because my forehead gave me dysphoria, you know? It's like, okay. So then I see that haircut, I'm like, I wonder if this person has gender dysphoria. Because, like, not to say that everybody who has that haircut does, but, you know, it's, I don't know. It was one way I dealt with it. It's like, look, it's not to do a transvestigation or anything, but also it would be really funny if he came out as trans or like started dressing as a femboy. Not in a bad way. I would immediately forgive him of all of his sins. I would look past I would even look past the Lolicon stuff. I'd be like, you know what? You're probably just so mentally ill that it doesn't matter.
And people would be saying, why do you think you're entitled for sex? A woman is allowed to say no at any time, even if she was sending you like nudes and sexual messages in the day. She might have just changed her mind at nights. Dude, this would be celebrated as a sign of independence if this was a woman. Come on. Even though he had made the biggest accusation so far is that he was rude. Even though he had made sexual promises all day.
Well, no, the accusation would be that like he changed his demeanor, right? And he would like this would just be like an example of that. Right? Like it wouldn't just be like here's like one bad day he had. I mean, that could be what it is. It could be that this situation happened and that's the situation is he had a bad day and was like cold and distant that day. But, or that week or whatever the fuck. We just don't know.
Hey, like this, dude.
Also, people in his chat are calling him Larissa. Luhrix baited me with trans Larissa photos? Wait. Are people talking about me? Are people talking about me when they say Larissa? Because I have seen a clip of Luhrix reacting to part of one of my older videos, and people are like saying that it's trans Luhrix in his chat, and then they started calling me Larissa. Someone edited him to look trans? Wait, I think I know what you're talking about. I thought that was just like a... I didn't know it was edited. I thought, oh, that's just what he looks like. I think, unless I'm thinking of a different photo. He looked the same. It was just like a very... I thought it was like a feminine camera angle or something. He has mega twink vibes, I'd smash. Yeah. He does have mega twink vibes.
Oh my god, just their fucking roles reversed. This went on.
Yeah, we know you like the roles reversed, Luhrix. We're not unaware. You don't have to tell us.
For 3 years until I just gave up. I played along when he flirted, expected nothing if he promised it. I gave up on how I looked, gave up on everything trying to initiate with him, and just gave up on having any intimate desires at all. This is about to turn into that Hina live suicide note, and then I just gave up on my life. He was less explosive, and we had fewer fights when I just had no needs, so that's what I began doing. He then learned that he could coerce me into sex. Here we go. He then learned he could coerce me into sex by love bombing and only initiating when he had put me down and knew I would feel like I had to say yes. This continued throughout our relationship.
Yeah, and obviously if that happened, like that's wrong. I would consider that to be like a form of abuse, right? Like if he's whatever love bombing, if he's love bombing, but it's like entirely contingent upon whether or not he gets whatever he wants out of her, and then like he treats her like shit whenever he's not getting what he wants, like, yeah, obviously that would be abuse. Again, the argument wouldn't be about like whether or not this could constitute abuse. I guess you could say, okay, well, we need more context, but I guess the main argument would be like there's like not evidence that this happened in the first place, right?
Come on. What does this even mean? That he put you down? So you guys had an argument, and then he wanted makeup sex? Or some shit? And this, like,
I don't know, you would need more context, right?
Accusation that he coerced you, and you're saying that you felt like you needed to say yes? This is just such an insane leap to say.
Well, we just don't know what the context is. We just don't know. Stop being the ultimate concluder, my guy.
So after we got married in 2017, there's so much I could say, like how within 6 months I was researching signs you're in a relationship with a narcissist. You're in a
Okay, to be fair, I did this. I also have researched this. When I was in an emotionally abusive relationship, this was unironically something that I researched. Because, like, I was starting to think, okay, you know, maybe it's not normal to be treated like complete shit, you know? Maybe when people lie about you and there's evidence of that, like maybe you're not actually insane and like they're just fucking with you because they're bad people. Maybe it's not normal to be treated like shit. Maybe it's not normal for them to constantly make you feel awful about yourself when you know they're fully capable of doing the opposite, but like they go out of their way when like, you haven't done anything wrong. So, if anything, this makes me think maybe, not that it's necessarily more credible, but it's like, it's definitely believable. It's definitely believable. I want to know what Luhrix has to say.
Narcissist, because he was making me feel insane. But we would be here all day if I did that. So let's just flash forward to the end of 2019, where I was the sickest I've ever been from endometriosis. I was using a walker just to get from the bed to the bathroom. He's the most obsessed, and he's the most obsessed he's ever been about his YouTube channel. He had always been too invested in it, but it was lost during this time. He spent all of his free time fucking around with his unnecessary set and editing videos for his 20,000 subs, which I know now meant absolutely nothing. Dude, new allegation. He cared more about his job than his wife. Put him behind.
Yeah, obviously that's fucking stupid. Like if somebody is hyperfixated on their job, like you could argue like okay, like there's like a bad work-life balance, but like this isn't like an argument about whether or not somebody is abusive. Again, this doesn't immediately discredit her, but this does look kind of not good for her case, right? Like why include this? I don't know. Maybe it's important later. Free time, spent all his free time fucking around with his unnecessary set and editing video. Well, obviously, whatever the fuck he did was effective enough for him to garner a large audience, right? So, probably wasn't actually unnecessary. Maybe she viewed it that way. And then she goes on to say that he refused to get a full-time job because it took away time from him to make videos, even though we weren't able to pay bills or... Okay, like, this would be an example of him being hyperfixed. And hell, that hyperfixation made him a fucking successful-ass career, right? Similarly, it's like you almost have to be hyperfixated on it to like make it big, right? I mean, hell, that's like what I do. Like I go through like different like spurts of energy that I put into this channel, right? It's like because at the end of the day, it's like, yeah, obviously, like I'm gonna hyperfixate on this sometimes. Hyperfixation is the only way to deal with ADHD. Yeah, it's like, for me at least, like this isn't like oh, this is definitively my future career path or whatever the fuck, right? Like it's, obviously, but it definitely is a way of coping with ADHD, right? So if I hyperfixate on something like this, where it's like, oh, it could turn into my dream job, or it's just an autistic hyperfixation that gets up my autistic ass energy, either way, it seems to be beneficial for me. So literally nothing to lose by me streaming like not every day, but like more days than not. Hopefully, that's my goal, is to stream more days than not, and for the majority of streams to be more than 4 hours, hopefully.
And bars, deep fucking platform him. Come on, man.
I'm hyperfixated on my job because I'm terrified of ending up homeless right now. Yeah, that's a different type of that's more like along the lines of fear-induced hyperfixation, which is a real thing, by the way. It's one of the reasons that I and people similar to me push everything off until the last minute if it's something we don't care about, but then like it's like really important to hyperfixate on it right before it has to be finished, right? I do this with school assignments all the time. It works. It saves time. I have to say. It's probably not good that I do that, but oh well.
And listen to the way she's talking. Like she's like he's messing around with his unnecessary set and editing videos for his measly 20,000 subscribers. You just talk like you have a vendetta and you're vitriolic against this guy.
I mean, to be fair, if the allegations against him are true, then I could understand that. But yeah, I agree. It's a bit much.
He refused to get a full-time job because it took away from his time to make videos, even though we weren't able to pay our bills or get groceries most weeks. Okay, so
damn, maybe sounds like she just didn't believe in the dude. I mean, that's kind of sad. I guess maybe that might have been a point of contention.
You guys had a stressful relationship because he wasn't bringing enough money. Why is this public? He continued to purchase equipment, and when I would question him on that, he would scream at me and say, I didn't have a say since I didn't make most of our money and he needed it. He refused.
Okay. I mean, if he wants to live like that, Fair enough, I guess. I don't think that that's like intrinsically bad. Like you could argue it's like irresponsible, right? Like you don't need to like purchase a shit ton of new equipment. You like you can just have a basic setup like me. Just have lighting, a decent-ish camera, a good microphone, a good setup on the software end of things. There you go. That's all you have to do. Allegedly pirate Sony Vegas Pro 17, because not that I would ever do that, etc. Right? That's sort of the
He used
point.
to live in a cheaper, smaller place because he needed a whole room for his YouTube channel.
I mean, unironically, I understand this. Unironically, like, I fully understand this, right? Like, if you're doing YouTube and, like, you don't have, like, a place to yourself where you can just record, I think that that's, like, perfectly reasonable and understandable. I'd also like to point out the fact that some people can't... Some people's work lives and personal lives don't mesh well. So if they have, like, a room that's, like, their work room where they hyperfixate on work, and then the rest of the house is, like, their personal life, I think it's also understandable, right? Like, have you ever noticed, and maybe this isn't something that applies to you, but I'm speaking broadly to an audience, so some people are going to get this, some people won't. Like, for instance, during 2020, when you either did work or schoolwork virtually in your house on your computer, have you ever noticed that, like, it's kind of difficult to focus because you feel like you're in your house, you're not meant to be working almost? Have you ever felt that? You know, during 2020, I know I sure did. It was very hard to focus on work in my room simply because my room is the place to relax. I'm in my room right now, by the way. Granted, I love streaming so much that it doesn't fucking matter, so I hyperfixate on it anyway, but different people are gonna feel differently about that. I don't know. It's weird. Hard to explain, whatever. But that is kind of how it is.
This time, he also insisted I try to sell feet pics. He was whoring her out and managed an account he made for my feet. It went nowhere, and I felt used.
Okay, so purchase equipment. I would question him. Live in a cheaper, smaller place. Needed a whole... Okay, during this time, he also insisted I try to sell feet pics and made and managed account he made up for my feet. Okay, so I guess the question there would be, did you agree to it? Because, like, if you're complaining about money being tight and he's being, like, he's, like, the main breadwinner, he's doing everything, he might have mentioned that offhandedly as, like, a suggestion. He might have been like, okay, well, maybe, you know, just sell feet pics, okay? If you really want to make money, here's, like, a really fucking easy way to do it. I'll even fucking set up the account for you if you want. And maybe she was like, oh, okay, sure. Maybe she was like, no, I'm not comfortable with that. No, bitch, you need to make money. Again, we don't know what that looked like. We don't know what that looked like or where that money went or how necessary that was.
Why is any of this public? Dude, I feel like these people are going out of their way to, like, force me to defend accused rapists. That's how it feels. I feel schizophrenic. These people are just releasing the most retarded allegations of mankind this year.
Okay, the more Lerix talks about this, like, the more, or I guess not the more he talks about it, but the more he goes through it, like, I guess I am starting to agree with him a little bit more, simply because it's like, yeah, if somebody is at the 20K subscriber mark, it's, like, reasonable for them to want to pursue that as a career. Like, I feel like once you hit, like, that sort of milestone, it's going to depend also on, like, are you a streamer, or how active is your channel, etc. How much money do you currently make? How do you plan on growing your channel and whatnot? Obviously, Wilbur Soot had some sort of plan for his channel because he's fucking famous now. He's not still at 20,000 subscribers. He ended up with a full-time career, right? Because he spent a shit ton of time and energy doing YouTube stuff. And hell, what this tells me is maybe I need to hyper-focus more on this, even if it makes me look insane and terminally online.
Okay, where are we? On March 6, 2020, I had surgery in Atlanta, Georgia. The day before we left, he and I had an open conversation about how we were feeling, and because he had been calm during it, I felt safe to say that I didn't feel like I had enough emotional support from him as I was going through this horrible time of pain. For reference, I'd been passing out almost daily and vomiting from how intense the pain was that I was in. When I said that to him, he burst into tears and ran down the hall yelling and then collapsed on the floor in the fetal position. He was saying that he sacrificed everything for me, and how dare I say that he doesn't support me, and I was doing that just to hurt him, and he gives everything to me, and I give nothing to him. Of course, I comforted him and apologized for what I said. The next day...
Okay, so in terms of whether or not I would consider this abusive, no, I wouldn't say that this, in of itself at least, would be abusive. It just sounds like he's under a lot of stress. I would say it's not good. Don't yell at people. Don't yell at somebody, and don't leverage the fact that you sacrificed everything for the other person. That does sound a little bit manipulative. But I can also understand from his perspective, like, yeah, I like, if let's say I sacrificed everything for somebody, and that's like my perspective, and then they're like, I actually feel like you're not supporting me enough, like, I would probably be pissed off, right? Again, we don't know the full context, right? We don't know if this even happened. We have no clue.
On the plane, when I was nonstop vomiting from the pain I was in, and I looked to him for help, he told me that to be quiet because I was interrupting his movie.
Yeah, I mean, again, we don't know what's real or not.
He told you to be quiet because he was watching a movie.
Yeah, this is gonna depend on the context. Again, like, how bad, like, nonstop vomiting. Like, how much pain was she in? Was it obvious she was in pain? Looked to him for help. What kind of help was she looking for? Was she, like, unable to move? We don't know what happened here. Why would we have any idea, right?
Behind bars. Lock him up, throw away the key. When the airport attendant pushing my wheelchair was asking invasive questions about my health and fertility, he interrupted me to answer her questions with intimate details about my health without my consent.
Wait, what? Pushing my wheelchair. Yeah, that's weird, but that doesn't have anything to do with Wilbur. But if she's in a wheelchair, then I could understand wanting help with something rather than being ignored. So that might have been what happened. I don't know.
Consent? Oh, boys. Here we fucking go. This is some real fucking shit. I hear consent, my ears perk up. This is just retarded.
Bro's copying Nicholas Diorio. No.
Man.
He's copying Nick.
So bad. This is...
He's literally just copying Nick Diorio's Ultimate Rape review. Why? Do something original, please.
So bad. The night before my...
Nick was copying Destiny. Is this true?
Surgery, I was having a panic attack about being able to get to the hospital without vomiting or passing out, and he told me to shut up and be quiet so I could sleep. How is any of this relevant? Clearly, he was super emotionally supportive, just like he said he was. There are so many more details I could share about this time, but let's fast forward to when YouTube took off for him.
Yeah, so far this is kind of nothing. I don't know. Like, aside from like the change in demeanor that seemed sudden and weird, like the being cold and distant thing, like out of nowhere. Like if that happened, like and there was like a shift in his personality. Like this is something that genuinely happens with like abusers, right? Like they'll shift their personality entirely because they were putting on a facade the entire time. Like that's not that's not out of the ordinary for narcissistic abusers, right? We just don't know if that's what happened here, right?
My God. I believe it was August 2020, and Jeffree Star had just released his Golden Couch apology video.
Oh God, I love how the reference point is Jeffree Star apology video.
Yo, I was taking a bath on the other side of Logan's studio wall, and I suggested that he make a video about it. The next day, it blew up. Yeah, I made sure to mention that I was actually the idea who blew up his YouTube channel.
That is kind of funny.
Just want to make that clear for you guys. It was actually my idea why he has a career on YouTube. I was the real mastermind behind the Observe YouTube channel.
I don't think she was saying that.
Just for your information. This person. What he didn't know was that while he was recording that video, I was looking at studio apartments in my hometown and considering reaching out to my family to help me get out. I was tired of the screaming and fighting and journaling, and I just wanted to be loved and be happy. But when the Jeffree Star video took off, Logan calmed. He was receiving praise from thousands of people. He got his first YouTube plaque. He got his first large paycheck, and we were able to pay our bills for the first time.
Okay. So perhaps as soon as the material conditions are improved, it's actually not much of an issue because he's not nearly as stressed. Maybe, potentially.
Life seemed to be looking up. However, we were still fighting. And when we did it, it was explosive. Screaming, slamming doors, and him telling me to just leave. And when I would say, okay, I'm leaving, he would break down crying and beg me to stay, making grand promises of how he would change and telling me I had nowhere to go anyways because, in his words, my family didn't want me.
Yeah, and if that happened, that I would consider that to be abusive, right? Again, we just don't know if, like, there's nothing that verifies this as true or false, right? So we just don't know.
The mean and rude allegations. He was mean to his wife.
I guess the main thing that again, in order to come to like any conclusion, right? You have to realize that, okay, we don't know if what this person is saying is truthful, an exaggeration, or a complete fabrication, right? So there's a chance that maybe she's exaggerating, but she believes what she's saying. There's a chance she's making it up, and there's a chance that this is, if anything, either what happened or a downplayed version of what happened because she hasn't fully processed the trauma. We just don't know. We don't have a full picture here. So rather than condemning either party involved, we should just say, okay, well, let's be agnostic here. Let's not jump to any conclusions. Material conditions, my dude. Vosh. That's not a Vosh thing, though. That's like a... Okay, I don't know. But, like, yeah, if he's genuinely, like, constantly yelling and screaming at her and doing this, like, weird, like, back... Like, yeah, that like, if... Okay, here's the way I view it. If what she's describing is completely truthful and accurate, then it is an abusive relationship, for sure, okay? Even if she sprinkled in irrelevant details, like, there was a 2-year age gap. Okay, I don't give a fuck, right? Regardless of that, if she's telling the truth, it's abusive. If she's not telling the truth, there's no abuse. We don't know if she's telling the truth or not, right? There's no proof that she's necessarily lied either. You have to keep that in mind. We just don't know.
He would make grand apologies with gifts, aka love bombing. Bingo cards out. He also frequently told me that since he had taken an apology class and I hadn't, that he was the only one in our relationship who knew how to apologize properly. A common phrase of his during fights was, "You have no grounds to stand on." When I would try to bring up something that bothered me, he had the high ground. This all continued.
It's over, Anakin. I have the high ground.
As
Sorry, that was fucking cringe.
we moved to Seattle in 2021, he was constantly exclaiming how great life was now that we had a big home and he was making a lot of money. I, however, was more unhappy than ever. Okay, dude. Get out of the relationship.
Okay, no, Luhrix, you fucking idiot. It's not just get out of the relationship, you goddamn mega hyper dotard. If this is actually the dynamic of the relationship, you don't just say, well, if you're in an abusive relationship, why don't you just leave the relationship, LOL? What? Does he not know what Stockholm Syndrome is? Does he not know how abusive relationships work? Wouldn't that be like the entire fucking point of laying out the groundwork in the fucking beginning of the first paragraph explaining what the whole love bombing thing? Which would be the reason why she didn't fucking leave the relationship? Or one of the reasons? It's not as simple as just leave the relationship. If that was the case, domestic abuse rates would have fucking dropped down to 0%. There'd be no more domestic abuse ever anywhere, okay? It would just cease to exist. You fucking idiot. What's that? Your husband beats the shit out of you? Why don't you just leave the relationship, idiot? It's your fault for staying in the relationship. Like, if that was me, I would just leave and never talk to him. It's like, yeah, of course you can insert yourself into that situation and say that. But if you're actually in that situation, you don't do that. That's not how people operate. People are inherently irrational when it comes to love and relationships and shit like that, okay? I specifically remember before I was in an abusive relationship, I thought, nah, me and an abusive relationship, physically impossible. There's no way that could possibly happen. Whether it be or not physically abusive or even emotionally. Yeah, I would never be in a physically or emotionally abusive relationship. If I was being treated like shit, I would just leave. Now, granted, I did acknowledge the fact that not everybody was as logical or rationally minded as me. So this was how I sort of made sure not to victim blame, I guess you could say. But I still didn't understand that this could be a situation I would end up in. And I ended up in a very emotionally abusive relationship. In fact, it got to a point where if somebody was angry, there were many instances, and there were a few instances where I did, but there were many instances in which I considered offering them to basically punch me in order to relieve their anger, because I saw myself as so worthless that it didn't matter And that's what people like Lerix don't understand. Is it's not as simple as just leave the relationship. If you're in a relationship like that, your self-worth has already been completely fucking destroyed. So there's no leave the relationship because you don't care about your own well-being. You have been conditioned to think that you deserve to be treated like shit. That's what abusers do. They gaslight you and they make you think that you deserve it. That is literally the most basic form of abuse, right?
He was constantly reading my body language, assuming how I was feeling, telling me that I was lying because my body language wasn't matching up, and then gaslighting me.
I don't think accusations should be public without any proof. Let courts deal with it before making such big accusations. It's only because they are big content creators. Yeah, no, I agree. Just bring it to court. That's a better idea. If anything, this makes a court case worse. Like you're decreasing the chances that charges get pressed. So
by saying he didn't read me. I had no money of my own and had to ask every time I spent anything. I was questioning my reality at every turn. I was completely isolated because any time I tried to do something social to make friends, including a virtual art hangout, he would have a meltdown about how lonely he was and how dare I take away time from him.
Again, this would be abuse if this happened. I don't know if it happened. If it did, this is definitionally abuse. The whole isolation thing, the whole whatever, the whole gaslighting, the whole victim, the whole it's Darvo behavior basically, right? It's him saying don't do anything social or go out with friends or do anything other than spend time with me because I'm lonely, right? And if you don't do what I say, then I'm going to be so sad and lonely and miserable, and it's going to be your fault, and you're going to be the bad person for doing that, right? So that would be an example of Darvo behavior, right? Definitionally. So if this is real, then yes, this definitionally is abuse, right? That's not even up for interpretation or debate. We just don't know if this is what happened or not, right? For all we know, it could just be some ex is salty about a relationship, so she looked up what is it like to be in an abusive relationship. It didn't match what was in her actual relationship, but she was so upset with him that she didn't care. It was like, okay, I'm just gonna describe an abusive relationship and say this is what happened even though it didn't. That's also possible. We don't know. But either way, if this was the dynamic of the relationship, this is abusive, right? So again, whether or not he's an abuser is entirely contingent upon whether or not she's lying.
Didn't I know how bad it was for him to be alone with his thoughts? Dude, I'm just like overwhelmed how irrelevant all of these details are.
Wait, no. This specifically is not irrelevant. This is not irrelevant. Isolating a partner is like the most obvious and textbook example of emotional abuse. This is what emotional abusers will do as one of their many techniques to isolate and control, right? That's one instance, you could say, of that being the case, right? So this isn't irrelevant if it's true. If she's telling the truth, it's very relevant, actually.
Who cares? Who cares? Who cares? This is what you tell your girlfriends over a wine at fucking Cooper's Hawk.
What?
This isn't what you tell the internet when you're trying to accuse someone of a...
Okay, I do agree that it would be better to not put this on the internet if they're an abuser. But that's the thing, if they're an emotional abuser, what charges do you even press? If they're like if they're an emotional abuser and it's like, okay, I don't think I'd be able to like press charges for this. That's kind of difficult, but I can prove that they were emotionally abusive. I think that's like a fair thing to do. But I do think that these details, if she's telling the truth, are quite important, actually. So I wouldn't discredit it right away.
Abuse. This is where I suggested we explore non-monogamy. Oh boy. We rarely had sex. I felt the desire to explore my sexuality, and I secretly just wanted someone to show affection to me. At the suggestion that we explore the idea of non-monogamy, he jumped straight to, let's download apps. He was down, which I'm sure you can imagine did not go well. I had major success immediately, and he had no matches. I got dick, and he couldn't get pussy. Just by the way.
This led to his biggest meltdown and threats yet. He threatened.
To be fair, this doesn't discredit her. Like, I will say, after getting out of an abusive relationship, you do want to like through a few funny little digs at your ex. I think one of my favorites was bringing up the fact that you know, she miraculously gained 100 pounds or so, you know, after we broke up. What a crazy coincidence, right? It's small digs like that where it's like, okay, if it's like somebody that was like your ex-abuser, that's not out of the ordinary. You're going to be a little bit spite-driven. You're going to start sounding like Destiny, actually. That doesn't discredit her. Again, we just don't know what is or isn't true here. That's the thing.
To leave, and then told me to leave to go be with someone else I matched with that day. Told me that I ruined our marriage by suggesting non-monogamy. Made a huge scene while we walked our dog, and generally verbally attacked me. Did have you ever just been verbally fucking mauled? Have you ever just been verbally fucking attacked?
Yeah, that is something that can happen. Like, I've experienced it. It's not fun. It's not nearly as bad as physical abuse, but it's not particularly good. Like, yeah, screaming at somebody is generally considered abuse, emotional abuse, right? It is like verbal aggression is like a real thing that exists. Again, I'm not saying that's what happened. We don't know if this person's telling the truth or not, but yeah. I mean, if she said she was keeping a diary, surely she could have collected proof. I guess. Did she show parts of her diary? Because if she did, like, I don't know if that would act as proof, because somebody could just point at that and say, oh, well, she wrote this after the fact, not during. She wrote this after they broke up, right? There would be no way to prove one way or another. So I don't think that, like, that would do much. I guess that might make her look more credible, but, like, not, maybe to, like, the general public, but not to me. I would just see that and I'd be like, oh, well, that doesn't really do much. Like, okay, you could have written this after the fact. Yeah, no, I don't know.
Verbal attack dog. I'm sending them at you. It's just like the most like inflammatory language. Attacked. Verbally shot dead. Verbally curb stomped.
Well, yeah, like you can verbally attack someone. If you do that to a partner, it is generally an abusive tactic, right? Now let's say like again, there's I don't want to get too much into like the nitty gritty.
Leaving the apps and organizing a meeting with a couples therapist in January of 2022, we began seeing our therapist Sarah. I had no idea what bad therapy with Logan was. He would act one way in our sessions and then would scream at me after. He would tell me not to share things so he wouldn't look bad to her.
Yeah. If this happened, obviously, that would be proof of abuse. Again, we just don't know. But is Luhrix going to take my agnostic position of we just don't know because we don't have all the facts? Or is he going to be like, huh, that's ridiculous. That's like normal relationships. That's not abuse. Or is he going to be like, well, yeah, right. Because actually, this is like not possible because, you see, like that's probably not. I don't know what bullshit is he gonna say. Or maybe he takes the correct approach for once. I don't know. I need to pee, so I guess you'll have to find out. While I'm sorry. I've been drinking a lot of water. I've been so dehydrated. It's because I'm recovering from a cold. Okay, I can't help it. Drink lots of H2O. Okay, folks. All right. BRB. Amazing Lerix voice. Yeah, so true.
He threw something during a fight, and it breezed past my face. I told him that if he threw something again, I was leaving, and I brought it up to Sarah. His excuse was that he had to get his anchor out, and it was small, so why did it matter? I mean, that is bad if that's true. I mean, yeah, that's abuse. That's an abusive action. If you're in the middle of a fight with your wife or girlfriend, you pick up a fucking stone vase, shout out to Spencer, and you throw it at the wall, that is abuse. Or like an abusive action. That's an insane thing to do. Like, first, like, legitimate accusation so far that's been, like, semi-expanded on. Sarah had separate sessions with us later that week where she asked if I felt safe, and I lied and said yes because I thought he could be listening in. When I told her that I couldn't even go to the grocery store alone because he would have this meltdown, she told me, isn't that a lot of control for someone to have over you? And I said, is it? Just completely unable to grasp what was happening to me. To me, I thought this was all normal because I had no one to share any of this with and had been trained to never say a bad word about my husband. He had always had an excuse and always made up for what he did, and he took a class on apologies, so it means he's right? And it means, so he means it, right?
Well, he threw a phone onto my camera that was next to me on a bed, and his phone broke and I didn't leave. I hid that one from therapy because I was ashamed I didn't leave. He never threw anything around me again, but during fights, he would say, I'm trying so hard not to throw something right now, you should be grateful, which was chilling every time. Around this time, we met Bunny, through now her ex-husband, whom Logan had met in 2015 when they were both working at Walmart. Okay, thank you. For the love of God, why did you not start your accusation and whole write-up with this? We didn't need any else of this fluff, okay? And you know, now I'm like really primed against you because you've already said a whole bunch of irrelevant details that don't matter at all. So you've already...
Okay, so I'm glad that Luhrix is able to acknowledge the fact that physical abuse is something that exists, and that if what she's saying is true, then yeah, that's physical abuse. But at the same time, look, here's the thing. What she was saying before is still relevant, okay? Even if she, like, regardless of whether or not she's lying or telling the truth, if she's telling the truth, it's still relevant, and I'll explain why. Firstly, you're able to, if she's telling the truth, she has no reason to leave shit out, right? She's just going to tell the full story of the entire relationship. Why the fuck wouldn't she, right? And how it led up to that. If you're just like, oh yeah, he was abusive and did this, it's like, okay, well what's the context here? How did it become like this, right? Secondly, though maybe she could like start with like an opening paragraph where like, oh, by the way, this is like what he did. Here's like the full story, right? So it's like, here's a list of the bad stuff, and here's like how it happened, type of thing, right? Maybe you could make that like criticism, but I don't think that like it discredits her, right? It's just, oh, it could have been written better. Like, okay. Lots of people can write things better. Doesn't mean that they're lying for not, right? The other thing is that Luhrix doesn't seem to understand the relationship between emotional and physical abuse. Not saying that one necessarily leads to the other. Well, physical abuse requires some level of emotional abuse, right? Like you are emotionally harming someone when you physically harm them usually, right? But not the other way around, I guess. But he doesn't understand the relationship between the two. Notice how in this paragraph right here, okay? It's mentioned that she isn't aware of the fact that this isn't a normal relationship. Okay? This part of the quote is important. To me, I thought this was all normal because I had no one to share any of this with and had been trained to never say a bad word about my husband. This is important, okay? This is important. This specific part is very fucking important, right? This is the result of what she had talked about, what she had laid the groundwork for, which Luhrix, for whatever fucking reason, is too stupid to be able to tell. He's so dumb, he's so fucking dense that he doesn't realize that. The reason why she didn't realize that the relationship was as bad as it had actually gotten is because of all of these other things that he had done to condition her in order to be willing to accept that form of abuse. People don't just accept abuse on day one. That's not how abusers work. And I think that the issue here is Luhrix fundamentally misunderstands how abuse works. You don't just start beating, like an abuser, a narcissistic abuser won't just start beating the fuck out of their wife on day one. That doesn't happen. Or their girlfriend or whatever the fuck, right? If that happened, no one would be very good at abuse. Like, abuse would basically not be much of an issue, other than like child abuse, I guess. But like the abuse of partners would not be like an issue. Like if that was at least not in a free country, I guess. So if you're like forced into marriages in like a Middle Eastern country, you get the point though. You get the point. Feels like you're infantilizing her by. What? Wait, hold on. I'm not infantilizing her. Like she couldn't tell being yelled at was bad? Do you not understand how abuse works? Yeah, if you're conditioned into thinking it's not bad to get yelled at because you deserve it, you're worthless, this person has done all this stuff for you, they were there for you on day one, they have a history of being nice from the love bombing, of course. They make money, they provide you with food and housing. It's like, you come up with all sorts of justifications for it in your mind if you're the victim. You don't think, oh, yelling is bad, I go leave now. Goodbye, right? That's not... If that was the case, what the fuck is Stockholm Syndrome, my guy? Do you not know what that is? Do you think Stockholm Syndrome is just some made-up garbage nonsense that doesn't actually reflect reality? It's not even that. It's just she's become so used to the dynamic that she thinks it's normal. She's probably just very vulnerable. Yeah, exactly. Right? Like, again, and we don't know if this is real or not, but if it is, then her story makes sense. The way she's framed it and written it makes sense. This isn't implausible. Nothing Luhrix has said discredits anything. Nothing about her or what she said discredits anything. At least not based on this alone. Now, maybe there's other evidence of her lying or some shit. We just don't have all of the information. We just don't know yet. But the fact that, I just don't understand not being able to tell that, oh, it's like he didn't have the realization once he read this. Like, oh, this is why it was important to bring up the fact that he was isolating her. That's not just like, oh, okay, so that's why she was like actually not fighting back or leaving. That's like one of the ramifications, is it enables abuse. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Or oh, okay, so when somebody is using therapy as a mechanism to get what they want rather than to get better, and they act one way with the therapist and another way with their partner without the therapist, then oh, maybe that's why they were doing that. But nope, he didn't have any realization as to why that context was important. He doesn't understand any of the fucking groundwork, right? Like, even if this was like all just a bunch of made up shit, we don't know. Like, this would still be important to understand, right?
You made yourself look retarded for 10 straight minutes until you get to the first legitimate accusation. If he did this, he absolutely was abusive to her in their marriage. No shadow of a doubt. This is like actually horrible and very scary to live in a household like this.
Okay, but I think it's still important to explain what the dynamic of abuse looks like. Because abuse doesn't look like abuse on day one. That's the thing. It slowly works its way into becoming something that is very obvious and transparent. But on day one, there is no abuse. On day two, there's no abuse. On day three, and then eventually on day 5,472, there's like a little bit of abuse. And then the next day, there's a little bit more abuse. But it's not enough to call it abuse. It's just one little mess up. And it snowballs from there. Because what they're really doing is slowly unveiling the mask. That's what they're doing. In a way that ultimately the person doesn't know. They're slowly boiling the frog alive, I guess you could say. I mean, that's what it is.
If he said shit like, I'm trying so hard not to throw something right now, you should be grateful, that's insane. And this person is completely valid in being scared for her life. That is genuinely real.
I feel like you don't have to be scared for your life to be in an abusive relationship. That's not like a good standard. I feel like Luhrix's standard for abuse is physical. He believes that if it's physical abuse, that's concrete. But in his mind, because emotional abuse is too ambiguous for him to understand, it doesn't count. It's meaningless. It's bullshit. It doesn't matter to him. But that fucks up his entire analysis here. Now, there are two possible scenarios. Either Luhrix has no experience at all whatsoever being abused or being in any abusive relationships, and that's why he doesn't know shit. Or alternatively, his entire life has been it's been nothing but emotional abuse for him. So to him, that's normal. So he thinks that when people complain about it, that they're just being whiny ass crybabies because, well, I experience this all the time. This is like normal shit. This is like what everybody goes through, right? Like this is what people do to me, and it's fine. Like I don't care that much, right? So it'd be like a rationalization or justification of one's own situation. Now, I don't know which one it would be. I'm not going to make any assumptions. It could be either one. I would say that it would definitely be a strange conclusion to come to if one way or another. But I'm just laying out the different possibilities for why he has this kind of mindset, right? Lurix doesn't have any grasp of what trauma or mental illness is. Yeah, and that's why I presented the two scenarios that I did. Either he can't grasp his own trauma or mental illness, and that's why it's so difficult, or he has so little experience with that and doesn't really know anybody that's like that, or not, at least not like anybody close to him that's like that, so he just doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Either one is possible. We just don't know.
Don't worry, guys. I'm not defending all accused rapists and abusers. That is absolutely a legitimate thing. Bunny was a charming friend, seemed to care about us, and to no one's surprise, was also polyamorous. In April of 2022, Logan and I had decided with Sarah that we would start exploring relationships outside of ours. However, when I asked out Bunny, Logan threw a fit, saying I was ruining our marriage and tried to gaslight Sarah and me into believing I had done this maliciously. Thankfully, she didn't fall for it, and neither did I. He also had a meltdown saying I thought we would share Bunny, and I was like, she's not just a toy, she's a person. In May, Bunny and I began dating to set the scene for our relationship. We only ever cuddled and held hands occasionally. Unfortunately, this was also around the time when my endo was getting bad again, her disease, endo something. And I was having to use a wheelchair or walker to get to most places, just for context. Soon after we started dating, Logan and Bunny started hanging out one-on-one while both claiming nothing was going on. I thought it was literally the week after I started dating her. Logan hired her without telling me first. Then things really started to go downhill. In July, I had surgery in Portland. Logan and Bunny both came with me. Oh man, that's pretty like fucking rough though. So it sounds like she started dating this Bunny girl in their like polyamorous relationship. Her disease ended up coming back. She had to be in a wheelchair or walker. And her husband stole Bunny away and they ended up dating. Because she was disabled and couldn't do anything sexual. Bruh.
Oh no.
Logan couldn't handle seeing physical affection between Bunny and me, despite saying differently whenever questioned about it. So the night after my surgery, we were all hanging out in the bedroom where I was recovering and Bunny was next to me. Upon seeing me touch her knee, Logan got up and left the room in a huff. He went and sat in the kitchen to cry, and Bunny got up to confront him. During this time, I could hear their whole conversation, which lasted hours. Logan and Bunny discussed how I had apparently coerced Logan into polyamory, despite him actively messaging people through dating apps, and us literally going to therapy for it, where he weekly agreed with where we were at, and how it was so disrespectful of me because of how much he had given up to take care of me and how good life was for him, and I just wanted to ruin it. Bunny.
Okay, so I think I just realized what one of the issues may be that's causing this sort of disconnect, okay? So I think one of them is the fact that I can't tell if Luhrix is trying to do an internal critique or if he's just looking at it and is like, okay, well, there's not like enough evidence to prove this. It seems like he's trying to do both. It's more akin to an internal critique. But then whenever, yeah, like that's the, I don't know. I think doing an internal critique is fine, by the way. I just don't think that he's made very good points. Like, that might actually serve utility, right? So if I was like, okay, I'm gonna look at this, there's no evidence to substantiate this as far as I'm concerned, but like, for the sake of doing an internal critique, I'll presuppose that everything written here is true and see if there's like contradictions and stuff. Yeah, you get the point, right? So there could be utility in that. It's not intrinsically bad.
He agreed with everything he said after he seemingly wanted to vent and then began discussing spirituality, how much more spirituality mature they both were. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, guys. I'm on the verge. I'm on the fucking verge.
Of coming?
Oh my god.
Is he about to come?
We're not even halfway.
Oh, he's not even halfway? Okay. Damn, must have Lola beat. Sorry.
We're not even halfway. Honestly, dude.
It's because he's not with Turkey Tom's GF. If she was in the same room as him, he would have finished multiple times by now. I'm just saying.
I don't give a fuck. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming out to the stream tonight. This is insufferable. I can't go through the shit. I can't go through the shits, man. I can't do this. Okay, it sounds like there's legitimate accusations of abuse. If what she's alleging is real, then that is abusive, that he definitely did abusive things. I'm curious to see what this guy observes response will be. But, motherfucker, you gotta put out your accusation in a more, efficient manner. I can't. And I'm getting paid for this stupid shit, and I still can't.
Yeah, how dare you write what happened in chronological order? That's not, how could you do that? If you're an abuse victim, like, did you not realize that the first 15 seconds of the video script is like the most important for a YouTube video. Like if you're trying to maximize audience retention with your long stupid paragraph, you should start out by talking about the most insane shit, okay? Like what the hell? Like what do you think I am? Like a regular person that has like an attention span? Fuck no, this is 2024, motherfucker. Okay? You gotta write all the insane shit first, okay? Don't give me this chronological order bullshit, okay? You need to add like a teaser before the intro of the video, okay? Well, what the fuck is going on here?
How do you expect the average Joe to sit and listen and read this dumb shit? But, okay, yeah. So that's basically everything I want to cover tonight on stream. Ladies and gentlemen, we got daily streams. Jalyn debates. I don't know where the fuck Jalyn is. I'll DM her. What the fuck's Jalyn? I'll just give her a call. We'll see what the fuck happens. If she picks up, she picks up. If she doesn't pick up, she doesn't pick up. Let's see what happens. Let me give Jalyn a call.
Oh boy, I'm so excited. By the way,
me blocked.
fit check.
This bitch has me blocked. I'm fucking...
Fit check
Alright, here we
while
go.
he does that.
Let's see if Jalyn wanted to debate about the Wilbur shit. The fuck?
Fit check.
Hello?
What do you want, Lolicon Lerix?
You're so gay. Okay, I thought you wanted to talk about the unironic like Wilbur situation in like an actual debate format because you have heavy disagreements, or you're just gonna be a tard.
Based Jalyn?
Are we debating? I'm working on a video right now where I like roast you at the beginning.
So you don't want to have a conversation
about what? What do you want to talk about?
Wilbur Soot. You're making multiple tweets saying that he admitted to abusing her. That's retarded. Why?
Wait, did he actually?
It is.
Where did he admit to abusing her?
Did you read his fucking statement?
Dude,
where he basically confirms like everything that she had said,
okay,
right?
We can read it right now.
Like people didn't even know that she was talking about this guy. Then he comes out with this like ChatGPT asked response where he's like, I understand her feelings. They are valid. And all this like manipulative, cringe, bullshit, virtue signal ass language where he pretends to be this like enlightened dude who like cares about this person's pain and bullshit. Like who the fuck talks like that first?
Okay. Let's say one topic at a time. One topic at a time.
Okay, so let's read this response, okay? The allegation of abuse, particularly in the form of biting, deeply shocked me. Throughout our relationship, I understood from our numerous conversations and text message exchanges on the subject that this behavior was consensual, playful, and okay. Well, what about the fucking, I don't know, like the throwing stuff part? I truly believe that those personal message exchanges reflect mutual affection and understanding. Out of respect for her, I chose not to publish them, and I emphasize my perspective is not shared to diminish or invalidate anyone's feelings. Ooh, oh god. That's oh, Jalyn might be right. Fuck. She might be right about this. I don't know. I thought this was gonna be like a rare Jalyn L, but maybe not. This sounds like corporate speak. If I'm gonna be completely honest, this is the type of language I would expect to hear from like a massive corporations. That's a big yikes. I don't know. Maybe he's just wrote it under a lot of stress and was trying to have as good of optics as possible, despite being innocent. Who knows? We don't know yet. Okay. Okay. Validate anyone's feelings. Instead, I share it in the hope that I can offer a genuine, fair, and relevant insight into my understanding of the situation. Well, hold on. Whether or not you did stuff like, I don't know, like physically abuse her or throw shit at her is not like we have a difference in understanding, right? Like that's not like a interpretation thing. It's you either threw the stuff at her or you didn't do that. There's no maybe I did or I don't think I did, but like she interpreted it as that. It's like there's no ambiguity there. Like it's not like a misunderstanding. You either did that or you didn't do that. I feel like if he's innocent, wouldn't he want to say the bitch is lying about me? Like I didn't do that. Like I'm sorry if like you're hurt, but like I didn't do this shit. Like that's just a lie. You just made this up. Like why would he be going for the perception angle? This is really fucking bad. This genuinely changes everything. Unironically.
Let me understand. Okay. Yeah. What do you think he admitted to?
He admitted to being a fucking abuser. That's what he basically admitted to.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but like if somebody is lying about you, you don't like it's if somebody were to like write, like if my ex were to like write a fucking long ass essay lying about me and she alleged that I was like physically abusive and violent, constantly screamed at her and threw shit at her, I wouldn't be like, well, you see, I I guess there was just like a little misunderstanding of the situation, ooh-woo. I guess we perceive our interactions differently. No, I would just be like, no, this bitch is fucking lying. Like, don't, like, nothing she's saying here is based in reality. She's literally just making shit up to get back at me. I never did this, I never did that, etc. So, this, while it's not a direct admission, definitely is incriminating. This does not look good for Will. He has a soy audience, can't do that. Yeah, but I feel like this goes beyond that, though. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you're right. I don't know.
He admitted to being an abuser. So what was the abusive action that he admitted to doing?
He admitted, first of all, he admitted to biting her, but he says it was quote unquote consensual, which I do not believe. I don't believe.
No, okay. So, why is Jalyn debating this? Oh, fuck's sake. Luhrix is a better debater than her. She should not be doing this. Right off the bat, you would have to concede a little bit and say, okay, he didn't admit to any specific action, but it's very, the approach I would go for is sort of what I just described. It doesn't make any logical sense from his perspective to not invalidate something that he, from his perspective, if it's false, would know is false, right? It only makes sense for him to respond like this, logically, if he is guilty. If he is innocent, and this bitch is just lying about him, why would he say, it's a difference in opinions? Whether or not somebody throws a fucking object at you is not up for interpretation. It either happened or it didn't happen. And if it didn't happen, and that's what you're being accused of, surely you would say that that didn't happen. Not that there's a misunderstanding. There's no misunderstanding there. It either happened or it didn't. There's no, it may or may not have happened, maybe potentially. I interpret it as yeah, again, you get the point.
Wait, so it's just a matter of you believing it? I thought he admitted it.
He admits to, he admits to everything else that she had claimed. That he
Hold
was,
on, you
know,
just
like,
said, now you're shifting your point. You just said that he admitted to abuse. And then I asked you about it, pressed you about it, then you said, well, I just personally believe that he's lying when he says it was...
Yeah, so this is why you wouldn't make the proposition he admitted to abuse, because that's objectively wrong. He didn't admit to it, he incriminated himself. His response to all of this isn't an admission, it is simply a response that is illogical in the case scenario in which he is innocent, and logical in the case scenario in which he is guilty, right? So this wouldn't be a matter of whether or not he admitted to it. He didn't admit or deny anything, really. He said a whole lot of nothing in that regard. So that wouldn't be a good propositional statement to make. Because even though I understand that, like, Jalyn isn't literally saying he explicitly said the words, I admit to everything, or whatever the fuck, right? Luhrix can frame it that way, right? And maybe, you know, he's not even doing it intentionally. It doesn't necessarily have to be bad faith. So you wouldn't want to make a wrong proposition in that way.
Consensual. Wait, I thought he just admitted to abuse.
He is admitting to abuse. That's what he's admitting to in his statement.
No. This isn't an admission. This is self-incrimination. Self-incrimination is not an admission. You can incriminate yourself without admitting to anything, right? So, like, for instance, if somebody is accused of something and they don't admit to it, but they have, like, a really weird story that, like, doesn't make any sense for them to say if they're innocent, but it does make sense that they would say it if they're guilty. It sounds like something made up, perhaps, or something like that a guilty person would say. It would be reasonable to conclude from that okay, this is self-incriminating. That doesn't mean it's self-incriminating to the point where they're guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, but this is definitely not good.
What are you talking about?
But you just self-acknowledged that in his statement he said that this behavior was consensual, playful, and reciprocally enjoyed. What about that is admitting to abusing?
Why are you defending an abuser, dude? Why are you defending?
No. Okay, is Jalyn trolling? Because obviously, if this is a real debate, my response would be, obviously he doesn't know if the person is an abuser, right? Like, he hasn't seen enough evidence to conclude that, right? So that'd be like, his counter argument. Like he hasn't concluded that the person that you believe is an abuser, right? He doesn't know if the evidence is conclusive of that or not, right? So that would be like the difference there. If this is a joke, then well played, Jalyn.
Respond to what I said.
Literally, no one's defending this guy. Like Dream, Tommy, and like all this guy's friends have all turned on this fucker.
How is this an argument?
Yeah, whether or not somebody's friends turn on them is not indicative of anything. With that logic, you could justify Alex backstabbing Slazo and say that Slazo was actually guilty, right? You should know this if you're in commentary.
Because this apology, this statement was bullshit.
Yeah, we can go through one point at a time. I'm asking you, how is it an admission of abuse when he said that this behavior was consensual, playful?
Okay, so it's not an admission of abuse. It just doesn't make any logical sense. If he's in an instance in which he is completely innocent, it makes no sense that he would have read the entire thing that you read out loud, Luhrix, and would frame it as a simple misunderstanding, right? Again, whether or not he threw a fucking object at her and screamed at her is not a misunderstanding. It either happened or it didn't happen. So in the case that it didn't happen, from his perspective, it would make more logical sense to say, she's lying, this didn't happen. Not, it's a misunderstanding, I guess we have different interpretation. That's not something based on interpretation. You would address that. Most likely, if you're going to address it, you would address that specific point. You would address the parts that you know are objectively false. Like you would know if you either did or you didn't throw an object at your partner. Like that's not ambiguous. That's not up for interpretation. That's what I would say in this situation. By the way, I don't know what Luhrix is going to say.
Enjoyed.
Okay, I mean Jalyn, not Luhrix.
Let me use an example. That's relevant. Okay, so let's say Turkey Tom is accused of cutting himself, like carving stuff into his.
I thought you actually.
No. Okay. I think she's trolling.
We're just gonna be normal and have a conversation.
No, hold on. I am being normal. Okay, this is completely.
This is what you resort. This is what you resort to. I'm actually trying to have a genuine conversation.
I'm
with you,
having
and
a
this is what you're
genuine
doing.
conversation.
This is just.
I can't tell if Jalyn is trolling or not. Sometimes I can't tell with her.
This is a hypothetical example. Okay. Now let's say Turkey Tom makes a statement where he's like, "Yeah, I do cut myself, but I didn't cut myself like that." Basically implying that yeah, he kind of did do that. Would you not then be able to make the assumption based off of that perhaps the allegation against him is true?
We don't have to go to a hypothetical. This is a one-to-one thing. You are saying that he admitted to a.
Okay, I agree that a hypothetical is not required. I think she was like trying to get like a. Obviously, like the goal was to sort of make fun of Luhrix and Turkey Tom. Obviously, not to make a good analogy, but like if you're trying to like have like a genuine debate there, this is like the fucking reverse of the me versus Augie situation, where instead of it's like rather than me calling in, wanting to have a genuine discussion, and Augie just being there to fling shit, have a shit flinging contest. It's like the opposite. Jalyn comes in to have the shit flinging contest, and Luhrix is like, "But I want a genuine conversation, uwu." Okay.
Abuse. When if you look at his statement, he says that this behavior was consensual. What don't you understand about that?
It wasn't consensual.
So again, this is why you don't make the proposition whether or not he admitted to it. You cannot admit to something but incriminate yourself, right? It just doesn't make any logical sense for him to say this if he is innocent. Why wouldn't the way to frame this is I just don't understand why an innocent person would chalk it up to a simple misunderstanding or different perspective if one of the accusations is a matter of whether or not he threw a fucking object at her. That doesn't make any fucking sense to say, oh, that's a different. So it either happened or it didn't, right? Like, there's no room for interpretation there.
Consensual.
How
That's
were
what she
you
said in her statement?
Also, hello, Petal Goth. Welcome to the stream. It's Stella. Hello.
It was not consensual. They had a safe word. Dude was literally biting. Dude was biting her. She was getting bruises and shit, and was making jokes in front of their friends. Like,
I understand.
Oh yeah, it looked.
No. Don't focus on that. Focus on the part where it makes no logical sense for him to read an entire fucking thing, the thing that Luhrix just read on stream, where essentially she accuses him. One of the things she says is yeah, there was physical abuse. He threw things at me. He was screaming at me. Again, that's not like a difference in opinions, right? Like, that's not like a misunderstanding. She's either lying or she's not. If she says that, it's either the case. Like, that's not like interpretation. He either threw the object or he didn't. And if he didn't, why would he say that it's all just a big misunderstanding instead of saying, she lied about shit, I didn't throw anything at her, I wasn't aggressive? An innocent person wouldn't say it's a difference in perspectives. Whether or not he threw the object is not a matter of perspective. Or did he say this before that came out? Was this thing released but before? So, like, was his statement released after the thing Lerix read? Or was it released before? This is important. Because if it was released before, then this doesn't incriminate him necessarily. It's all baseless accusations, but his response makes him look guilty. I just want to know, like, if the thing that Luhrix read on stream, like the long-ass detailed story of events or whatever, was released before or after he came out with his response. Because that's, like, ultimately, like, one of the main things... That's, like, one of the main pieces of evidence that's going to determine how this goes down.
Looks like I'm abusing you, ha.
I understand, Jalyn. So she said that it went too far and that he did something and he breached consent. He bit her without consent. And now he's making a response saying, actually, no, that's not the case. It was consensual. So what you have right now is one person's word versus another person's word with no any other evidence. So.
And on that note, I think that this is something I should cover on a different stream. Perhaps a stream about the Wilbur Soot stuff, where I investigate it. I do a decent job at that, and maybe, for the first time ever, not the first time, second time, I guess I concluded Vosh was guilty. Second time ever, I guess. I conclude definitively that somebody is guilty. Maybe not. Maybe I conclude he's innocent. We don't know. Order of events is important. Always remember that. Don't be the ultimate concluder. That's what Vosh does. That's what Hasan does. And they look stupid when they do it and get shit wrong, okay? So, because this is specifically about Wilbur Soot and debate about that situation, the free marketplace of ideas, I will be saving this for another stream. Especially because I'm not in the mood to rhetorically analyze everything for 5 trillion hours. Maybe they threw objects at each other. We don't know. That's a good point, I guess. But she framed it in a way that was clearly one-sided. So if she's lying or misrepresenting stuff or leaving shit out, I feel like he would want to set the record straight, right? I could be wrong. I don't know. I don't feel bad for her for the Stardust thing anymore. Who, Jalyn? No. Look, here's the thing. Jalyn's just not good at making arguments on the fly. She's just not... Here's the issue with Jalyn. It's not that she has, like, the wrong position necessarily. She can have, like, every single correct position, but be really bad at defending it. She's not debate-brained, which is probably a good thing, actually. Not saying that there's no utility in being able to debate and be good at that, by the way. Of course, there's a time and a place for it. I guess this would be an example of that. But she's not like me. She doesn't construct arguments the way I do, right? So she'll say things that are like almost correct or incorrect in a vacuum, where it's like I understand what she's saying or what she's trying to say there, but it's like she's semantically inaccurate, and it just makes her take a massive fucking L, even if she's correct about something. 6 hours at talking with your chat is crazy, IDK, how you do it. I'm just built different. What if she had a spider on her and he had to throw it to save her? This is a good... Fair. That's so true. We're making arguments given time. That's a long way of saying she dumb. No, not necessarily. You can be smart but bad at debate. Like, there's different areas in which you can be intelligent or dumb, right? There's a reason that debate is not the ultimate medium through which truth is arrived, right? Like, yeah, there might be debates involved in certain instances, but, like, that's not the end-all be-all, right? Like, it's just a medium. It's not the ultimate medium. Some people are just bad at certain mediums, right? I just so happen to be kind of good at it. I'm not like I'm not like the greatest debater of all time, but I'm decent, right? Again, that doesn't determine how intelligent you are, though. Like, you can be good at you can be good at debate, but kind of dumb. Like that's not impossible. Like, yeah, I don't know. It does help if you're smart, by the way, obviously. But it's not the end all be. Some people are good at thinking about stuff, but when they're put on the spot in the context of a debate, they sort of freeze up, or they don't know how to articulate themselves, right? Or alternatively, it could be the case that she came to conclusions based on correct ideas or evidence, but she forgot how she got to the conclusions, so she doesn't know how to get other people to come to the same conclusions, right? That's another flaw that a lot of normal people will make when it comes to debate, is forgetting how you concluded that this was your position in the first place, right? Morally lucky? No, I don't think so. I don't think that that's necessarily the case. Like, much like me, she's changed her positions over time on stuff. Like, I mean, I've talked to her in private. It's not, like, ambiguous, right? And it's definitely not for optics reasons. She has some of the fucking worst optics I've ever seen. It's a problem. It's a problem. She's worked on it, but it's still sometimes an issue. Not as often anymore, thankfully. Debater, dang, sorry. Yeah, look, here's the thing. Debate is not for everybody, and that's okay. I don't know. It also feels like she's like underprepared. I think that maybe if she has the correct position, I don't know enough about the situation to know whether or not she does or doesn't. But if she has the correct position, not the correct proposition, by the way, big distinction. Her proposition was objectively false, but what she was trying to argue might be true, right? Again, he technically didn't admit to anything. Wilbur does not say outright that the allegations are all true, right? He didn't say that. I think a better proposition would be, if you want to go the admission route, and I don't like this, but I could argue it. I couldn't argue the admitted, like, because again, that implies like a direct admission. I guess inadvertent admission. If you were to say inadvertently he admitted without even realizing it, by making it logically impossible or logically very, very unlikely for it to be the case that he's innocent simply because an innocent person would not act like this, I feel like that would be a lot easier to argue than what Jalyn is trying to argue. Again, that's why it's important to think about, like, okay, what proposition am I actually arguing, first of all? If you come to a conclusion the wrong way, but end up being right, you are lucky. Yeah, but it's not necessarily that she came to the conclusion the wrong way. She could have come to it the correct way, but she doesn't know how to work backwards, and she forgets how she came to the conclusion, right? So a lot of times you might notice that there are people, when it comes to like either debate or just what they believe, they might have decent enough reasons to believe some of the things they believe, but they forgot how they get there. They don't remember that. That happens sometimes. Not always, by the way. Sometimes people do get lucky, or they just end up with wrong positions. But I think that yeah, I don't know. I would just say that Jalyn is not good at debating, especially, like, I don't know. She comes across as like super underprepared. I don't think she took notes beforehand. Maybe she did. I don't know. If she's gonna debate people publicly, though, like, she should probably take advice from me, or hell, take advice from Synth, but she doesn't get along with Synth, sadly. Even though Synth is like a better debater than me. IDK, that's hard to say as well, because it sounded like he's only talking about the biting thing in the tweet. Who, Luhrix? Or Jalyn? If we're talking about Jalyn, she was talking about, yeah, she was talking about the biting thing. Luhrix was also, in the context of this discussion, only talking about that simply because Jalyn was bringing it up. Oh, Wilbur? Yeah, I guess. Were these allegations levied separately? Like, was it, because, like, if it's the case that the biting stuff was released, then Wilbur responded to that specifically, and then all this other stuff was released, then this doesn't incriminate him. If it's the case that the entire document that Lerix went through was released before he made his response, and his response is partially in response to that, then it does incriminate him. That's ultimately what that's going to be contingent upon. I think his response was earlier because the doc, earlier than the doc, because the initial drama happened around the 21st. Oh, you could be right. You could be correct. Okay, shit. Okay, Jalyn might be wrong about this. Fuck. Okay, I need to do a separate stream investigating this. I will see you all in the next one. Unless I die in a tragic house fire. Moral of the story, don't get caught liking Lolicon, or just don't do it, okay? Not just don't get caught, just don't do it. It's not good. It's not good for you. It's not good for anybody. Who benefits from Lolicon existing? Nobody. Don't do that. Not if you're Luhrix or anybody else. Or Vosh or whoever the fuck. Okay? Don't also avoid watching I don't know, 5 hours in a row of animated CP for research purposes, and then not only doing that, but then publicly admitting to it. You look kind of bad. It's not a good look, bro. Not gonna lie. Just don't do it. Just don't do it. Is Luhrix unforgivable? No. I don't think his career should be over for the lolly stuff. It's just something that should be I don't know, not pushed under the rug. Either way, you had to make sure it was bad to leave him alone. Yeah, no. Oh, we had to make sure it was bad to leave him alone. Oh, okay, I misread that. My bad. Yeah, yeah, that's very true. No, either way, a bit cringe. Should take accountability. Not the worst thing in the world, though. It is what it is. Oh well. Goodbye. Smash like and subscribe. Yeah. Did I do a fit check? No, I did, but I'm gonna do another one just so we know what peak masculinity looks like. Okay, this. Oh god, my hands are red. I just put lotion on them not that long ago. Okay, this is peak masculinity. This is what real men wear. Okay, if you don't wear this, you're not a real man. You're not a real man. There can never be too many checks. This is true. Okay, here's how. Okay, Luhrix, if you're watching this, okay, here's how. Okay, fuck. Let me sit down normally. Okay. Here's how you make up for the lolly stuff, okay? Because don't get me wrong, it was very good for you to cuck Turkey Tom. That was very impressive and awesome. I love that you did that. That was awesome. But it's not enough, okay? That only accounts for the liked tweets, not the incest Lolicon anime review, okay? So if you want to make up for the incest Lolicon anime review, what you gotta do is you gotta have a femboy arc, okay? I want to see you wearing that fucking maid outfit at least once a week, okay? You gotta put on the fucking cat ears, okay? Maybe bonus points for starting estrogen, not required. Yeah, that's what I would recommend. With that being said, I hope you all enjoyed, and I will see you all in the next one. Boob window kind of redundant. Why? Because my chest is flat? Fuck you. Shut up. I know. Look, my titties will grow into it, okay? But they are growing. They are growing. Okay, sorry. Goodbye. Alright, stream ending now. Probably. Maybe. Yeah. Let's see. No, I'm not showing you my titties. Very sorry. Okay, seriously though, bye. I am ending stream. I always say that, and then it's like, I do the thing where I'm like, but what if I just kept streaming for 5 trillion more hours, you know? Okay, I'm actually gonna end stream now. Alright. Goodbye.